But
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Royal,
got it.
the reason why you keep calling it paste because that's what old people used to call it when they used to use it in the tube form. But it's not a paste; it's actually still dough, even when it was in the tube form.
Ah, you're old.
Yeah. All right. So first off, look, the meaning of the word or the language doesn't supersede the definition of the word. If they're using the same words, but
We say
if they're using the same words, but they're calling it something else, that's because of their dialect. It ain't got nothing to do with the word. If they're
you said
using cat,
you said
it,
you
hold on,
said
listen.
hold on, Royal.
All
Hold
right,
on. You
y'all
said
see.
hold on. You just agreed to everything we just said.
No,
The
I,
dialect,
whatever
the
it is.
pronunciation is what makes Queen's English.
The
There's no
dialect, it doesn't. It's not a different language. It's the same language. It's just a different dialect.
wait, who said that? You kept saying what makes it Broken
Yeah.
English.
No, I'm
You kept
saying.
saying
You hear
that.
what I'm saying right now? Just because it's a different dialect
Nobody said it
doesn't
was a
mean
different
that it's a
language.
different
We said it was a
language.
We
different
never said that. That's what
Yeah.
you
type of
said.
English.
And look, the word cat means the same thing over here that it does over in England because if they're using English, they're saying cat. I don't care if they want to put another word for cat. If it's a cat, it's a cat. Just because they smoking cigarettes and they want to call it another language like fag, don't mean that you have to say it's not a cigarette. We can go with the coriander thing. Coriander here is a different language. It's a different word for whatever spice that you're saying it is, right? That's what you're saying?
No, 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 no. It's a whole different plant.
It's a whole different plant. But
Yeah.
The whole different thing.
so if you're going over there and say,
Hold
I
on.
want mint, and they
No,
say,
no, no. Stick to
hold on.
coriander, like you said. Stick to coriander, like you
No, no,
said.
I'm saying mint. If you're going over there and
What
say,
about
I want mint, are they going to call it a
The
different herb?
answer. Because I did not say every
Mint.
single word is different.
That's because it's
I
the
did not.
English language. Thank you.
You are not making a point at all.
That's because
You're
it's the
making yourself
English
look.
language. You don't have to make a point.
You're making yourself look
The
real
whole
retarded
point,
right now.
the whole point is that they're using the same language. You're saying it's not.
I did not say that. I literally said for the 15th time. It is a different type of English.
All right, good. You
English
proved my point.
has
Thank you.
different.
Thank you, then. Thank you.
Seriously.
Thank you.
Okay, talking to a child.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Nobody ever said it was a different language. We said a
Okay.
different
Okay.
type
Cool. You're
of
right. You're right. You're right.
English.
Cool. You're right. You're right. Cool.
And then
Seriously.
you're right
You
nothing.
didn't hear it the first
What?
time. You didn't hear it the
You
first
just
time.
said it wasn't a different language. I'm telling the same. I'm saying the same
I
thing. It's
did
not a
not say
different
it was a
language.
different language.
See,
Why
It's
do
just a
you keep
different
saying it? The
dialect.
only one who's saying it's a different language is
Hey,
you.
no, I'm saying it's a different dialect. So we can go off of that.
You
no,
are
that's
the
no,
one saying
hold on, hold
different
on.
language.
We
Nobody
said a
Yeah.
said
different
that.
dialect, Royal. You not so sure as us.
Hey, hey,
You said I
hey, calm
lost.
down there, guy. Calm down there,
I'm gonna go
guy.
wake him up,
You
Carly.
said
Slow down there, my boy.
I lost.
He must have looked it up.
Slow down there, my boy.
Hopefully you do your
Yeah,
research.
he
Yeah.
wrong. He
Don't
just
hate
said
cause
that
you got it
he
wrong.
turned it around.
Cause you got it wrong. Don't hate.
There's a
It's okay.
rewind button for a reason. I kept thinking I had it
Hey,
right.
rewind it then. Rewind it then.
Smart.
Go
That's
ahead.
smart.
I'm
Because we got
listening.
No,
Rewind it.
because we got
no, no.
receipts. We got
Yeah,
receipts.
you don't got no receipts.
Remember when I said when they
Oh,
You don't have any receipts. You barely got a conversation. But look,
and Loyal kept saying, oh, because they added an extra R to the end, is that what you're saying is making the
yeah,
difference?
you said your mother.
exactly. Exactly.
I said the pronunciation.
Okay, that's a dialect. That's a dialect. It's still the same word, mother. You know what I'm saying?
Bingo. But anyway, okay. I'm about to walk my snail. I'm about to put my snails on the leash and just walk around
No, that's right.
walking for a mile.
Go ahead. So look, the reason why this conversation came up, you guys remember
Go ahead, Loyal.
about we were talking about being a Jew and who is the Jews. We never figured it
Yeah,
out.
we can
And I was
we can
asking,
get
who are
to
they?
that topic.
Are you born? Are you born that, or is it a conversion? And everybody say yeah, it's a conversion. So I'm saying, who are the converters, or who are the person that converted? Well, then we start talking about the Israelites and the Hebrews. And now it's Hebrew is not a people, it's a language. So I'm just trying to figure out who are these
Same
people.
thing. Same thing with Jewish. Jewish is not an ethnicity. Anybody can be Jewish. I can be Jewish. You can be Jewish.
So who are
Like I
who
guess if you're born of Jewish parents, since you
so
are probably
that right there.
of
That
the
right there.
same
You just said.
religion as your parents, you would be considered Jewish as well.
So how can you be born from Jewish parents if it's not an ethnicity or
The same,
a
the same
people?
way you can be born into Christianity.
So you could be born into Christianity. So if you're born a Christian, that means that you're born
Then
the
you
religion.
don't, it's through your parents.
Oh,
But
okay.
Lord, I was
So who
born
are the
Christian and
people?
I
Who
got
are the
saved, so
people
I
that give birth to these people that are born Jews?
People.
just like you were born a Christian.
Right. It's just a group of people
Loyal.
who
I
separated
just loyal.
themselves
I
from
was
other
born
Are they the
as
Hebrews, the Israelites? Who are they? That's what I'm asking you. Who are they?
none of the above. It's just
everybody.
Oh,
people.
none of the above.
They're
They're
people.
everybody. They're
Yeah.
people. They're just people who all agree to the same. They all have the same religion. They all have the same belief. But Jewish can be anyone.
Ended on Bobby's side.
They did.
Yeah.
It's like they're like think of it like the Vikings. The Vikings are basically like pirates. You know,
The what? The
they
Vikings.
don't have. Well, yeah, Vikings is not an ethnicity. It's a lifestyle. So
Okay, so the
same
Vikings
thing.
aren't a people. So who are the people that are the Vikings?
The Vikings is like think of it like a tribe. It's just a lifestyle, like the Moors.
Bobby, the live ended on your side.
You did?
Yeah, they're not an ethnicity. Yeah.
Okay,
People,
so
people
I'm
try to
trying to
make it
find
an
out. We got all
ethnicity,
these
and
names.
they'll say things like, "Oh, the Vikings look like this, and they were like this," but we don't really know who the Vikings look like. You know what I'm saying? It was
Damn, that's
just
good.
a lifestyle.
60 something views. Everybody.
Yeah.
It's on fire.
So it's the same thing. Jewish is the same thing.
So,
It's just
so okay, the
a
Vikings
life choice.
is a way of
It
life.
should be started back up,
Yes.
y'all.
So who are the people that carry that way of life?
Yeah. I'm going back over there.
People who what?
Who carried that way of life? The Viking way of life.
The people
What
who chose
region?
the people who chose the
If you can't
ride
call
with the
them,
Vikings.
if you can't call them their practices, then you can't call them their region either.
No, you can because they a lot of them were nomadic. So the Vikings were all over the place. They weren't just from Germany. They weren't just from Norway. They had ships, right? The Vikings went all over the place and they picked up all kind of people to join. So the Vikings very well could have been all kinds of people. And there
Sorry,
has been
Bobby.
and
Go
there
ahead, go
has
ahead.
been
You say what?
there's some stories of
It ain't
Vikings
start.
that had like ethnic looks about them. I'm not saying that they were black or whatever, but they didn't all have blonde hair and blue eyes, is what I'm saying, because they just picked up drifters. These are people that were just, you just it's like pirates. You know what I'm saying? You go to one place, you pick up a couple of crew members, and you go somewhere else, you pick up another pack of crew members. That's all it is. It's a lifestyle.
So the pirates today aren't the same. The pirates today aren't the same as the pirates from back in the day. So that's what you're saying. Like the Vikings aren't the same ones that we were told about. They were just a group of people from all over the place that were just doing
Well, of course,
Viking shit.
white people are going to whitewash whatever they can. History is told by the victors. So,
Now
of
let's
course, they're not going to admit that because a lot of
no, because they have admitted it.
people, a lot of race people claim, yeah, we're Vikings, and because they think that that's just pure white, and it never was. Matter of fact, that's not even Norse religion isn't based off of white. You know what I'm saying? If you really think about Odin and like how they teach things, Odin is the All Father. He doesn't say anything about, oh, you have to have blonde hair, blue eyes type thing. It was just
Well, I don't think
everybody
any
did
relation.
well.
I don't
You
think
know
any
what I'm
religion
saying?
has those stipulations.
No, I'm saying that I don't think so either. But um, people who are severely racist, they use Vikings. They like, for example, the Nazis back in the day, when they had those parades, they would have Vikings in their parade, and they would say, "We are." You would have to when you get when if you had a Nazi wedding, you would have to say some type of pledge saying, "I am of Aryan descent." So they're claiming Vikings as Aryan descent, and that's not necessarily the case. So I'm not saying that I believe what they're saying is true. What I'm saying is racists have made it that way.
Bobby,
That's
check
all.
your Discord messenger. Maybe I got it.
So
It's a misnomer. It's incorrect. But this is what people have done.
so
This is
there
what
are there
people have
any
did
American
with it.
Vikings?
So to this day, people
Damn, that
think
shit was
that.
going up. Hold on, y'all. Don't, hey, let me hurry up and get this shit back together.
Hey, so
So like to this day, people think Viking means white, and it don't.
were there any American Vikings? Vikings from America.
The Minnesota
Some people
Vikings.
say, some people say they do.
We live. The Minnesota
What?
Vikings live.
Hell,
The
it's
Minnesota
possible.
Vikings.
Anything's possible. Hell, I wasn't alive during that time. But people have said that there was evidence of some Vikings that came to America once upon a time. That's what some
They
people
came
say.
to America,
So
but they
hell, why
not
not?
from
They in
America, right?
Minnesota.
That what you're saying?
It's possible. Anything's possible. Yeah.
Look, okay, the Minnesota Vikings.
Because you know what? Because when you
They
think
go
about
black
it,
Minnesota Viking up in there.
Canada is really close to the Nordic region, right? So
Uh-huh.
think about all those states in quote America that are close to Canada. So yeah, it is possible. It's not that if you look at the flat Earth map, right?
Uh,
North America in the northern parts, especially in that close to Canada region, it is very close to Europe, North Europe, like the Nordic region, Norway, Finland, Sweden area. It is. Just look at it.
Carly, I was just looking at the map, and I know the lines are, pretty much imaginary, but I was just saying to myself, it's crazy how we're that close to Canada. Like,
Yep.
Canada is like right there. All we got to do is just drive. We got to drive to Canada.
it's part of America.
But it is highly possible that they picked up some fellow clan members from Canada, because I mean there was no differentiation between Canada and the United States in ancient times. It was all one landmass, right? So they technically would be Americans. Canada came way later.
So the whole story about the Vikings, I thought, were because they pillaged and raided every other part of a nation that wasn't theirs. So, just like pirates today, I don't think pirates are made up of all races of people. I think there's certain groups of people that become pirates, and then they just
the Moors are a group of mixed pirates for sure.
Well, the Moors is actually that's actually a job. That's not a people.
They're pirates.
Yeah, that was a job.
They're pirates, and they were mixed ethnicities in these pirate groups.
I'll
The
say
Moors
this.
were definitely mixed.
So Viking was a job too.
The
That's what
Moors
you're
and
saying.
the Jews are the same people. They from the same fucking group. They just split off.
The Moors and the Jews.
It was in-house fight.
Hold on, you can't say the Jews because that's a religion.
Spain was conquered by the Moors. You got to think about that, Lord. They split off into other areas.
Jews, you would say maybe more like Middle Eastern or people from that.
Now, which Moor are you talking about?
Jew maybe did not exist.
Hey, what Moor are you talking about?
France, because you go all over Europe, you'll see there's a lot of Moorish culture over there that they still, celebrate.
You could tell that Moors were different ethnicities because why do you have to specify in black or Moor if they were all one color?
You know that there's different types of Moors, right?
I
What
didn't just
which
say there
which
wasn't.
Moor are you talking about? Are you talking about the Moore or the Moor or the
I don't know nothing
More?
about that, bro. I
Say
know about
again.
the MORS,
Say
the
what?
Moors.
What do you know about the Mo what?
MOORS. Because I see where you
Well,
going with.
regardless, they all seem like religious organizations. So we could sit
They're
here and
yeah.
play all
They're
day
like
long with
you're just
this.
talking. You're just yes, that's right. They're either religious organizations or it's a lifestyle. Either way, none of these are ethnicities. None of them. We're all talking about occupations and ways of life. That's it. We're talking about tribes and clans and shit. That's it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
clubs.
The Jews, the
It's
same people,
clubs.
bro. That's all I'm gonna say on that. Because who built these banks? Who built these churches and all this shit through all occupations? Church is an occupation. Being a preacher,
Sorry
a
to
pastor
interrupt.
is an occupation.
Make sure y'all hit Bobby page and loyal page, like, share, and subscribe, and share the live. All right, yeah. All right, I got it.
I mean, yeah, that pretty much summarized what I'm saying.
And in the
But yeah,
old days, you'll
it's an
notice they
occupation.
specified what type of
Religion.
Jew it was. Like, don't say Jewish Jews or the Swedish Jews. You get what I'm saying? So they had Jews in every European country. Like every European country had a group of Jews in it. So that's why you could tell
Yeah, Russia got their own
Jews.
Jews.
Yeah,
India got
everyone
their
has
own
Jews.
Jews.
And,
China got
yeah,
their own Jews. Japan
they
got their
all
own
have.
Jews.
Everybody has Jews. Yeah.
But if you look deeper,
Even Hawaii.
if you
Yeah.
look deeper, you'll find out that there are only a few designations of Jews.
And
The ones that have come to America are definitely a smaller region than how it is in Europe. I do agree with that. It seems like when you're talking about America, it's condensed, and they just condensed it to like one thing. So to an American, they may think, well, Jews are one thing because it's not spread out and divisionalized like it is in Europe. Like I said, if you're in Poland, there's Polish Jews. If you're in France, there's French Jews, and that's just how y'all see it. But in America, there's only in an American mind, we look at it incorrectly and we just put them all in one category. You think about the Jewish that dominated New York, and we automatically think of that type of Jew. I don't know where that type of Jew is from, but that's what Americans tend to think of when they think of a Jew. So when they'll say, you look like a Jew, they're
is it
thinking about those
Ashkenazi?
New York Jews.
Is it Ashkenazi? Ashkenazi? You got the
Yeah, but
Sephardic.
they're just one type.
Ashkenazi.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they're just one
Yeah,
phenotype.
they got a
They
different
just
type.
we just
Yeah.
happen to base it off of just how we base black off of one phenotype.
I
When we
think
say
it's the,
black, we think dark, nappy headed, big nose, big lips. When actually, if we go to other places in the world, black can mean something totally different. Americans, we just have a very small mind about, these things
okay,
compared to
yeah.
the rest of the world.
Ashkenazi is the ones from Israel.
Okay.
They come from Israel. So
Okay.
I see they just stated in New York City an estimated of 972,000 Ashkenazi Jews live in New York City. And this was in 2002, so it's over 1 million Ashkenazi Jews that live in the area. So you may be talking about them.
Yeah. And a lot of these things were based off of there was a big culture thing going on in the early 1900s in America. because it was actually a lot of it was very divided before the 21st century. It was very divided. The Italians stuck together, the Swedes stuck together, the Germans stuck together. You know what I'm saying? There was no unity even among the white people. You get what I'm saying? I don't know what that change was, but it was, I think they did it with the children. And they made the children be like, look, I don't care where your parents are from, you are white and we are all one. And they made them think like that. So,
It
it changed
may have
after the
been,
fact.
yeah, may have been because of 9/11. That's what I'm saying.
No, it was way
Yeah,
before then. I want
yeah,
to say
yeah.
it started like in 1920s and 30s is when they
Oh,
started to like
maybe because of the epidemics. You know, they had a lot of.
unify the white people. So by the time we got into like the 40s and
Wasn't that
50s,
the
and
Spanish flu?
everybody just became just white people,
Okay.
whether or
Yeah.
not you were Swedish descent, German descent. They just were like, okay, we're all white.
Now,
It wasn't that division.
put this into consideration. Like they had their own pandemic in there, like the Spanish flu. Like, could that been like an influence? You know, with them, like, hey, we all got to work together to get over this epidemic in this time. So we
No,
don't
it
have
was
to.
literally a racial divide because
Oh,
basically it was racially motivated. Basically, they were, you know what I'm saying, after they couldn't do the whole slavery thing, and then we started, excelling like we do. They had to combat that. So the one thing they could do is they said, well, we gotta unite all these white folks. If we can, unite the white folks and just say we're all one people, then it's easier for them to be like, all right,
I don't,
us
I
versus
don't, I
them,
don't, I don't
white
think.
versus black, white versus Mexican. That's it. You get what I'm saying? White versus not white. So they made everybody who's European, North African, and some types of Asian, they considered you all of a sudden white. Look
yeah,
that shit up.
basically
Yeah,
the
yeah,
brown
like
paper bag test. You know, if you
the
pass the
one
test,
drop rule. One drop.
right? Yeah, one drop rule, brown
Yeah.
bag test. Yeah.
It's just so they can basically get this whole conquer and divide and conquer thing going on.
Who is they? Who you
Because
guys talking about?
the powers that be, the people in charge,
The
our
UN, the United
common
Nations.
enemy.
You want to be specific.
So
They set it up to basically they gave these people a taste of superiority. So basically, no matter how much white trash you are, you could be
whoa,
poor, come over here as an immigrant, at least you're not black. You have a common person that you can look down on, you can talk bad about, all of that. They give them a taste of that and they run with it.
I don't know about all that, man.
It's true.
I don't know
Look
if it's
that
true
up.
or not. I haven't seen any proof of that because what I'm saying is that with this stuff we're talking about right now, that word white, like I was saying earlier, can come from a lot of other words too as well. I
Now
mean, black
I'm finna say this right
even.
now. I'm looking at the NCES National Center for Education Statistics. This is part of the UN. This is the government website. Now the definitions for new race and ethnicity categories. It was developed in 1997 by OEM Office of Management and Budget. Now, it's saying right here, individuals are asked to first designate ethnicity as Hispanic or Latino. Then, second, individuals are asked to indicate one or more races that apply among the following: American Indian or Alaska Native, Asian, Black or African American, Native Hawaiian, or other Pacific Islander, and then it got white. It doesn't have anything about you being anything else outside of that. If you're German, you're going to be considered white. White, a
That's
person
what I
has
was saying.
origins in
Right.
any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. If you want to debunk that, go to their website and talk to them.
I
That's
don't
who they
even know. I
claim
don't even know what you're
is white.
referring
And
this to.
then That's what I'm saying. So like in the earlier years, it was a lot more divided, and for whatever reason, they decided, hey, if you're from Europe or you have a light color, we're gonna call y'all all part of the white family. It wasn't always like that though. The Americans that were,
I've
born
never heard
here
of that.
weren't really getting along with the immigrants. They looked at them like they were lesser people too.
So even though they were immigrants, if they claimed white, that gives them what prestige? What is it? What is it? I mean, what is it? What's the reason for?
It gives them prestige over the browns and blacks, yes. Not necessarily prestige in their community, but their children can get it.
So what makes
Yes.
somebody white?
According to their definition, European,
European,
some
Middle
parts of
Eastern,
Asia, and North
North Africa.
Africa, if I'm not mistaken.
So the
Anyway,
immigrants, right?
right.
All of them, if they're from Asia, even if they're from Spanish descent, they're considered white.
Yep, unfortunately, yeah. It's fucked up, yeah.
No,
And what's really
it's
fucked up
not.
is someone like Elon Musk can come to America, get categorized as white, but he's from Africa, and I've never been from Africa, but I'm the African American. It's crazy.
Yeah, but you're not designated as an African American. So look, the only way you can be
Be real, they
designated.
call us African Americans. Have been from Africa,
Who
but
is
a
they?
white person from Africa does not have to be African American. They can be white.
You know
I
you
can't
got the
do that.
choice, right, Gloria? You know you got the choice, right? You don't have to classify yourself as African American.
That's what I just
Oh, you
said.
don't have to. Though. I know that. I'm just
If
saying.
you are
I'm just
federally
saying.
recognized, let's say for example, you federally recognized as Native American, you could be Cherokee, you could be Choctaw, you could be Muskogee, you could
But
be
no, they white.
Algonquin. Listen, let me. If you trace your people to that, you can be classified as Native American.
But look,
You
she
don't have to
just
be African American.
you just agreed what she just said. If they're from European descent, they consider white. So wouldn't that make me, if I'm classifying myself as Native American, white too as well?
Technically, you can classify as whatever you
No,
want. All
no.
I'm saying is
Oh
that's what
no,
they
no.
tell us we
You can't
are.
classify Native
You get
American.
what I'm saying?
That's
We
two
can.
different
No,
groups.
you can. No, you can. You can classify yourself as whatever you want, but society is gonna put you in one category and one category only, and we know what that is.
What category is that?
You know what they
American.
call you. They know what they call us. And if you want to be legally something else without them giving you that, you're gonna have to show your whole life you're gonna have to show paperwork. Because they're not gonna want to believe it. If I tell them I was born and raised in Japan, I am an Asian American, I am not an African American. You know how much paperwork I bring with me with for some shit like that? They're not gonna accept that.
Who?
So yes, I can technically claim whatever I want, but people ain't gonna accept that shit.
Who? What people are you showing this to? Who would you have to show this to?
I'm gonna disagree with that. That portion where you were saying that you can claim, without proof that you're technically could be white and then Native American. You gotta have real evidence to prove that. You gotta go through your birth certificate, you know,
Oh,
your
so
parents, your bloodline. You gotta go through all that.
What I'm saying
You gotta prove
is,
all that. Okay, just say
I
that. Hey,
understand. I'm not saying that you don't, but no one is stopping you from bubbling in whatever race you identify as. I'm not saying they're not going to get no pushback from it, but there's nothing that's stopping you, physically stopping you from circling, I'm a white man. You take us, you take
yeah,
a test,
especially if you're claiming to be a Native American.
and they ask, ain't nobody stopping you from that. You can think whatever you want. That's all I'm saying.
Especially
yes,
if you're claiming to be a Native American,
but
because
yes,
there's a difference
they
between
will
the birth
ask for some proof.
certificate and applying for a job and then putting on a job application that I'm a white person. They're not going to stop that. They're not going to stop that. Put it on your birth certificate. Now that's going to be a challenge. But
So,
you got to have evidence.
but you
that,
just said
hey,
that you can research your family and find out if you part of one of the tribes.
genealogy.
Yeah. And so if you're one of the tribes, let's say you find out you're Choctaw.
And technically, yes, you could be a white person, then it may be somewhere in the line where you find that, hey,
Okay, but
my
other than okay, we're not
great
talking about Native
grandfather.
American. Native American, you have to show that you're part of some council or whatever. But if you were to
Huh?
say I'm Asian, they're not technical. What's the paperwork behind that? I'm just saying. If I said I wanted to be Asian Pacific Islander, are they gonna ask me what my paperwork?
Nah, they
Yeah,
shouldn't.
they're
That's
gonna
why
ask
I'm
you if
saying, who are you
you're an
guys talking
immigrant.
about? Because
If
they
your
not gonna
parents
let
or
you.
somebody was an immigrant that came over here
No,
in 1905,
they're not gonna.
Shit, you got
I
like
disagree. I
1,500
think they're
Pacific
gonna.
races
Islands,
of genders
I
right
don't think
now.
they're gonna ask me.
like the
I don't. I
Samoan
mean, if we're
Islands,
gonna disagree, then they gonna look at me and say, "Man, you ain't Asian Pacific Islander." But no, there's no Asian Pacific Islander paperwork, bruh. There's nothing that says, you know, I'm from,
I'm gonna say this:
Hawaii
a little evidence can
or
take you a long,
Philippines.
a little evidence can take you a long way for them to be like, okay, we can accept it. Even if it's a little evidence, but you prove to me that, hey, what you saying is authentic. So we got to go by your authenticity, and we got to stand on that.
Hmm.
You got to make it believable. If
I
it
think
isn't believable,
You gotta
then
make that
you
shit
can't just
believe.
be
I
like, hey, we're
think
gonna
we
write this
could
down.
claim
There's gonna be
whatever we
more people
want,
pumping
but
behind you.
I just don't.
You can
I mean,
claim whatever you want. I have claimed white on plenty of job applications, and no motherfuckers still interviewed me. My black
Hey,
ass,
Dub, I
even with
already
my
stated
black
that.
ass
I
name.
ain't saying that. Man.
Hold on.
mm-hmm.
I
You
understand
sure
that,
they
but
didn't
I
say
agree with
that you
Cardi
was pretty
about
light
what
skinned?
I have also put this on government paper work. But on birth certificate, my race isn't on my birth certificate. It's probably on the paper that you have to fill out for a birth certificate. But even then, you can still put what the fuck you want to put on
I
there.
agree. I agree. My birth certificate does not have my color on there either. It does not say nothing
No,
about
it does
it.
not. It only has my mother, my father, and the doctor who gave birth to
Yeah.
me.
And
Who
my
gave not who
son,
gave birth to me? Who
doesn't
delivered
have
me?
it
So K
either.
Dub,
My
how
son's
were you
birth
able to get
certificate
away
literally
with claiming white?
it says all it says is American born in Tokyo. That's what it says. American. It don't say what color American. It just says American born in overseas. That's all. That's what it says.
That's what it says for you?
No, for my child. That's what it says. It
Oh,
just
okay.
says American born overseas.
Mine doesn't have American or nothing at all. It don't
Yeah.
have none of that. It just got my mama and my daddy and the attending doctor,
So how were you
resident
able
doctor.
to claim that you were white? How did that work out?
What you mean? I
Yeah.
mean,
Well, if it doesn't say,
I have proof of being a white descendant, first of all, but I've never had to go that far.
Oh, okay. So you gotta have that initial proof in order to make that step. It's not like you could
no,
just, huh? You don't?
I don't think you need it.
So you can just claim it.
Technically, you don't, because who are they to tell you? Yeah, you can just claim.
Okay. So that
Not
works
the
the
two
same way.
snares if you try to claim Native American because they actually have. There is no paperwork on white people. There's no paperwork on Asians. They just have to take your word for it.
So that brings the question, what do the Native Americans have that white people don't have in order for them to have the privilege of only claiming, or certain people claiming
Because
their?
they have because these Native Americans have like this. I don't know what it's called, but it's like this Native American paperwork that you keep with you. It's like you keep it with you because that's why they always ask you, "Are you Native American?" Because if you have the papers to prove it, you get these little perks they call it.
Okay, you get a perk.
So
Like a tribal
yeah,
card or some shit like that.
when you're on a reservation, like you grew up in a council or reservation or whatever, that's where you were born. You have something. I don't know what it's called, but it's some type of document that does prove that, because that changes things. That's the only one that changes things. Everybody else, it don't really change much. It's the same thing, whether or not you say you white, Asian, black, whatever.
So don't you think it's weird
You can
that
claim.
they think that white people run everything, but in order to be white, all you have to do is just claim it. Versus the Indians, you got to go through all this paper trail and all that stuff, and they are considered deprived or depraved or some shit like that. Like they are taken advantage of. But everybody will say that white people.
You're right, but I don't think that they don't really make it seem like you can be plain white. I think, a lot of people who are black and brown, most of us don't think that we can even are allowed to be to claim white. You get what I'm saying? I think that we'll think that maybe we'll get in trouble or there's going to be some kind of something. You know what I'm saying? We're just taught to either, if you don't want to be black or African, then you say other, biracial if you want. But we were never told that, hey, it's okay to claim white if you want to. Like it's almost like a stigma behind it. It probably isn't.
So can Native Americans claim white? Can they?
Huh?
Can Native Americans claim white?
If they want to, but I don't want to think you get
Yes.
these so-called $5 Indian. I think there definitely are some that do, especially if they don't want to be associated with that.
Because then that would bring them down from their status of being Native American, right? So from what it sounds like to me is that
I'm gonna be real with you. I've never seen a wealthy Native American. So I think you still have a better status as white. I don't think Native American is a flex at all.
So you never
I just
seen
never seen really rich Native Americans before.
What about the casino owners?
Running shit.
They're not rich?
The ones who run this shit are the white folks, let's be real. And the ones that are in Beverly Hills and all kind of rich, big ass mansions and shit like that are the white people. I don't see the Native Americans do this. I know they run some casinos and some shit.
Yeah, but how can that be when anybody can be white? How can that be when anybody can be white? But not everybody can be Native American. Doesn't it seem a little...
Everybody can be white, but I don't think we're told that, so nobody really does that.
Okay, so...
Some people do. Hispanics do it. There's some Hispanics that say they claim white, non-Hispanic. There's lots of... there's the white... there's a...
and they also claim Native American, too. They claim
right.
Native American
too. There's a Hispanic girl that's playing. She's playing Snow White in the new Snow White movie. They doing a Snow White live action movie, right? She's Hispanic, and people are already talking about it. They're saying, "Oh, she's Snow Tan."
How do we know
she ain't Snow White?
But look,
because she's Hispanic, and she says from her mouth, she says, "I'm white Hispanic." That's what she said. She says, "I'm white Hispanic." So she categorized herself as white.
Okay,
that was her. That's what she did. So some people do that.
It just doesn't seem like
just will claim white, even if they technically aren't.
It just doesn't seem like the title white has any prestige versus the title Native American or Indian, and that's why nobody
definitely has a prestige over that. How
it's not exclusive to just fair-skinned people. Anybody can be white.
Yes, but not everybody does that.
That makes it non-prestigious, because prestige brings, isolation or confidentiality or some type of term like that. It doesn't bring...
Majority of the population...
Huh?
when they say that they're white, they usually look kind of white. The majority of people who are black or brown do not claim white.
Well, then
Not
that's
because
contradicting the whole
mostly it's just
statement
because they
about.
just don't know they can.
So that's contradicting the
We
whole
don't think that we
statement.
can.
It's contradicting the whole statement about these European countries claiming white and these Asian countries. Because if a white person can only be fair skinned and that's it, then Asians, Mexicans, Arabics, none of them people should be able to claim white. But you're saying that they can.
Um, Hispanic people, I'm gonna tell you why. They Hispanic people and Arabs claim white because if you look under the definition of Caucasian, they claim Spain and North Africa. So you can say I'm Spanish, therefore I am white. By definition, that is a Caucasian. That's in black and white.
Native
That's how you
Americans
can
are
get away.
Spanish too. So they're white. That's what I'm saying. But they've cornered the market
They can
on.
claim what they want.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about whether or not you have the ability to stop other
I
people
think
from claiming it.
in some people's culture, especially like Native Americans and Asians, they like white people, but a lot of them don't think it's an honor, or they don't think it's a flex to be a white person. Like Korean people want to be considered Asian. They don't want to be considered black. They're proud of their Korean heritage. You know what I'm saying? And that's not something that they would want to do. That's all. But technically, yes, they can. But in their culture, that is not necessarily the thing. Maybe there's a bunch of $5 Indians that hate white people, so they would never want to be categorized as one.
Well, in this case, they don't have a choice because if the same people from the region where they derive from are considered white, that means that they are too.
No, of course
Which
they
really
have a
doesn't.
choice. People who are brown and biracial, they have a choice. You do.
What
Just people
choice
don't
is that?
realize that they do.
And what choice is that?
Or culturally, maybe they just don't want to because they have a bias against a certain thing.
All right, so that brings us back. That brings me
I
back
think we,
to the
I think we
question.
should all just claim ourselves as white just to fuck them up. Just to fuck with them. We're all white now. We should all
I'm
just
gonna
say we're
say
white.
that. Like, yeah, you're correct on that, probably, but you can prove that you got white people in your family, the bloodline. So yeah, technically, yeah, based off the evidence, yeah, you can prove that.
Where are you guys
But you
getting the
can't.
proof
Well,
I
from?
mean, that's the,
listen. Unless
Hey,
you're part of the royal family, or you one of those hillbillies that just, you got uncle daddies and shit.
I'm
We're
agreeing with you.
all
I am
mixed.
not disagreeing with that point.
We're all mixed. So technically, we can claim whatever the hell we want.
well, you can't really say
Especially if you're
that
a
though.
brown person because you're biracial. Hell,
You
there's
can't really say that.
50%, there's 50. You can just choose who you want to be at the end of the day.
Hey, you
Choose
can't.
what you want to identify with.
You can't really say that everybody has a different race in their bloodline. You know why? Because where does your bloodline end, or does it continue even though your aunts and your cousins are doing shit? Are they part of your bloodline? Let's
What
say
I mean
let's say
is,
your aunt marries. Let's say
listen, remember how we were misclassified
you're
in the
breaking up.
1800s? Right? I am?
Yeah, it's
Hold
like
on, let me get off the Wi-Fi. Hold on. I'll just turn my Wi-Fi. But in the old days, and we've been misclassified for centuries, all right? So the thing is, yes, there could have been some Africans in your family, but you know what else could have been in your family? Some Native Americans, some South Americans, hell, some Asians, there's some white folks. Because back in the old days, they looked at it like this. Remember what I told you? They did us versus them. You're either white or you're not. And if you're not, you go to this side. If you're white, you go to that side. So there is a possibility when these slaves were, doing the slave thing, we weren't all one people.
with
It
different
was a
colors.
whole bunch of black and brown people all mixed together. We were all together. That's what I mean when I say we're not all one.
So what about the fair-skinned people? They don't fit in that category either? Because if we look at it like this, right? Just because your great aunt had a white husband and they had a half mixed white and black person in their family doesn't mean that affects you. You see what I'm saying? That just means that it affected them and everybody that falls under that
There were
bloodline.
people, and you got to remember, there were people who were fully black, but yeah, think about them black folk too. And a lot of those passing black folks lived as white people, married white people too. Just saying.
So it's not a skin color thing. It's a you know,
If
a
they
title.
get whatever they can get away with.
It's a title.
Shit. If I lived a couple of years, if I could lived 200 years ago and I looked like I could pass for white, I would probably live as a white person too. It's a better quality of life. It is what it is. It's survival, bro.
So, but if hold on, so let's look at this realistically. If you're a light skinned person, let's say one of the most, if we're looking at the screen right here and we're looking at the most light skinned person on the screen, that would be K Dub. If she claimed to be a white person back in those days that you're talking about, because I don't believe in that stuff, then would she be accepted as a white person?
No, not me.
Okay.
There's people that's lighter, way lighter than me and my family.
So
My
it
grandmother
has to be
could pass for a white person. My great grandmother could pass for a white lady.
My great grandfather passed. He was passing, and then his granddaughter, and it went all the way up into my mom. Until my mom got to about in her 40s, I thought she was a white woman, even in my childhood. She finally darkened to a perm. So what I'm saying is, oh, go ahead.
No, you good.
So she said she grew dark?
People from Ireland, the black Irish people that came over here, when they immigrated over here with the white people, they would be classified, under that white status, quote, that's white.
Did you say immigrated?
Hold on. Even though they're black immigrants that came from Ireland, and they're the black Celtics over there, because they was already over there, they still would be considered white because it's in Europe. Ireland is in Europe.
So it has nothing to do with their actual skin color.
It doesn't have. No, it doesn't, bro.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have anything to do with it.
It debunks that whole skin color shit.
Okay, so if that was the whole premise behind this stuff, right? Then it seems like it wasn't about skin color. It was about your title, your nobility. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point. I'm gonna give you that. That's a good point. That's something to think about.
So if that's the case, then we can't say that the right race is running everything. It's only the powerful people that's running shit, and that could be any color. And then on top of that, we can also say that being Native.
Lawyer. Well, no, understand. Not mean when they say white people run things, they're not literally talking about skin color.
That's what I just said.
Mind, they're not.
Lawyer's on the point.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, he's on point.
That's what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Okay. My bad.
No,
Go ahead.
you good, Kato. Go ahead.
Okay, so then we can honestly say that the Native Americans aren't the true natives because of the fact that you can claim to be Native American. The only way that they would be true Native Americans is if they were born here.
See, that the term Native American is watered down It's watered down.
So once they're born here, that makes them Native American.
It's diluted. It's super diluted. Native American, just throw it on the ridge.
Yeah, so white people can be Native American, black people can be Native American, Asians, if they were born here. That's what makes you Native.
On a reservation.
I don't know about that.
Enrolled in the tribe. Yeah, you can be classified as Native American.
Okay, so since we're talking about
that tribe,
go ahead, my bad.
It's like this. You're adopted. I adopted this white child. Now this child of mine is Native American.
But that's only by title only, right? Or is that by by relation?
It's both. Title and relation.
Title and relation. So even though they weren't born,
I'm basically their parent. I'm basically the guardian of that child.
Because this is good stuff. Because this speaks to the mind frame.
So they gotta take what I give them. They gotta take my status because I'm supervising them. So now they're being bred into my tribe.
Yeah, but they weren't born. They weren't born into your tribe. They weren't bred into your tribe. They were accepted.
Brought in.
Yeah, brought in. So hold on. So what that makes me think is
they're taking my status as a Native American.
Yeah, out of title, not out of.
They still keep their white status as white and Native American. They just added on to their name.
So
that's like a child being lost in the Amazon, and now they're being adopted because they don't have no home to go to. Their parents is not looking for them no more. So now they're basically Amazonians. That child is.
Okay, so that would also
they don't always have in mind that I'm Amazonian. I'm not. If they see their parents when they get older, you're not going to recognize their parents. Are they not adopted, but their actual parents? Because they're gonna always look at themselves as Amazonian. Even if their real parents get them, they're gonna always have in their mind that I want to go back home and meet my other parents, because that's still a part of them.
Okay, that's good. But what I'm saying is that brings also to the fact that when we look into becoming a certain, because I'm not gonna say race no more, because we've obviously proved that it doesn't matter what color your skin is, you can claim whatever race you want to claim. That's the whole thing. That's what everybody knows now. You can claim whatever you want to claim. It doesn't matter unless someone challenges your title. That's the only way you can be accused of claiming someone else's, their title too. Because Native American is a title. It's not actually race of people. So you can go down the line and you can cherry pick any one of these. And that includes the Aboriginals too, the Moors. Everybody can cherry pick this stuff. They just got to be able to stand by their claim and not be deterred.
Even the term Native American, you got to be real specific. Like, you got South America, then you got North America. Like, what are you technically referring to as a Native American in the English language?
All the tribes. All the Indian tribes. All the Indian tribes of America. That includes Canada, Mexico, and South America. That's what I'm including as Native American.
Yeah, I was just trying to understand that part.
So anybody can claim that just based off of the fact that they're taking on that title. Because you don't have to be, according to what you guys are saying, you don't have to be actually born into a certain group of people in order to claim that people's heritage, culture, ethnicity, and all that stuff. Am I right? Or am I wrong?
Right, because you could be adopted into a culture of people too.
Exactly. So all of this stuff is made up.
Of course.
Now listen.
It's all made up.
Now I'm looking at the definition. This is off their website that I was reading off of. Black or African American, a person having origins in any of the black racial groups of Africa. Who in here can say they got origins in the racial groups of Africa? Nigerian,
What type of
and
origin?
other groups.
Titles of nobility origin or
No,
blood
listen,
origin?
Lord. Listen.
Uh,
Black or African American. And here's their definition. A person having origins in any of the black racial groups of Africa. See, this is where it becomes a little trick.
well, to me, that means that a person origin comes from the word originate or original. So if you originated from Africa, that would prove your origin. But if you didn't originate from Africa, how can they say that you're from Africa? They can't. So it's all a construct. It's all a make believe construct. The same thing with the white people construct too as well. Anybody can be a white person. Just because you got fair skin don't mean that you're white. Just because you got dark skin don't mean you can't be white. It's the title that we're looking at. So the title proves that you're a white person because the white person is a title of prestige. Same thing with Indian, Native
I
American.
think this is what I'm saying this. Like, it'll be diluted. Like, if you don't have any third generation or fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh generation evidence to say that, hey, my people came from the Congo, the Congolese, or Nigeria, or any other parts of Africa. I don't have any of those evidence to prove that on any of my documentations that I have a fifth, sixth, seventh, tenth, and up generation to say that I'm technically black or African American.
Yeah, but what if you're like Carly and one of your relatives were born in Africa, like her son was born in Japan, so he's
He has
American.
Evidence. He has evidence that he's African American.
Say
That's his
again?
evidence. He is African American.
Nah,
Yeah,
that's not evidence that he's
that's
African.
evidence right there.
No, that's evidence that he's Asian.
No, lawyer. Bloodline, bro. His
Bro,
father's bloodline doesn't come from Asia.
what we were just talking about.
Technically, he can be a dual citizen.
Yeah, we just talked about you don't have to have it in your blood in order to claim
This
it.
is the point that I- this-
According
this-
to Japan, like he can be a dual citizen. He can't claim full Japanese, but he can argue the fact that I
He
was
was born
born
there.
here and I spent most of my life here.
And that's his origin.
They can grant him dual. So he'll still be considered an American because he was born of American parents, but
That
they
have
will give him
origin
something
here in America. Yeah.
for the fact that he was born and raised over there.
Yeah. So yeah, the
Hold on,
origin.
'cause this is you contradicting myself, right? This going back to the point that I made about this child being lost in the Amazon island. And some tribes in the Amazonian islands, whatever tribe name it is, they find this child, they bring them in. See, that child isn't Amazonian through the blood lineage. And this going to go back to the point that I'm making with Carly's child. The child was brought over in Japan, lived in Japan for a minute. So technically, yes, the child can be dual citizen, but still through that child's bloodline, the mother is American, the father is African, Nigerian. Because the child can prove through blood lineage that the father's parents are from over there. And Carly is from over here. She was born here.
Yeah, but
That's
he
the
was
point I'm making.
he was born in
Yeah.
Japan. If we going off the same
The child was
premise,
brought over there, but not through blood lineage. So you gotta.
if we're going off the
Disciples.
same logic though, QB, then we're saying the mother was born here, the father was born in Nigeria, the child was born in Japan. So that means he's Japanese. If she's American and because she was born here, and he's Nigerian because he was born in Nigeria, then you can say the child is Japanese because he was born in Japan.
You totally missing my point. No, I'm not saying it. I'm not. I'm basically saying through blood lineage. I mean, yes, the
Yeah,
child can be dual citizen
So
because the
what
child was
blood
born
through
over there,
blood
but
lineage,
the
he is
child,
through blood.
is it? A
You're
blood
right,
type?
QB, but we're talking in specifics of how they look at it is where you're born is where you're from. That's your nationality. That's how they look at it.
There you
Now, as
go.
far as in blood, you're right. He is American and Nigerian.
What
Isn't that where
what
his father's from?
what blood test are you guys talking about? According to his blood.
ain't no blood test, bro.
I know. So
Y'all
why are we
still
saying
I'm
that?
speaking of no blood, but that's just how we've been taught to think. You know, when two bloods mix, an American and a Nigerian, you're mixing blood.
Because we were ignorant.
That's an
Now we're
American.
not ignorant. We have the understanding now that we're not gonna
all
go
right.
off of those old
Japan,
ways.
all right, a Japanese has a different phenotype. Now, you looking at the phenotypes of a Japanese person.
What's that?
They got
Describe it,
some have
please.
slanted eyes.
Okay.
See, you gotta see that's what I'm saying, bro. The child isn't taking on a Japanese phenotype. The child is taking on a father and a mother's phenotype.
Which is Nigerian or American?
And if I look at the child and I'm like, you're not Japanese. You don't even look like your dad. Somebody else went inside the mama, and now I'm confused.
Hold
We
on,
don't have the
QB.
same nose. We don't have the same eyes. We don't have the same hair texture. It doesn't even look like you're mixed.
So hold on.
So
So
you from somewhere else.
you're saying if you
This child is basically being adopted in Japan. That's what I'm saying, bro.
oh, okay.
But that goes along with the dual citizenship.
Have you ever seen
Dual citizenship, it doesn't mean that you're Japanese, and it doesn't mean that you're American. It just means that you just have a perfect marriage of both. So you're just out, so you'll get more privileges than a regular, just American citizen, but you're not quite a Japanese citizen either. You would still be considered what they would call a gaijin, but
what does that
maybe
mean?
a higher level of gaijin,
What does that mean?
foreign. So,
What does
you know,
gaijin mean?
anybody
Does that mean
non-Japanese is a gaijin.
gaijin means foreigner?
Yeah.
Okay, so he would be considered a foreigner because of his phenotype, with like what
Right.
QB was talking about.
And the only reason why they think that is because Japan is 80% homogenous. So they can't consider anyone other than them being them. They don't know, they don't understand it because all they see is them. It's a very homogenous country. It's not mixed like, you know, some places are. You know, Indonesia might be totally different. Indonesia has Indonesia, Malaysia, you got different phenotypes all over the place. It's a mix. So you won't get that reaction. But in Japan,
So you're
South
saying there's
Korea,
only fair-skinned
North Korea.
Asians. There's only
Hey,
fair-skinned
North
Japanese
Korea.
people.
you know what I'm saying? They're like, yo, everybody got black hair and yellow skin, and that's that. That's it. That's how everybody looks. You go your whole life and see nothing but people that look like you.
And a great example is North Korea. They keep it in their unit. Like, we gonna look like this, the child gonna look like this.
Hey,
Well,
Sharon said.
unlike China,
Hey, Sharon
Japan
said.
kept their doors. They kept their doors closed until World War II.
Hey, Sharon said your nationality is determined by your father's bloodline, as per the Bible.
Yeah, that's what people say, but
So, the bloodline, right? That means that look.
I never categorize my son as African American. He will never be African American. I don't care what nobody says.
Okay.
Why? Like, why would he not accept that? That's his father. Really?
Because his father
that's
from Texas.
Hold on.
His father is from Texas, not Nigeria.
But his bloodline goes back to Nigeria.
And his mother's bloodline is Aboriginal.
Hold on.
So
He's
Hold
half
on. What is
black.
what
He's not
Aboriginal you talking
full-blooded
about? From Australia?
Nigerian either. He
let's
ain't
take into
full-blooded
account
Nigerian either.
Hold
he
on.
still got that
Australian
Indian in his
Aboriginal
bloodline though.
or the fake
That's gonna pass
Aboriginals of
off his
America?
phenotype. When
Listen,
his child, when his children
his
grow up,
mother's side of the family is Aboriginal. His father's side is Nigerian.
we
He
know
was
you're
born
Aboriginal.
here
So
in
you got
Texas.
that.
So he is not full-blooded Nigerian. Period, bruh. He's not.
You're Aboriginal. The mother is Aboriginal. The mother is white, and the mother could possibly have African in her. So
She's
yeah.
not, though. She's not African.
Okay, look. So look, check it out. Hold
Hey,
on. Hold on. We got some conflicting statements saying that you are what your mother is and that the bloodline of the father.
I'm not saying that you are what your mother is or you are what your father is. I'm saying I never categorized my child as African American. If I'm not African American, neither is my child. I'm just going, and that's just my choice.
What are you? What are you?
However,
that's
comma,
basically her opinion in her way. That's how she's
that's
gonna treat
not true because no,
What is
I'll
it?
give him. I'm gonna do it like this. He has an African name. I make him learn it, and I make him respect it. I tell him the tribe that his grandfather is from.
Wouldn't that
I tell him
be
what his name means. Huh?
telling your child that he's not African American, but he got an African name? I'm just trying to
I
understand
don't
that.
tell him none of that. I'm saying I don't label it in as in on black and white.
You literally
I
just said that
say
you
that.
tell him that his name was African, though. Like,
And
I
with
tell
the rules not
him
Carly,
about his African.
has Kai been to Africa? So with the
No,
rules, okay, so with the rules not apply to Kai the same way we apply to everybody else, because he ain't been to no fucking Africa. His daddy is from Africa, but has his daddy ever lived in Africa? His dad, his dad's blood is just fucking African. And all of this shit about blood is this, blood is that. Why are we giving titles to bodily fluid? That shit
Because
is
you guys keep
pseudo as
saying it.
fuck.
You guys
it's
keep
not
saying
you
that.
making it. You water it down to like bodily fluid.
I mean,
basically,
that's
it's like
what
this.
it is. Your blood. Your blood is
Oh
You
my
know,
god!
your
I'm
the
bodily
reason
fucking done.
why
fluid.
the reason why I didn't explain it to him like that and I didn't tell him either or because he was already confused when he became self-aware. Because he was already extremely confused from the beginning. So I just made him what I am. Because okay, you gotta understand, he was what, 5 years old. And he's just like, Mommy, where am I from? I'm like, well, you're from here, you're from Japan. He goes, so I'm Japanese. Well, no. So I'm American? Well, kind of. You get what I'm saying? He was very confused and he didn't know what to call himself because the kids at the school were like, you're an American. You're a Gaijin. And he's like, but I've always been here. You get what I'm saying? So he was confused. Huh? So basically, the way I explained it, oh, go ahead.
No, I'll let you rock. I'll go after you.
So basically, I'm just trying to explain it to this 5-year-old, and then he, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just like, I did tell him, I'm like, okay, so you got, you know, you have original, you Nigerian, and you're Japanese. But to a 5-year-old, they're just like, wait, what? You know? So I had to simplify it. You know what I mean? And then I left it at that. And then on black and white, I just put whatever I am. Whatever I am, that's just what I'm, put him
He's a
as.
Karen. He's a Karen.
I do not deny him the
He's a white.
knowledge
He's a black
of.
Karen.
Can I second finish? Hater. Now, I have explained to him where exactly the tribe that his grandfather is from. and have already made arrangements with his grandfather that he will go down there and visit with them so he can understand that culture and be with these people. Okay? So I don't deny that of him either. I'm just saying on black and white, I don't put that. That's my choice. You call it what you want. But I still don't deny him the fact of the knowledge of his Nigeria side as well. I do give him that knowledge. I have explained it to him. He has a 12-letter last name that he has to memorize. He has an African name and he knows it. He knows the meaning. He knows the tribe that it's from. So don't do me like that.
Hey, you got it. Go ahead, Kim.
So there's confusion in what you always remember always positive are Native American, American Indian, this, that, and the third. The confusion is, from my perspective, what I'm read is on purpose, right? The Native American title or class was created post deconstruction, right? Basically, when, in my view, the world Jews came along and they placed the American Indians with the Native Americans, calling them indigenous, calling them indigenous, when realized a lot of them come from the South Pacific Islands, Vietnam, stuff like that, assuming the role of the American Negro, and that became Native American. After that, when the white people came along, that's when the $5 Indian came along.
The Chinese,
Native American was just
the Chinese doll slaves.
Yeah, the Native American.
Yeah.
They call them Chinese doll slaves in the 1800s.
And in the 1800s, they let some Asian people be honorary whites too, and it gets real confusing then. There was a time that
and so
the Japanese or the Chinese, they let them be honorary white. Which one was it? Around the same time they did the Native American thing. Which type of Asian was it? You know?
I can't speak on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't speak on that, but you're on it though. That's basically what happened is when the Americans, the United States corporation system was implanted here. That's when the Native American talk came along. There was no Native Americans basically when before they came over here. The Native Americans was created to allow immigrants to have that class of Native Americans. That's why when you go to other casinos, it don't look like the darker complected black people per se. It's the Native Americans because they were in here in the reservation and basically took our place from my perspective and what I've read.
So that goes along with the NAACP, founded by the Germans and all these other groups that we think is ours. It's founded by Germans and Jews that we think is ours, and they became lawyers and all these other categories and stuff like that. Like you look at the hip hop industry, ran by it.
Yep, facts. And then we became minors,
Walter Plecker, he was one of the founders of the Planned Parenthood. Him and forgot the other name. Margaret Sanger. Yep. And he made it a ability to basically reclassify the natives in Virginia, and that was the Virginia Act. I want to say.
One thing I've noticed about the foreigners, whether they're Asian or African or Indian, you notice that when they come over here, they go hard or go home. They all become doctors and lawyers. You don't see these people in the hood like that. You ever notice that? They set their standards so high. You didn't pick that up?
Tell me out. It all depends.
You know what I'm saying?
Because
when they come over here, you know what I'm saying? And I never see them in the projects like that.
Well, I've seen them in the projects before, and then also they work in the projects. Plus, keep in mind this too. A lot of them, what they'll do is they'll all collectively come together and then move into one house. So whether that's in the middle class neighborhood or something like that. But when I go to my gas station, I always talk to this boy because he's been there for quite some time. He's young. And I'm like, oh, how long you been in America? And he's been here for like at least 5, 6 years now. But he's been in schools, and I'm like, well, damn. Once you get out of school, you're gonna have some type of debt or something. Like, what the hell? Like, and plus the hours that he work at the gas station, I'm like, nigga, you work around the clock. So I'm like, they already get
I think
four. Mm-hmm.
I think foreigners get better college deals. Like I think they have like it might be
Yeah,
like
they
how
do.
you like
Mm-hmm.
it might be similar
Like
to
the
what
exchange
how it
programs
is
and
in
shit.
Scholarship.
Japan.
Yeah,
Like in
scholarship
Japan over
program.
there,
Yeah,
like
it's
in
scholarship
Japan
program.
and Korea and China,
Yeah,
you'll
Yeah,
notice
it's
like
kind of like an
certain
occupation.
countries
yeah,
It's
certain
almost like an
countries have these
occupation.
agreements. They have these agreements, right?
Now,
And you can get these contracts with your specific country. And they
yeah,
have all these cool little programs that you can do. That, you know, you come over to this country and they'll put you with this nice job. They give you these classes, and you'll come out better than a local.
Mm-hmm.
In America, we do that. We treat the foreigners better than our own people. But these other countries, you can't do that. If you try to
yeah.
do that in Japan, right? You come over there as a foreigner and you would try to come up, you will never do better than a local. They
Well,
make sure of that.
put
I
this in mind. Put
still be better in somewhere like in that in formation. I know many of
I
the people
can't
that
really
I
hear
went to
you.
school
Yeah,
with,
you
they took
chopping
a
up.
I can't think of okay,
You're
hold
breaking
on.
out, huh?
I'm gonna let you finish that one though, because I was gonna add on top of what Carly was explaining. But basically, it's like this. I don't think it's a local issue. I think it's the people in that environment that they don't go out to really get the jobs that they need to be working, and those jobs offer them benefits. Like for example, like local, it could be Walmart, it could be Target. They got
Why
programs
can't
where
we
you can go
set
to
that
school.
standard for
They'll pay
our
for it.
kids, though? You
They'll
know, why
pay.
can't we do like the
They'll
Asians and the
pay for you to go to
Africans and be like, why you no doctor yet? You know,
school.
why can't we do
Because
that shit?
Let me finish my
we want to
point. Hold on, hold on, hold on,
eradicate
hold on,
those
hold on.
laws. That's why.
Let me finish my point, please. Let me finish that. I don't think it's a lawyer. I don't think it's a local issue. I think it's people just don't want to work, and the immigrants come over here and they work twice as hard. They save their money and they keep their money in their community. That's something we don't do. So we can't get mad, or the local people in the area can't get mad because they don't get those opportunities. You have the opportunity. You just don't put yourself in that position to work as hard and apply for those scholarships because it's out there.
Well, what if we do work hard?
What's
Because
your
what I
problem?
have noticed is for us, some of us, we do work hard, but we have to work twice as hard than the foreigner because, again, the foreigner has a step ahead of us. Don't you remember that part, that interview with Muhammad Ali? And they wouldn't let Muhammad Ali inside that restaurant, but an African walked right in and he said, oh, you let the African in. He African. He ain't black. You can let
Man,
him
look
in.
at a barbecue
He
today.
treat Africans different, man. It's sad to say. They're not the same. Just saying. Just
I
saying,
get
man.
what you're saying.
I
It
feel like the
could be
only
that we don't do it. What if we just are not given the same amount of privileges, if you will?
And
I
I
feel that
say and I
we haven't been giving the opportunities. So therefore, we don't want to work hard to get it. We say F the system, so we choose not to work as hard or harder. And then the only class of people I think that is bound by the old law is black people. That's why we were always called minorities, not necessarily
why do
minority
we
as
play
in
ourselves so short? Why do we play ourselves so short? Me being a person,
historical trauma.
it I mean, I that's and I get that, but when we say we don't take these opportunities, I really get infuriated because I'm just like, what the fuck are y'all seeing? Everybody's suffering no matter the race. It's not just black people in this day. I'm not saying that I'm not with that whole rhetoric of it is no glass ceiling or blah, blah. I ain't saying that. But we way past that point now. We can move past that obstacles, and if it comes, it comes. Hey,
We ain't moved
whatever.
past it. We still there. If we had moved
I
past
mean,
it, how
what
come
in
we
what
still
way?
there?
What
And
way?
think
In
about it.
what
Think
way?
about it like
In
this.
what
Think about
way?
it like this. I'm gonna tell you how. Think about it like this. Here it is in 2023, right? And there is still uproar about a doggone fish. People are still in uproar, outraged over a color, over a damn fish of a children's cartoon. We got
What
adults
fish? I went.
raising
Okay,
hell
Carly,
over that
Carly. This
in
is what I
2023.
feel. This. Hold on. Wait a minute. That small group of people that focus.
But it's not small. It's at a
Okay, wait a
massive
minute.
scale.
Okay, how? Okay, we don't know how many people exactly are in the fucking world, but bro, everybody is dealing with some type of dumbass situation, and at this point, the people who want to get there are gonna get there. The people who don't are just lost or just being rocked to sleep. We help as much as we can, but other than that, everybody ain't falling up under that.
See,
Black people
the
are
reason
behind.
the reason why the other nationality, the other ethnicities can't really relate is because they did not go through the same thing that we're going through. Yes, other ethnicities have gone through there too. But I remember there was a documentary and they were just interviewing Africans that came over here, real African Americans, not, people who were from Africa and they came here so they can compare. And these Africans were outraged because even these Africans never had to deal with the shit that we dealt with. And now they're being treated like black people and they're outraged. They're just like, we had no idea. When we talk about the slavery and stuff, they don't really see that over there in Africa. You know what I'm saying? And
Until they get
they were
here.
just twisted. And they
Until they
came
get here.
here. Yeah, and when they
Un,
get
un,
here, they're mortified.
but
They're just
but let
like,
me tell
I
you,
can't believe you
this,
lived like
Carly.
this.
But
Mhm.
let me tell you this, Carly. At the say they see the discrimination against the black people, but you know what they do, just like the other foreigners. They had a business, they go to school, they focus on them, and they break the glass ceilings. So that's why I'm just like, okay, I
Because
understand. Yeah,
they
they
can
foreign.
though. Because they're
Okay,
foreign, they
but
can do
guess
that
what? Guess what?
easily.
When they come over here, they're still faced with oh, you're not American. They still faced with racism as well when they come over here. They not always accepted. The same way when we go over there.
But think about it. As soon as we all have a birth certificate, we all have a social security card, that automatically puts us in debt. We don't even have a chance by the time by the time we come out the womb, we already are slaves to the Federal Reserve. But
Can
when
I
you
say
are
How
a
something?
could this be
foreigner,
the same when the same white people get a
Hey,
birth certificate and a social security card too? So are they
that's
in
true.
debt too?
Yeah, we
Can
all
I
are,
say something?
unfortunately.
Okay.
Systematically, we're all slaves
Y'all
still.
niggas hear me?
Yeah, but then
Yeah,
again,
we hear
Like,
you.
we're
We hear
going
you.
oh, they're
we're
trying to
going
talk.
back
Hold
we're
on.
going back to AKW. Yeah, we're going back to class though. You know, with the white
I'm
people with the
trying.
white birth
Hold on,
certificate.
Zay trying to
No,
say something. Come on, man. Hold
let me
on.
Yeah,
get it out. Let me
Zay
get it
is
out.
trying to say something.
Go ahead. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. Go ahead. Because you're in the middle of saying it.
So yeah, so we're talking about status when the white folks or whoever comes here and classifies as white, that creates a different status that the common folk don't understand or realize. So what Carly is saying is we're born in debt, but we're also born dead. This goes back salvage title, the citizenship,
Mm-hmm.
the birth certificate. All these are a weight on the people, whether you're
Mm-hmm.
white, black, Cuban, Asian, but the fact that we're considered black, dead, stateless, without a nation, that is what creates a further barrier. Now, I can
Well,
go to a job and work my way up to a manager position or this, that, and third, but my lineage, my family lineage, is not necessarily going to get to the pinnacle of where we want to come to as long as the status is black. And that was all more talk at this point,
hold on, QB.
that's the
Hold
difference.
on, QB.
Oh, go ahead, Zay.
I was just gonna say this real quick. I think we confuse it, or well, we are We're confusing society discrimination with economic discrimination. So that's the only difference. Everybody faces some types of societal discrimination, whether you're Jewish or white. This and everybody goes through and I'm just saying as in like what we go through on a day to day in the street. But when it comes to opportunity, resources, information, and stuff like that, we're a little bit behind on that and the aspect of we started the game a little bit late. Everybody else get the rules straight handed to them, or they can go and seek out the actual help from said groups of people that's out there, like case managers and this that'll point them in the right direction. Now, us on the other hand, we have to do our due diligence of having to find our resources, and finding resources is kind of scarce with if you only stick in your community. So yeah, we got resources within the black community and rich people and this, that, and the third, but it's kind of scarce when it comes to them wanting to offer you or help you or aid you or guide you in the right direction of becoming more financial freedom.
Exactly.
So
just like the HOA, you know how the HOA came to be, and they did like a hidden camera exercise, and it was this year, and they had a black lady and a white lady. They had the same amount of money, and they both went to the same realtor, right? So the white lady, she was able to get shown houses immediately, right? But when the black lady with the same amount of money, when they were like, they gave her a hard time. Basically, they didn't want her in that neighborhood. So they did whatever they could to make it so difficult for this lady.
I can relate to this.
You know what I'm saying?
Now, I can. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying about being in this. What I was saying about being in the South. I'm not gonna say that the shit doesn't happen, but it's just really. What are we doing about it? Is my question. Are we not doing something about it, even though it's so fucking hard?
I'm gonna say this.
Not?
All right. I'm gonna say this right. Y'all familiar with this show called?
Well, don't let me finish, man.
Go ahead, Tito. My bad.
No, go.
Oh, no, you finish.
I'm good. No, go ahead.
Finish it. What you said was.
What you got to say is a little bit more important than me. So go ahead.
Contrasting from theater and reality. All right.
Who's contrasting from theater?
No, I'm not saying. Go ahead.
I'm just playing QB. Go ahead.
Now I was gonna say, show called Them. Basically, what you saying right now?
Redlining.
Mm-hmm. Now the show goes into like dark psyche of the black upbringing, from being poor in I think it's North Carolina. That's where you started at. They went through all this and dealing with racism. Then they was given the opportunity to go to another place and find more freedom and make more money compared to where they were staying. And then they was dealing with way more worse than shit. Living in a white neighborhood. They was being treated wrong. The man was being treated like shit at his job, thinking that they was gonna give him leverage. And it gave him more help. So that pretty much sums up that all of this is basically theater in a way.
Now, this is what I'm saying as far as in most of the rich people that I know don't necessarily work for a corporation. This is what I'm saying by as far as, and we've always had that. Now, I'm not saying, I'm not saying that, there isn't any racial discrimination. I'm not saying that at all. But, I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. So, yeah, just go ahead. I'm distracted as hell over here.
Go ahead now, K-Dog.
I'm trying to fry fish, y'all. I'm sorry. Pardon me.
Fry that fish, girl.
QB, why can't they get their thoughts together? Hey, QB, you right on the money when you talking about that redlining. What it is, so there's
it's theater. It's theater, bro. It's like they then sell it to us to make us fall into their trap. Oh, we gonna make it a reality. We're gonna put it on the newspaper. Yep.
There's a term
on Martin King Drive. we swallow it instead of going to our local damn, what's the word I'm looking for? Local judge, not judge, mayor's office and shit. But basically going to the mayor and be like, hey, we're not gonna accept it. That's how you get shit going. Like we're going to the mayor's office.
Hold on, let me help you right there, QB. It's actually the state that determines that. And I think that y'all may be and I'm not saying on one particular person is misunderstanding what redlining is. Redlining is a real thing. The first house I bought, the deed was very specific that my quote unquote black ass could not own that home back in 1967. It's a real thing. These things are laws in states now. They're still on the books. They're just not enforced. It's a very real thing. Their legality is saying that people of a quote unquote certain color cannot live in quote unquote certain areas. The HOA is
come through, girl. That's what I was saying.
The HOA is a private entity. They are not governed by no state laws whatsoever. So when it comes to that, the lender and the state determines where people of a certain ethnicity, of a certain color, of a certain demographic can live. By systemic and systematic, black people are the permanent underclass. It's not about what you achieve individually. As long as you look the way you look, you will always be identified and classified.
Still a nigga in the coop.
Correct. So it is not about individual accomplishments, because no matter who you are, what do they see first before you open your mouth? They see a quote unquote black man, African American. I'm just saying this for the sake of context when we're talking about it from a societal standpoint. So no matter who you are, where you live, if you get documents that are dated, and if you go to your local registrar, if you go to the records room at the courthouse, you're going to see what redlining is truly about. And it still exists today. That's why many of the quote unquote urban cities have, whether it's a river or a highway in between them, because that's the lining to keep the black, quote unquote, black folks within it. So yes, it's not an actual line that exists, but it's still very prevalent.
It's an imaginary line. It's dealing with the psyche aspect of racism.
It's not, but you have to remember, it was still created and it's implemented and it's still on the books. So it's not theater of the mind. If you can go to your local,
no, what I'm saying is,
state library,
go ahead.
Or your General Assembly and find it. So it sounds great in conversation, but in reality, it still exists for people who are 70, 80, and 90 who had to live it in real life, in real time for them. So as long as they're still alive, it's still within our life.
That's a lie, Humlin.
I'm not stating it like it's not going on.
That's a lie, Humlin.
I stand to be corrected.
You talking about stemdemic, a stemic, pandemic?
How is it a lie when they literally just show that this happening?
Who are they?
Exactly what she's talking about.
Who are they?
Year.
Who are they?
You can see it. Look it up. Look at the
Who are they? I don't know who they are.
Look at the hidden camera.
I don't know who they are. They could be you and Humlin.
Right,
they seem like you and Humlin, tell you the truth. You and Humlin seem like they. Who are they?
Don't do that.
Nah, I'm not doing it. If anybody I hear talking about racism more, I haven't heard anybody talk about racism more than you and Humlin. So I think the day is y'all.
Who day is irrelevant.
Okay.
What we're saying is there is proof that this is still happening today. That is what I'm telling you.
It's still happening today? Who is they? That's what I'm asking you. Who is they?
This year, and it was on the news.
So who is they?
They were talking about it.
Who is they?
I didn't say they. I said it was on the news.
You said it doesn't matter. It's happening. It's happening to them. And I'm asking you, who are them or who are they?
Why did you dodge this coat hanger for 9 months? I swear to God.
You are they. That's what it is. You are racist not only against white people,
Lord
but
have
against your
mercy.
old people too. That's why you don't
All
want
I
to
feel
call your
sorry
kid an
for
African
is the
American.
missus.
Let's just clear the air real quick. Is
Right.
racism
That's the
and
issue.
reverse racism all in
Quote-unquote
one?
black people
Somebody help.
cannot be
Ain't
racist.
nobody
By
holding you back.
definition,
You can do whatever the fuck
they're
you
not
want.
racist. And that is not what we're talking about.
Okay, what are
And
you
I
talking
was
about?
very clear when I said that.
Nah, you weren't.
That
Go
yes,
ahead, tell us. Tell us
and
who you
so
was clear about.
hit the rewind button. I
Okay.
said that individually we can still accomplish what we want. But the
Ain't
system
that
is designed for a people to be a permanent underclass.
Hold on.
As of this conversation, we are in the permanent
So hold on. The
underclass.
individual can do
If
what they
you
want, but
or
it's
if
designed
you
for
really
a
want
people.
to
Aren't the
look up
people
the
made up of
origin of
individuals? It doesn't make
HOA.
any sense,
If you
Humlin. I
listen,
think
if
you
you
today.
research the origin of
I think you
HOA,
today.
you will see that it was literally made to keep certain people out of
Man,
the neighborhood,
y'all fake oppress.
aka us.
Y'all fake
Get 'em,
oppress,
Carly.
man.
It is
That's that
a
fake
fact.
oppression.
It is in history. It's in all the books.
That's
All
fake.
you have to
It's
do
fake.
is take, okay, but where's your proof?
Where's my
All
proof?
right? Where's your proof?
You're actually my proof.
Because I have an
You're
E that
actually
says
my
otherwise.
proof. You're
Right.
proving to me
So
that you
that's
can do
how that
whatever you
closing.
want to do and ain't nobody holding you back. Now, is that oppression?
That's not true.
It's not.
That's yes. No, I
That's
am
not
not proof that
oppression.
I can do
Stop
whatever the
being
heck
fake
I want to
oppressed,
do.
man. Come
I
on.
haven't been able to
We
do
too
whatever
old
the
for that
heck I
shit.
want to do.
We too old for that shit.
That's not true at
Get 'em,
all. I
Carly.
didn't say that.
Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
What's
Keep
wrong
up
with
that
you,
fake
bro?
oppression. I'm going to mute up. Go ahead.
I think he's just trying to keep us talking. You know what I'm saying? To make sure
Yeah,
that
he's
we're like,
trolling. That's what
yeah.
lawyer does best.
I don't think he's like me and for real, for real. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like totally submissive to his
Lawyer
wife.
does
Like
best.
I
Lawyer.
would not be surprised that she's the one who actually wear the pants and he's like on some yes ma'am shit. I'm telling you, that's the type. He's that type. But that's why you get your rocks off over here. Because you know damn well. Well, we
Let's
get
go back to the
off.
point. Let's not worry about what lawyer and his wife got going on. Let's just stick to the topic.
I'm just calling it what it is. I'm calling it what it is.
Hey,
I know this type. But I'll mute up. You got it. What are you doing?
Yes, he will. Blessed and highly favored. Shouts out to the chat. I'm eating my last meal of the 12th of June in the year of our great Lord, 2023. So you all got it. I don't want to be chewing in the people's ear. I want to be
lawyer, you
considerate.
still there?
The lawyer is Googling some notes to attempt a comeback at our beloved Carly, which he will fail at yet again. Hallelujah, won't he do it?
Oh, he's gonna try. He'll try.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
We
still
can change the
here.
subject.
He's getting scary for help.
We can change the subject. Let's get back on what ethnicity
I'm still
and
here.
who do you think the Egyptians
I
were?
heard all that crap they was talking.
Who were the Egyptians to you?
No,
So
you
like
ain't even
how do
finished
you
what I
feel
asked.
about the Cleopatra thing? Go ahead. You know,
It goes back to the point.
with
Like
the bald-headed lady as Cleopatra. What's the name?
the lady that plays Cleopatra.
Yeah, the bald-headed lady. What's her name? Jada Pickett.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jada Pickett ain't no Cleopatra.
I don't even.
Y'all know Cleopatra was fair skinned.
Follow.
So
I'm
let's.
just saying, like, what's
So
your
let's.
opinion?
If we're going by history, like y'all going by history, let's just say it what it is.
Hold on, lawyer. Hold on. Before you go on a little into.
Huh?
Let me finish my little point, and then you can go.
Go ahead, dog.
I look at it like the Harriet Tubman movie. The lady that played Harriet Tubman, if you ask me, was she designated for that role? No, because she's not American.
What?
It's like
You gotta be
Jada
American to
Pinkett.
play Harriet?
Jada Pinkett.
Okay, but Cleopatra was a real person. Harriet Tubman was not.
Oh
No.
shit! Hold on, hold the horses.
Harriet
How
Tubman
I know
existed.
Cupcake.
do we know?
We can't get mad about
Civil rights movement ain't saying that Harriet Tubman is fake.
How do we know that she existed? How do we know? How do we know that she existed?
How do we know that she existed?
She could be made up too, just like Harriet Tubman was made up.
Oh shit!
We can. Well, okay. Well, Harriet Tubman was made up for an agenda.
So what is Cleopatra made up for?
And so is King Tut and all the other pharaohs that have, you know,
y'all pick and choose what y'all want to believe, man. Y'all wishy-washy as hell.
Places and stuff.
Wishy-washy as hell.
You know what I'm saying?
It's like how long? 30 BC?
Right, but if you say that, then where does it end? If you saying that Cleopatra didn't exist, then where does that end? Are you saying that about King Tut too, and all the other pharaohs that existed?
Yep, none of them existed.
You
have a better chance with saying that Harriet Tubman existed.
And no pharaoh ever existed.
Hey, Harriet Tubman was created in our lifetime.
Was a person who was
not
created
no BCE
for a specific agenda. But
I would say this.
What was the agenda?
I would say this to say that she didn't exist because Cleopatra is an English name given to her because they couldn't probably translate the language they were speaking in that time. How do we know they went by names? How do we know that? How do we know they translation? Like how do we translate the language? You know, that's my question. She wasn't called Cleopatra in 30 BC.
Hold on, I bet Carly know what she was called. No, wait, Humlin know what she was called. Go ahead.
You know, that's all I'm saying.
Crickets.
My food is getting cold.
Crickets. You know what? That was crickets, just like when you said this shit about my wife.
I said I was eating 5 minutes ago. Don't even try.
All right, so go ahead. What was the true name of Cleopatra?
I'm gonna finish my food so it won't get cold.
It's
already cold.
You know what? Go ahead and eat your slop.
2 seconds.
Go ahead and eat your slop.
Charlie got it.
Eat your slop.
No. I gotta go, but I'll be back.
Take me a little smoke break with Minnie anyway.
Salutes.
But, yeah.
Salutes to the racists. Hey, but look.
Go back to this point though. Like, am I saying anything wrong? I'm just questioning. You know, like, with all the shit we learned in school, I want to throw all that shit out. Everything.
Go ahead. That includes civil rights too, and all that shit, slavery, all that shit.
I want to live right now in this world.
Okay. Throw away all that shit, cause it ain't benefiting us. It ain't fucking proving nothing. It just makes people continue bullshit for years, assume certain identities for years. You know,
pseudo psychosis.
Exactly.
I'm gonna call it that.
I'm glad you said psychosis because
Loyal. I'm with you on that, Loyal. Going back to time immemorial, man. You know, is what is the root of a lot of the confusion. I feel like we don't got to go past, several grandmas ago or his, oral history to make a determination of where you come from. But like you said, QB, you said your point. My point would be the psychological subversion of the Negro, basically using a whole bunch of tricks to writing yourself out of history, using media, entertainment, Disneyland, the rap and the songs to change our minds.
We know they speak in perversion. Disney, all these fucking shows, is perverted symbols. If you know what the fuck those symbols is, Child Lover Boy Association, you'll throw all this shit out the fucking door.
Yeah, but they play on our emotions. That's why they put characters in their cartoons that depict slavery and, the minority. They do shit like that.
So this whole LGBTQ thing, all that other shit, it always been like that. That's their culture.
Well, it's them trying to be something that they want to be, but
That's
they
their
really
culture,
can
bro.
be. But by all means, be you, do you. That's how it works. But if we're looking at reality, nah, man, they just like us.
When we look at reality, we looking at symbols. We looking at symbolism. They speaking through it, bro. That's reality for them. That's their language for them.
Well, if that's their language, then we ain't speaking it right because we can't understand what they trying to get at. I don't understand what they trying to get at. It ain't my job to try to understand them. My job is to make sure I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. And from what I see, there's not enough discrimination in this world to stop me from doing what I'm doing. All my kids, all my family members. You can hate us all you want. It don't matter. We gonna still, as long as we motivated and got the will to do something, we gonna do it. You can call us anything you want, and
There you go.
that's the whole
I
problem with
respect that.
people.
I
They
respect
think
that.
that people gotta like them. Ain't nobody gotta
Mm-hmm.
like you.
And this how it go. It's so easy, but it's hard.
Thing
You just
I was saying though, in a way, like, fuck all that shit. Nigga, we living, we live.
yeah. Fuck
I
all that shit.
mean,
Yep. You
I'm
said,
not, but hold on, wait a minute. And
man.
my
I'm not.
grandfather,
Yeah.
wait, no, QB, wait. I have to be respectful of my grandfather who went through that shit, whether it was theatrics to y'all or not. I'm still respectful because I didn't go through that. I didn't go through getting watered down and bit by police dogs. My granddad went through that along with being in war. I
We
didn't
know
go through that.
racism is
He
real.
did.
I'm not saying racism doesn't exist.
I'm
Oh,
saying it
okay, but
does.
I'm just
I'm saying
talking
it doesn't
about that
exist at all.
time. I'm talking about that time frame. I can't sit. I'm just gonna respect my granddad on that and move on. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all you can do. Whether you agree with it or not, respect it and move the hell on.
Hey,
Have your opinion about
with
it,
all due
but
respect,
respect it
I
and
don't
move the hell
believe
on
in it.
because you did not live through that.
I
None
didn't
of
believe
us,
he
all
did
these
either.
periods that we speak about, none of us lived through any of them.
I don't believe
So,
any of
but
it.
what we're talking
It's all
about is up in
fabricated.
air. So we really don't know.
It's all fabricated. I don't believe any of it. With all due
Okay, so
respect.
guess what? Okay, wait a minute. So guess what? Your great grandchildren are going to say everything about your life is fabricated.
Exactly.
Any struggle
Because it was
that
my
any
life, it's
struggle
not
that
theirs.
you went through was fabricated.
Exactly, because it's my life, not theirs. I can make up whatever I want when I'm gone. They can make up whatever they want when they gone. I can make up
In
anything
reality,
I
there
want
are
about my
people that are
past.
still
You don't know.
alive right now.
You don't
There are
know.
people that are still alive right now.
What did I just
That
say?
everything you're saying, they still have
They can make up their past. People always try to
Oh,
virtue
Lord.
signaling to get pity. All right.
Nobody's looking for pity. It's
My
their
granddaddy
reality.
doesn't look
I'm
for
not
pity
saying that.
at
I
all.
said
If
people.
anything, that
I'm
makes
not
them
saying
more
that.
astute in this society. My granddaddy is 77 years old and he's the most astute man that I know. It doesn't mean that he's looking for any fucking pity. He's a strong man, a stand-up man who went through some shit. I can't take that away from him.
I'm
And
not
I
saying
never
take it
will
away.
try.
I'm not saying take it away. But don't try to make us believe what you believe.
But hold on. But that goes for everything now, Loyal. If that's the case, because that's just like the medical system then. When people say, well, the medical system is bad because it's killing people, well, that's only happened to a
In
certain
real
amount of people,
time.
not everybody.
In
So,
real time. In real
no, but
time.
everything could be like that.
Where are you seeing oppression at in real time? And where do you see white people oppressing black people in real time? We see people dying from the medical treatments and medical practices
It's a
in
system.
real
We're not
time.
seeing everybody individually. It's systemic. There's a difference.
Oh, it's systemic. It's imaginary. It's behind the
No,
scenes. It's cloak and
no, no, no,
dagger, right? Y'all gotta
no.
stop doing that shit to
No,
yourselves.
no, no. No, well, you just said it for the medical system. So if you can only say that you see it, and then when other people say that they
You
see
don't
stuff
see
in the
it?
system, and
You
you
don't
say that
see
it's
it.
not true,
You don't see it? In real
everybody that's
time?
went through the medical system, they good.
How many people you know today got lynched more than the people you know that's dying from vaccines?
Millions.
Millions of people got lynched. Get the hell
Lynched.
out of here. We would run out of fucking trees. Get the hell out of here.
We went what on trees?
We would run out of trees. We would run out of graves. Ain't no millions of people getting hung for no shit like that. Come on, man.
Well,
Let's
goddamn, I done
stop
seen the
living.
grave fill
Let's
up
stop
over.
living a
I've seen the
dream.
grave fill up, and it's still room for motherfuckers. So what are you talking
Hey,
about?
let's stop living a dream. Okay? Let's stop living a
Nobody's living
dream.
a dream, lawyer. The only thing we're saying is we can't speak on a past time because
Hey,
we didn't
Martin
fucking
Luther
live it.
King had that dream, not you. Let Martin Luther King be with his dream,
Yeah.
and
Okay,
you
and guess what? Did
live in
you witness
reality.
Martin Luther King give that speech? Did you witness him? Were you born in that time frame? Were you there?
You're right. I wasn't there.
If you weren't there, then we can't fucking say what the fuck was going on. Only
Well,
thing we can
hey,
talk
you're
about
right.
is
I think it was
now.
all
And
bullshit
you
anyway.
saying
I
that
think he
you're
was
saying
saying all
that
that for
now in
bullshit
your
anyway.
lifetime you haven't seen any oppression.
You're
Okay,
right.
that's you. It's other people
You're
who can
right.
say otherwise.
You're right. I haven't seen any. So how you gonna say it's synthetic? It's synthetic. It's a pandemic.
Wait,
Who
lawyer,
cares? Who
slow
cares if
down
it's
and know what
systemic
you're
and a
saying. Who
pandemic?
has said that? Who said that, lawyer? Slow down and know what the
Answer
fuck you're
up.
talking about.
Answer up. Answer up. You know who you are. Go ahead, Humlin. Answer up. Your girl said it. And you know who said it.
I
Often
don't
who I
know.
am
No,
engaged in with in conversation
Hey,
I just
with
is
this
it
named that
is it
lawyer.
in
is it systemic?
conversation.
Is it
Okay,
systemic? Is it a pandemic? Is it systemic?
Yes, it's
Is
that.
it systematic? What is it, Humlin?
it's
Tell us.
it's both.
So we can
It's
know which
both.
racism is affecting you. Go ahead, tell us.
Well, it
And
wasn't technically
personally, I never
systematic.
made the claim. I never made the
Have you
claim that it was
I, I,
directly,
I make
personally affecting me.
Oh, okay. You
I put
speaking
it
up for
on.
others. I feel you. You speaking
It,
up for others.
listen, it can be systematic because one, even if you use the criminal case system, look at criminal case law. Two people of the same nature can do the same crime, but if one is one race, one is another race, you can see in record that
What
the
record? I don't
time
see any of
span
that.
given to each individual is different.
I don't see any of that. What record?
And
Look it up. It's
I've
all
seen
public
that,
record.
I've seen that
Man,
here
go on
in
with that
Tuscaloosa
shit.
County.
You just
I've
making that
seen that
shit up.
here in Tuscaloosa County. No,
No,
nobody is
it's
making
public
it up.
record.
I could
You
pull up
making that
jail
shit
data
up.
right now and
Hey,
compare.
you motherfuckers know y'all making that shit up just to prove a point. It's all right
No,
though.
you go to ndjudicialcasesearch.com. Each
Uh huh.
case will come with the race of the person, and it'll tell you what they were ended up with through the judge. So it'll say if
Okay,
they
what
got
case are you
15
talking
years,
about? What
5
case
years,
are you
2
talking
years.
about? Let's go into it. What case?
Any case you want to do. Drug cases, do you
Oh,
want
so
to
you're
do
saying that?
trafficking cases? Do you want to do
So you're saying
what
white
cases you want to
people?
do?
You're saying white people get off on charges that black people get arrested for?
And
Exactly
that's
right,
a fact.
people.
Huh?
I said, I said, there's one person of one race and a person of another race that do the same crime in two different
So
times. They
so it's
both
not
get used
racism.
different times.
Is what? It's not racism. Is what?
Racism.
It's racism. So
Mm-hmm.
one person of a different race, so it could be a white person against another white person, and that
That
work.
wouldn't be a that wouldn't be a different race then.
Oh, we were just
That would
talking
be the
about
same
we were
race.
just talking about white people and the Jews.
But you just said two different races, not white people and Jews.
That's what I'm
The Jews
asking
isn't
you.
a
I'm
race.
trying to figure out what you're talking about.
Jew
So
isn't a race.
I'm talking about what Humblin just said, systematic racism that you just had to point out.
how is
That's
it
what I was talking about.
systematic? How is it systematic when both parties are getting arrested?
Did I say that?
What are you?
said
That's what I'm saying.
Lawyer.
that they give the people.
They'll
What are you
Hey,
talking about?
let Love say finish.
I said the time that they give the people.
Oh, the
You can get
time.
5 years, and another person get 15 years for doing the same crime.
and the bond will be different in
Oh
some
man, come
scenarios
on, bro.
as
Y'all just
well.
making that shit up. You cannot know the reasoning behind that.
Nobody is making that up, lawyer. You can
That
go
is
look that up for
that
yourself.
is
Now,
made up. You know why it's
I
made
don't know
up? Because
if
you don't
they're
have the
basing
same
that off
conviction
of a
that you did
person's
about the
criminal
racism.
record.
About
I
this, then you
don't
do the
know if they
racism.
base that. I don't know if they base that off of a person's criminal record or not when they place the
Well,
bond.
ask Zay.
But
Ask
I've
Zay.
seen that happen.
Ask Zay.
Who that, baby? Who that?
Zay. You hear what she
You can do
said?
first offense. Can you do not first offenses, Loyal? You know what first offenses is? That means no record before this. No record. But we'll just start there.
So
Now what?
so hold on. First offense of
Now
doing
what?
what? Of doing what?
Any crime. Pick a crime. I
Oh,
told you.
okay. Any
Any
crime. They getting
crime.
5 to
Any
15 years
crime.
for any crime.
Any crime. I said
Man,
pick
come
any
on,
crime so we
bro.
can figure out the
That's
crime.
that's
Now
that's
you
really
taking the
Oh,
words
convenient.
out.
That's really convenient for the
the
conversation right now. Any crime, any
conviction of
crime.
a controlled substance,
Uh-huh.
methamphetamine, fentanyl. You compare
Okay,
two
well, show
women,
me
a
the
black one
cases.
and a white
Show
one.
me
I
the
bet you the
cases.
black one is going to be higher. The bond is going to be set higher for the black woman than it will be the white woman. But they're both trafficking methamphetamine.
You're making that up.
This That's not made up. I
Yes, it
bet you can
is.
find a case that does that.
You
I
making
bet
it
you
up.
can.
Go ahead.
I
Find
bet
me.
you your top
Find
dollar
me.
you
Hold on.
can.
Hold on. Find me 2 identical cases where the black person gets more time than the white person or any other race of people,
Yep.
based on the fact,
Yep.
that they
Yep.
of their race. Go ahead. Show it
Yep.
to me. Show it to me. Two cases
No, you
identical.
can Google it.
Oh,
Google
okay.
it.
I
You
see
can
how
ask
that's really
ChatGPT,
convenient.
you can ask Bard, you can ask whoever you
That's
want
really
to ask. But I
convenient,
just told
man.
you.
That's really
I just
convenient.
told you.
He's trying to set you up with this, K-Dub, where he said that they openly admit it's based off of racism.
What? I didn't
That's why
say
he's trying
shit
to set
about
you up
openly
there.
admit. I said show me 2 cases of with 2 different races of people, and the black person out of the 2 races get more
You
time.
go look them up, officer. You have.
Hey man, I'm
you
not the
have
one
more
claiming
access
that
to
bogus ass
database
shit.
than
I'm
I
not the
do.
one claiming that bogus
Go.
ass shit.
You go look it.
You had a
You
whole
go look-
speech.
you.
Zay had a whole
You.
speech. Hey, Q said you gotta have receipts. Y'all ain't got no receipts. Y'all, what y'all saying is
You
bogus.
ain't the president of Tierra.
I said,
I don't give a fuck
I
what
said,
you say.
QB said you gotta have receipts. If you ain't got receipts, shut that shit up.
When I offered
Shut
the
that
red
shit
pill,
up.
You said it wasn't
Marissa
real.
Alexander, that's her name, Marissa Alexander, compared to George Zimmerman. I'll just land that one right there.
Marissa Alexander compared to George Zimmerman. Okay, go ahead. Compare it. Tell me the intricacies of the case that make them similar, and then tell me how she was racially discriminated against and sentenced to more time. Go ahead, tell me.
Well, you just answered on the question because she was sentenced and George Zimmerman was not. She fired a warning shot.
Was George Zimmerman found guilty of self-defense? Yes or no? Was he found guilty of self-defense? This is a trick question. Go ahead.
It's not a trick question.
I'm asking you the trick question. Was George Zimmerman convicted of self-defense? Yes or no?
Self-defense of what?
Yeah, what was Trayvon
Hey,
doing to him?
he was convicted of self-defense because they let him go for self-defense. Now, what does lady get caught up for?
You didn't answer my question. Self-defense of what?
Say again?
What was he defending himself of?
From being attacked.
From who?
From the person that attacked him.
So did you read the case?
Yeah.
So you telling me?
So you should know exactly what I'm talking about, right? Because you read the case too, right? You know who attacked him, and you know how he was attacked, and you know what he did to defend himself against the attack, and they considered it self-defense. That's why he didn't go to prison. Now this young lady you talking about, the one you comparing it to, let me know about that. I don't know about that.
Once again, so let's not act like we don't know how court works. So if nobody is there to represent themselves because they're dead, aren't they only taking one side of the story?
No, they're not. They're taking the side of the evidence.
What was the evidence?
Video evidence.
That he was attacked.
Yes.
Pull it up, Boyle.
Yes. You pull it up. Just like you told me, you got Google, pull it up.
You said it.
Pull it up.
Pull it up. No,
Pull it up. And I want to see this case that y'all racist asses talking about that some black lady got accused of. Your systemic racism. Man, y'all full of shit, man. That's all that is. Y'all want to be victims so bad, you'll make up stories. You'll claim other people's history like it's yours. And you'll act like that you've been deprived of something when you have it better than any other motherfucker around you.
Who said that?
That's a damn
Who said
shame.
that?
Something wrong with you, man. Something wrong with you. Something wrong with you. What's wrong with you?
Bro.
You're being, because
You're
somebody said none of
ungrateful.
that
You're
shit. I didn't say
ungrateful.
that at
You don't
least.
see what you have. You don't like where you're at. You don't even like yourself. So you will make up
Who are
anything
you
to
talking
see.
to?
I'm
Are
talking in
you
general.
projecting?
I'm
Are you
talking
talking
in
about
general.
yourself?
I'm talking in general.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
K Dub.
Well, for why?
K
For
Dub, you
why?
ain't never
For
been
why?
discriminated against in your life. You just making up shit, and you always making up shit to prove your point.
Okay.
Now I'm talking to
Yeah.
you.
Well,
Now
I'm in the
what?
South, baby. I'm in the South, baby. So I know what I done been through. I don't give a
Man,
fuck
you ain't
what
in
you
the
say.
South,
Or
because if
those
you was in the
reporters
South,
you
according
came
to
in
you would
on.
have been
You
burned out
can kiss
already.
my ass. You
Now,
can kiss
If
where
you
the
was if
sun
you was
don't
in the
shine,
racist
bitch.
South, you would have been burned out and hung already. What are you talking
this,
about?
this,
Shut
this
your
the funny
ass
part
up. Y'all
Well,
was,
just
if
be
you live
making
in the
shit up.
South, well, you will know that it's technically still
You guys are
segregated, but you don't live
racist,
in the
and this is
South.
considered reverse racism.
You don't live
All
in the
right, and if I
South,
don't
though,
say
so
something
you
about
don't
it, I'm
know.
just as bad as y'all.
listen,
That's why I'm saying something.
listen, listen.
What? Go
So if
ahead.
you go back, if you go play back, probably last year when we was on Key Channel, right? I told y'all that I sued who the U.S. Army military base for what discrimination on the military base. So if discrimination isn't a real thing, how would I be able to sue them?
You're not suing the base. You're suing an individual.
Who did I sue,
You're suing
Royal?
an individual.
Did the individual cut a
And the
check,
base
Royal?
is and look,
Did
and
the,
the
hold on,
base is
Royal, Royal,
defending themselves
Royal,
on their
Royal,
behalf, on
Royal,
his
Royal,
behalf.
Royal, who cut the check?
Huh?
Who cut the check?
Who got the what?
Who cut the
Who
check?
cut the check? Who
Who
cut the
cut
check?
the loose? Who cut the loose? Who
He's
cut
work.
the loose?
Hey, he's working under the capacity of the government,
It
so
definitely,
they're at blame. They're at fault.
it definitely wasn't the individual, my friend. The individual is
The
not on the check.
individual does pay for it. You know why? Because
The
most
individual is
likely
not
he
on the check
lost his job.
because it wasn't just an
And
individual.
look,
It was an
if you
establishment.
was suing for
Well,
discrimination and not for the paycheck, you would have sued the individual,
well,
not the base. That's how it works.
hey, William, I followed the proper protocols on base
You
through math.
you took the protocol that allowed you to get paid for it. Because if you would have sued that motherfucker, you wouldn't have got shit. So you took the path of least resistance and you
Of
sued
course,
the
of
base.
course,
But
of course.
if there was discrimination from the base,
Hold
then
on,
you wouldn't have won.
Royal, guess who took accountability for the discrimination? Oh, Lord, I just keep taking you out. Nigga, the base did.
No.
Thank you. Sit your ass down,
You
nigga.
know why the
Bye.
base? You
Who
know
cut the
why the
check?
base paid
Who
you?
cut the
Because you
check?
were an
Who cut the
employee. You
check?
were an ex-employee of the base, so they compensated you for your discrimination charge against the individual that discriminated
Now, hold
against you.
on. See, now you're wrong again.
There you
Wasn't an
go.
ex.
There you
Wasn't
go.
an ex. Loyal. You wrong again. I wasn't even an ex-employee. Still was at the establishment.
Okay,
Now you're still wrong
you were the
again.
dependent,
Still wrong again.
a
Still wrong
dependent.
again.
You were a
Still
dependent,
wrong
right?
again.
Weren't you a
No,
dependent
I was at work. I worked at the establishment. What are you talking about?
on the
I still
base?
work there.
On the base.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
you were an employee of the base. What you talking about?
You just said that I was an ex-employee. That's what I was clarifying.
Oh, so you weren't an ex. So you were a employee of the base. That's why they compensated you.
What the fuck did I just say? Look, I said that.
So it can't be discrimination against the base. It's against that individual.
No.
Since that
I don't
individual
need
don't have no money, you can't get none from him. So you went to the least
to.
resistance, which is the base.
Once again, the base is the one who approached me. I didn't have to do no reaching out to any and everybody of nothing at all. The base reached out to me and was like, oh, we can go ahead and take this to a higher level. We're gonna do an insight investigation first.
Hey, Jesus freaking,
Hold on.
Jesus freaking Christ! You can come on the panel if you think if I'm screaming.
You give you the thing.
Nah, I was responding to the chat. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. But yeah, nah, it came from the base in the establishment. It had nothing to do with the individual because one, no individual took accountability for the discrimination at all. It was more of a management thing. So it was a multiple person thing, but all the people in management were of one race. So
Okay, so who in management discriminated against you? That's the individual you took. Dude, that's the individual you accused. It's not the whole base. So don't try to make it seem like it's systemic from the whole base. That's what you're trying to make it seem like.
Hold on. So where's the accounting department of Loyal and Base?
Uh huh.
God, where's the accounting department?
On the base. What are you talking about?
Correct. Is it in the establishment that you work at, or is it a different building? Let's
I
break
don't
it down
know.
first.
Every
'Cause
place is different. You acting like I
right,
know exactly what you're
right,
talking about.
right. You don't know what I'm talking about because it involves you.
Man, I know
I'm trying to
exactly
figure out
what you're
what
talking
involves
about. You're
you.
making up some shit trying to claim that the whole base was discriminating against you.
Hold on, did I say the whole base?
Well, then why you bring it up then? Because we're
I
talking about
said,
systematic and systemic racism, and none of that applies to your situation.
I said who took accountability for?
Discrimination does not apply to racism all the time.
That's what I did. Hold
You can
on.
get
Did I say
discrimination
who took
for being an
accountability
elderly
for?
person. You can
Who
get
took,
discriminate. Go ahead.
hold on. I can give another example, right? On Southwest Airlines. Once again, I told this story too, about last year. And I said, discrimination and racist discrimination. And guess who
The
reached
whole
out? Not
Southwest
the
airline.
individual.
The whole South
Not
has.
the individual.
Hold on. The whole Southwest airline.
You want this loyal.
Because we're talking about systematic and
Hold on.
systemic. That's what we're talking about.
Loyal.
You're talking about the whole Southwest airline, right? Was racist against you.
You're not letting me speak.
Go ahead. That's what I'm talking about.
That's not
No.
what that means, Loyal.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
But anywho, the Southwest Airlines headquarters
You done eating your
out to
slop?
me, not the individual.
Okay. You can't sue the individual because they broke.
You do understand the individual is representing a what? They're wearing a uniform. You know that, right?
So hold on. So are we talking about systemic or systematic? Which one are we talking about? Neither. Which one are we talking about?
No, you are
Right.
Which one are we talking about? We're talking about an individual that discriminated and was racist against you. One person. And now the whole company's racist. Y'all crazy, man.
Discrimination. Hold on.
Okay, if
Discrimination.
that's the case, it's systemic then.
Really?
But hold on.
So the whole company is racist.
Before
That's not what
discrimination
systemic-
wasn't real,
You know,
before racism was real, and now it's real again.
Go ahead. Is the whole company racist?
Go ahead, Loyal.
Is the whole company racist? Southwest or the whole base that you was at? Is it whole base racist?
Who?
No, it's not. Come on, bro. Let's be honest, man. Let's just be honest.
Loyal. Who took accountability? Let's be honest. You never answered that part.
To pacify you, I would take responsibility too.
All right, thank you.
Because you're gonna just claim that everybody's racist if we don't say nothing.
Thank
When it's
you.
only that individual. That's called. You know what that's called? That's called reverse racism.
Thank you.
That's called reverse racism.
Thank you. Come again. I'm glad that's what it's called.
It's called reverse racism because the company had nothing to do with that, and you're utilizing your status to get something from a lot of people that don't have shit to do with it.
Like 10 minutes ago, racism wasn't real. Discrimination wasn't real.
It's not real. It's not real. Racism requires multiple factors. That means that it has to be of a group. If somebody's being racist against you, that's not racism. That's you and that individual.
Jeez Louise, but I'm not mentioning the group when I said the whole base thing. I asked you where the accounting department.
So the whole base is racist. So that's what you're saying. The whole base is racist. Oh man, you're such a liar, bro. You just changed up your whole story. So the whole base is racist now. The whole base is racist. Man, get out of here with that shit. Hey, you ever served in the military? Cam B?
What you got on the table? What you got on the table? No.
Well, then you don't know if it's racist or not, brother. So stay in your lane. Stay in your lane. You talking from a civilian standpoint, and from where I stand, civilians are liars. So let me tell you this. First of all, if you're going to say the whole system is racist, then that means that you don't have no options but to be in poverty. What's helping you that the average black person can't get?
And that is not what no one was saying. You wouldn't be quiet for 2 seconds for someone to get the point out.
You ain't got no point. The only point you got is the one that's on the tip of your nose. You ain't got no point. Go ahead. Point it out, Pinocchio. Point it out, Pinocchio, with your lying ass. Go ahead, Pinocchio. Point it out. Point it out.
As soon as someone starts saying something, all you can do is go ahead and
Go
say
ahead, man. Go ahead and say it. And abbreviate on that. Go ahead. Say it. Tell us about the systemic racism. Huh? All of these stories you didn't captured from the fucking 1900s, I guess, huh?
it's not from the 1900s, it's from the 2020s. It's very realistic. And the one thing
Realistic.
you
It is realistic because it ain't real. It's realistic.
the system does exist.
What? What system? What system?
You're in the sunken place.
What system? What system exists? Because I see black cops, white cops, Mexican cops. So you tell me which one's being targeted?
Don't even stay quiet long enough for anyone to
Huh?
say
I see. Because it's foolishness that you're talking about this. It's foolish. It's foolish.
it's foolish to you because you have
Yeah, it's foolish that you're talking about this when you know there's no discrimination that can do anything to you.
You just named a group of people that all feel is going to claim the conduct if they wouldn't believe in blue.
Say what? I couldn't hear that part. Go ahead.
The Mexican black, the this, that, and that don't matter what that damn group that you just listed.
What about it? Hey, look, hold on. In order for it to be racist, does it have to pertain to a certain race of people?
the system was designed.
Just answer the question. If you can't answer the question, we'll move on. Well, then let's just move on then. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Sounds like it to me that you are disgruntled because everybody's not feeling your opinion.
Time on June 12, 2023. Hallelujah. Won't he do it? Bless him. Hallelujah.
What the hell is you talking about? June 12th. What's so significant about June 12th?
Juneteenth coming up. Hey.
Man, fuck Juneteenth and fuck everybody that listen to Juneteenth because that's a bunch of bullshit.
Holiday now, baby.
It ain't a federal holiday.
Yes, it is.
Look up Lou.
On mute, I will go. Y'all got it.
No. Oh, you're running my favorite way, loyal.
Hey, I'm not trying to, man. It's not my fault. The truth is like a pesticides to these pests.
No, I make a phone call, but the one thing I can do.
Go ahead, call your racist activists to come and give you some to get on the panel because it seems like you got a few supporters on the panel right now. You got a few supporters on the panel that are telling you that you're right.
Loyal, how can you discredit someone's experience though?
Noted at 10:09 on.
Well, your experience. Look, hold on. In order for it to be systemic or systematic, it has to be more than just your experience. It has to be everybody's experience. And I'm just saying it's not.
No, it does not. No, it does not.
Really? It doesn't? So because somebody calls you out of your name, that's supposed to affect me?
That's not what it means.
Just because you have to sue somebody for discrimination, am I gonna get paid?
That's not what it means.
So tell me what it means then.
Well, I'm gonna let you Google it because
Well, I'm gonna let you Google it. Thank you for letting me Google it because I'm not, because it's a bunch of bullshit. Go ahead, moving on.
there's no point.
Thank you. I thank you. I thank you for that one. I thank you for that one.
Not be quiet long enough for anyone to make a point. So
Go ahead. I'm gonna mute up. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute up. I'm gonna mute up. Go ahead.
That's the best thing you said all night.
I muted up.
long you do.
I muted up talking to them, but I'm gonna say what I want to say because they full of shit.
Don't beat up, Loyal. Don't beat up.
I didn't mute up on my screen. I muted up on Discord. But look, man. If you feel like that, that's cool. I feel you, and there's probably other people that feel like that too. But there's more people that feel like I do.
And when did you take this?
They not in this panel. I know that. They probably not on this panel. But there's people that feel the same way I do.
Our
And you know what? If all of this shit went away, this is the fear that I think these racists have. If all this shit went away, they really wouldn't have a purpose in life. You were humbling. You really wouldn't have a purpose in life if you can't cause some systemic racism. You know.
Again, for the record, at 10:11 on 612,
Uh-huh.
I never said that I, humbling, experience anything. We were talking about the system, the way it's designed.
Oh, but you're saying that it's true though. You don't have no factual information. You just saying it, and now you're saying that I didn't never experience it either. That makes it even worse.
Again, we were talking.
Well, I'm gonna tell you.
The way it's designed.
Okay,
I know that your ego needs to be stroked so you can have this moment. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna tell you that I never experienced systemic or systematic racism. That's from my experience. So if it's me against you, we 1-1 right now. That means that we both cancel each other out. So the point is mute.
So now, based on the scoreboard, you're nowhere near winning. I'm way ahead of you.
Okay. If you live in this delusional world that winning is telling a lie and expecting people to believe it. But you know what? You do got a good following, though. You got a good following. Huh?
That's the system you pay for. That's the system you pay for. That's what they do.
What?
They lying is winning. Yeah.
Hey, but I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
Oh,
But it seems like you feel like you need a lie to get a point across, because you go through great lengths to prove that this. Hold on, you've been discriminated against?
Go back in there. I gotta.
Oh, my bad.
Fuck nigga. Wait a minute. I don't care what you say.
You a racist. You just got racist against me.
Man, she's white, boy. She's white.
I know she just got racist against me, and she. That's all right.
I'm all the isms when it comes to.
Hey, I don't know about an ism, but I know of a racist when I hear one, and you sound like a racist. Humbling. I think you borderline too there.
My great grandmother was a racist.
Y'all need to work on that, man. That's a character flaw. That's a character flaw, you racist.
Yeah, I'll be whatever you want me to be.
Yeah, I bet if you go tell your grandfather I'm a racist, do you still accept me? He'll look at you like you crazy.
He sure will.
He'll look at you like he crazy. Exactly, he will.
My great grandmother, all white people around me. Did I say more?
Racist.
Yeah.
What are you mumbling over there talking about hallelujah? Are you having a sermon over there, Pastor Humlin? She having a sermon over there. Hallelujah. She's speaking in tongues. Nobody even know what you saying, girl. Go on with yourself.
It's just noted for the record. Hallelujah, won't me do
Look at you. If you was a real Christian, you wouldn't be blaspheming like that.
That's all that. Hallelujah, won't me do it.
Mm-hmm. You're not a real Christian.
You're a Christian.
Huh?
You're a Christian.
Born again.
Oh Lord, have mercy. No wonder we get all this shit.
Go ahead. Explain to me why you get all that shit from a Christian. Go ahead. Because you don't want to embarrass yourself. That's why. And you also don't want to discriminate against your relatives because they Christians too.
That's a fact, because I respect my relatives and their
all right.
religion. But don't think
see, I'm not even a Christian.
I just don't feel like
I'm not even a Christian. See, look how I got you to backpedal that quick.
When he was 12, don't fall for that shit, K-Dub.
yeah.
Hey, Humlin.
Yeah.
She on your side. You ain't got to try so hard. All right? She on your side. Hey, look. You got love double teaming somebody and shit, right? But look, what would you call that a lynching? What y'all be trying to do to me?
What? Don't nobody be trying to lynch somebody.
Yeah, y'all look. Y'all team up against me. Y'all team up against a person, and then y'all try to bash them with your words. That's lynching, man.
Loyal. Nobody is teaming up against
You guys done done everything except for tie the rope, motherfucker.
Because you don't agree with you. We Oh Lord, keep going though. What's next? Let it go. What's next? What's the next topic?
You know what's really next? The end of systemic racism on this panel. I'm calling for a draw on who's with this shit. How many systemic racists do we have on this panel today? Because it seems like y'all the only two right now. Look how y'all cut that man off. He said he Aboriginal, y'all just cut him off. Look at that shit. Look at that. Look, now y'all being racist towards him. Let that man talk.
You know what?
Y'all hate white people, y'all hate Aboriginals. Who do y'all like? Oh, I know y'all don't like me. I know y'all don't like me, but that's expected. It's expected. You know, because I'm not a likable person. I'm very abrasive. But you know what? You need that abrasiveness in your life because you guys are racist, man. Y'all need to stop that. That's unbecoming of a Christian. Hallelujah. Won't he do it? You know you a Christian. Yes, you are. Hey, if your grandpa or your grandma said, baby, we going to church tomorrow, I bet your ass be in the car in your Sunday's best.
No, I will not. My granddaddy has been waiting on me to come to church since Easter 4 years ago, and I still ain't made it.
Hey, you keep on promising. I'm going to make it, Grandpa.
No, I don't.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to make it, Grandpa. Just keep on. Just keep on me.
No.
You got to warn me a couple days before.
No, I'm not about to lie to my granddad. My granddad pretty much know my lifestyle and my grandmother. I'm not taking a front or flogging for nobody.
What lifestyle is that? The deviant lifestyle? That's what it is?
Whatever you want to call it. I'm a
deviant. I go to church. I be right there with her with my Bible in hand.
Yep, burning like a motherfucker because you know God don't like ugly.
That's what he damn sure.
You go to church humbling, your hair gonna catch fire. Don't even lie. She gonna be sitting in that bitch smoking. Be like, ma'am, you can't smoke in here. Ma'am, you can't. I'm not smoking. Yes, you are, ma'am. You got a cloud of smoke above your head. Smell like burn. Smell like burnt bacon.
Curl up and ball
Not show me. You got the wine.
I can be like, ma'am, you gonna have to sit in the back of the room. She back there cooking, sizzling and shit. Steady saying, hallelujah, won't he do it? Hallelujah, won't he do it? I'm on fire.
Yeah.
I'm on fire.
And how many feet gonna be a big piece of bacon?
Nah, she gonna have feet of brass, bro. Feet of brass.
You gonna have bacon feet.
Hair of wool. Feet of brass. Y'all cold blooded, man.
Why not?
That's cold blooded.
Okay, y'all go just say eat.
I'm gonna tell you though, man. There's never a better time to be alive than right now. Because right now, it seems like all the lies are being overturned by the truth. Yep.
What's the truth, Loyal? Enlighten us. What's the truth?
The truth is that we've been lied to about racism. We've been lied to about slavery. We've been lied to about history. So all you can do right now is start over fresh. Take what you're getting right now and be thankful. Because if we had to live in those fictitious ass worlds that these people created, man, we all be dead. We all be dead.
And we're living in them now. We're still alive. So we
Man, we
have
ain't
to
living in none of that shit.
But
Yeah,
how come we gotta accept that truth, but then they don't ever push the fact that the Holocaust and all that stuff? What about those truths?
exactly. Say it again, Zay.
Okay, so you're trying to compare what we was just talking to the Holocaust?
No. I'm saying you just said that we've learned that history was all fake and wasn't true. I'm saying why they didn't clear that part up.
Look. Bobby did a poll. Who won the debate? Nobody. Bobby, you fucked up, man. You gotta let it go, man, cause you know, hey,
Nobody voted.
Humblin and K-Dub would have got 50-50. They would have both won. Nah, but look, the Holocaust, they've been finding out that some of it is a lie. And in my case, you can't tell a half truth. So if some of it's a lie,
Hold
it's
on.
all a lie.
Are you only saying some of it? I mean, are you speaking from only finding that out through independent researchers, or are they publicly saying
What do you mean?
that? As in, you're publicly denouncing slavery, racism, and history, but why aren't they publicly denouncing the Holocaust?
I don't think anybody's publicly besides me. Not on mainstream TV. They're not gonna publicly denounce anything. That's their entire bread and butter. You know, it takes people that have an individual thought that's gonna have to figure it out. The information's out there. They put it out there.
So once again, now,
Mm-hmm.
why won't you ever find them people that we're talking about, and I can't even specify now, they'll never denounce that. So how come they're allowed to wear their sorrows and pain, whether fake, real, true, or fiction, and be put on a hierarchy for it, but then when other people is doing it, it's, oh, y'all do this, hell no. This is the issue, like, you get, like, that's the part I just don't understand.
Nah, I get what you're saying. You're saying if they didn't say it, then it can't be true, right?
Not necessarily. What I'm just saying is, why is it the black group or the Africans that came here, slaves, whoever the fuck y'all try to remix it to, why do they got to denounce their, sorrows and pains and hardships that they have to endure or come through or went through, supposedly, whether real or fake, but no other groups are coming forth and denouncing theirs?
Because maybe they don't have a platform to do it.
No, I think it's maybe because it's beneficial for them to keep it going. See, it don't benefit
Could
us
be.
regardless. If you denounce it, keep it going. It don't benefit us.
It does
Everybody
benefit
else-
us. It does benefit us to keep the slave agenda going, to keep the slave narrative going. Because you know why? Then because we could say that we've been oppressed. And oppression means that we deserve a what? What do they call it? Reparation? That's what I'm talking about.
But that's what I'm saying. So every other group has been cut a stipend or some form of reparation. What we look like stopping with ours. That's what I'm confused with. So everybody else already got their cuts and checks and still getting stipends and pre-college and this, that, and the third and that. They can just come on in the country, whatever the case may be. But when it gets to us in the circle, it's, oh, we got to denounce everything. We just got to denounce it and just be okay with denouncing it and move on from there. But why everybody else ain't denouncing it?
Nah, see what you're trying to say is you're trying to justify the lie. Don't justify the lie.
That's not what I'm saying.
Justify the truth.
Listen to what I said first.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I said. I'm saying any group, whether it was a real incident or a fake incident, depending on how they taught it or however it really went, they already got their benefits from these lies. Now it's us on the table.
What they get?
Don't justify it.
What they get? Hold on. Who are you talking about? Who get?
The Jewish people still get stipends from the Holocaust.
From who?
Yes. And you can pull two different records from the Biden administration with the
Oh
pre-Obama
man, come on,
administration,
man.
and before. I'm just
Biden, that's a fake Biden, man. You can't believe
well,
that
here
shit.
we go. Here we go. If we're gonna keep saying everything's fake, then
Okay,
forget
let me
it.
show you
Everything.
why it's fake. Let me show you why it's fake.
No. I'm talking about the check that cleared wasn't fake. I
I'm
don't
gonna
care if
show
it
you
is a
why it's
fake. The
fake.
check cleared.
Let me show you why it's fake.
You keep on trying to. I don't care about if Biden is a real or a fake person.
Well, that's the whole premise behind you saying
No.
that they getting
The
some
premise,
type of. Hold on.
No. Listen with the premise of what I just said. The check cleared. That wasn't fake.
What check? What are you talking about?
Oh my God, boy.
Cause you just, I think you just be saying stuff.
Hold on, let me break it down here.
All right.
I'll just go ahead and get you I'll just get you the receipts I happen to say. Yeah, y'all can keep talking.
All right. So check it out. Let me show you the fake Biden. All right. Look at this image right here. Let me blow it up. Can I blow it up? Yeah, there we go. Look at this image right here of the Biden. This is the old picture of Biden, right? And this is a new picture. No, this is a new picture of Biden. You notice something different in these pictures? That one and that one. That one and that one. That one. Okay? And that one. This is an up-to-date picture of Biden right here, after he so-called won the presidency. This is a fake person. I mean, not a fake person, but this is somebody pretending to be Biden. And they're not doing a good job. This is a real Biden. This is an older photo. All right?
It says the State Department has paid.
The person that played Trump is playing him now.
It says the State Department has paid or approved 90 claims for a total of 11 million in reparations from France to the former World War II prisoners who carried the Nazi death camp and the French train. The first French reparations paid to the Holocaust survivors living in the United States. You want to keep reading? Or I can put the article on the back too.
Go ahead.
So everybody collecting, but nobody.
New Biden.
And they sorrows and
old Biden.
pain.
Go new. This is the old Biden. Tell you, this motherfuckers is straight up fooling y'all ass.
How we be the ones fooled when we the ones that just
old Biden.
You the one fool because you the one pressed about it.
New Biden.
We going on with our lives. You taking time. You exhausting time.
Old Biden. Look at old Biden. Look at old Biden. Look at old Biden right there. Old Biden. Huh? He go new Biden. Yeah, this is new Biden right here. That's new Biden. Hey, y'all lost in the sauce, man.
You do realize you in the sauce too, right? Won't he do it?
I think he will do it. Prove you wrong.
I just want to know what sauce you in that we're not, and vice versa. I'll wait.
Well, for one, I don't believe I'm being racially discriminated by these mythical people you talking about. All right, and then for two, I didn't vote for this cocksucker.
But also keep that in mind.
I know you did, Humlin.
I can hear me right now. But keep in
Humlin
mind
was the first one in line to vote and get the jab. Go ahead.
You got the right to denounce anything in life.
Really?
Right? But you don't have the right to denounce it for the next person. Which means it doesn't have to necessarily be real in your life. We all understand that everybody wasn't a slave. Some people had, but we understand all these answers that can come up with. We understand that. But once again, it's very seldom that you're going to see one Jewish person come forth and say, hey, say race too, and Jim shouldn't be getting these reparation checks and this, that, and the third because the Holocaust is this, that, and the third, and that. I don't even hear that from Asian people, the Chinese people, or Japanese. I don't hear that from nobody. Just black people. Hey, well, since slavery ain't real for me, then it ain't real for you, and it can't be real for the next person over. Nigga, I don't give a fuck who it's real for and who it ain't. If you don't want the check, just step aside. That's good. Okay. That's all I'm worried about. I'm not worried about nobody.
Well, good luck with getting that make-believe check you talking about.
That's fine. Everybody else got theirs, didn't they?
No, I don't know nobody that got no reparation check. What are you talking about?
You stand to the side then. If you don't know nobody, you stand to the side.
All right, I'll stand to the side.
I can always speak for what I know.
Yeah. What show me what you know. Tell me what you know. Don't worry about showing it to me. Just tell me. Who got reparation checks?
I already told you, and I already told you. I don't know how much you want me to keep telling you. So my homegirls that come over here from Korea, they get checks just stipends alone monthly. Being here. Do you get one of those?
What did you say? Do I get one of what?
A monthly stipend?
A monthly stipend.
Well, you might.
I get a retirement check.
You handicap and all that. I'm talking about people that
Can't get a crazy check.
Yeah.
Oh, we know who get a crazy check around here. And we know who handicap around here, Zay.
I could never be handicapped.
We got crazy, we got deaf, dumb, and blind up in this bitch, so don't start talking.
All my limbs work and my back is still fully functional.
Yeah, keep on.
Yeah. These limbs work and this back is functional.
And mine fucking do too.
No mountain.
Yeah, you can't take care fucking all this shit that I'm taking care of with a dysfunctional back.
Well, don't let the military know that.
What you mean? You can't hide X-rays. Just because I have an injury don't mean I'm out of commission.
Well, you can't keep up.
What do you mean? What is a 46-year-old man supposed to keep up with a 30-year-old man for? What am I supposed to keep up with you for?
Loyal. I know niggas in their 46s that still keeping up with 12-year-olds. Come on now.
Keeping up doing what? What are you talking about? Staying up late at night? What are you talking about? What type of keeping up are we talking about?
Listen. Humblin is older than us, and she damn near probably can smoke all of us in the gym.
Man, get the hell out. The gym? The gym. So you really talking about not being able to keep up is in the gym. Get the hell out of here. I'm going to the gym to look at half-naked men and to lift them fucking 5-pound baby weights. and the stroll on the treadmill. That's all she doing. I can do that shit here at the house.
We hear Humblin.
Go ahead.
We hear Humblin running on the treadmill, Loyal. Let's not forget your segment was called Walking the Loyal. Humblin was running and talking at the same time.
Whatever. Show it to me where Humblin was running and talking at the same time, because that would have been a horrible show.
Every morning.
Okay. I want. And how far are you running, Humblin? Go ahead and tell us.
I'm on the 12.
Shut your ass up.
3.8.
Hold on. No, I'm talking about on this show that you was so-called running on. Go ahead. Run. How far were you running when you was on that show that Zay gave you credit for? Go ahead.
She on there every morning.
I be on here with them every morning. As a matter of fact, I have to remind Zay to stop making me laugh because I be ready to fall off the damn treadmill.
That's a damn shame. Look,
Lord, you be with it.
Let me tell you something. Zay, you ain't running nowhere. Humblin ain't running nowhere. Y'all be lying, making up shit. I'll believe it when I see it. Make a short video of you running a mile, and I'll be impressed.
You still waiting on that short video to see how
Make it short. I'm not the one bragging on who's running and who's not, because I know what I'm capable of doing.
You still waiting on that short video for that car to move out that driveway, boy. You done promised that a year ago.
You just hating because you wish you had one like I got.
Hell no, that's trash. That thing don't even move.
You out your mind. My shit is the bomb, boy.
I
My
saw
shit is the bomb.
Boy, you lying to a minor like
That nigga lying.
Neighborhood
that is
association when
fucking
they
crazy.
ride that, they would have you have to get those numbers.
You lying, boy.
Yeah, drunk.
You lying. Fuck. Oh, there you go. Why the hell did that shit stop? You lying, boy. You know my shit's the bomb. The best. That's the best Elko you've seen in your whole life. That Elko is equivalent to me versus you.
What? Not able to move?
I know. You're not able to move. It's okay.
The Elko is you, not me.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, this car run over here, my boy. But I can run it and crash you back to back. God, the Elko can't even get crashed. That's what I drive with.
Hold on. Let me. Where's my shit at? Look.
No,
First
Lord.
off. All right.
Lord. Don't go blow your engine trying to shut it off. Trying to cut the thing on.
Hey man, I'm not gonna go start my car so you can have something to talk about or think you can talk about.
But you gotta put it in neutral, push it out the driveway, and then turn the video on, and then put it in neutral.
You a hater, man.
Get him, Zay.
Okay.
Get him, gang.
All right, nothing but a dust bumper.
Exactly.
You probably don't even got tags on that damn car.
Oh, you out of your mind now. You out of your damn mind now.
You got that blue tarp covering that thing up throughout the day, just so they don't come impound that trash. Take it right down to the junkyard.
You out your mind, see? I'm
Go
gonna find a picture so you can see my shit. Cause you a liar.
We've seen it before. We just never seen it move. That's the problem. Seeing it ain't the problem. Seeing it move is the problem.
Hold on. You just hate me because you know.
I know that it ain't gonna move.
Nah, my shit move.
You've been saying it for a year now.
I can go jump in that car right now, drive it down the highway, 70 miles per hour. You find a 1964 El Camino that can do that. You won't find one. Mine's the only one. So, you know what? You find yourself privileged to be amongst the greatness.
Yeah, you might be able to do that if a fleet team picked it up and put it on the back of the truck. And you sat inside the car and
you know what? You talking about my car now. We didn't got into some personal shit. I think we need to stick to the conversation of who the race is here and who's not.
Clearly you.
You know, I am racist. I'm racist against racists.
No, you racist against things that actually work, like cars. Because yours don't. So that's why you won't.
Seems like you want to get a discrimination lawsuit going on because you keep on discriminating against my ride. I'm gonna have to take you up on that suit.
But who are you gonna sue? Me or the damn country? They don't want to let you pulled off and you can't drive it nowhere.
I'm gonna sue the artist formerly known as Zay. That's what I'm gonna sue.
You need to sue the word Lemon because that's what you bought.
You out your mind. I got that car practically as a gift.
I can tell. Gifts that don't never move.
All right, keep talking shit. I'm gonna make a video and I'm gonna show you exactly what the big Elko could do.
Oh, boy.
Check it out, though. For real. You know that's a badass ride.
Yeah, bad.
Hey,
bad.
QB, you know that's a badass ride, right? I want to ask everybody on the panel. We got, and I know he at work probably, Bankbone, Bobby, Cam B. I know y'all. If y'all seen a 1964 Elko, You know, look, I ain't even did nothing to the body. Just all engine work. And most of that work was done by my homeboy that sold it to me. And you tell me, y'all lucky I ain't got the engine picture up.
You lucky the engine. We need more than a picture. We just want to know if the engine actually works.
It works.
At this point, I just think you got to cut out cardboard engine.
That's a damn shame.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell was that little helmet for? Q. I nigga put a helmet up there for me with a cross on it. Is that supposed to be represent my the medicals coming? That's one of them handicap helmets, nigga. But nah, man. We need to let that shit go. Move on to some new shit.
Nope, we ain't let nothing go until they cut the check.
They ain't cutting no check.
Royal, give me a
We
ring.
ain't letting it go.
Hold on, let me go. I ain't even been on my damn shit. I forgot I was even streaming.
I ain't got no wrench.
There you do.
Tell them to cut the check. That's all.
Cut the motherfucking check.
You
Fuck
can't
all
do
that.
that. You don't want pot. You don't want pot.
Huh?
I said if they ain't cutting the check, we don't want no part.
They ain't cutting the check. You don't want no parts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they owe us.
That's all right.
Well, they owe me. Fuck all that.
What they owe you for,
I
bro?
don't know who else.
The years of lies, manipulation.
Yeah, but manipulation and lies came from your public organizers. Last time I checked, they looked just like us.
Teachers, all that shit.
Teachers?
There's an education system for a reason.
For not teaching us financial literacy.
There's a testing system for a reason. There's an amount of information that you have got to know for a reason.
I went to school.
If it wasn't important for us to know, and it wasn't effective for us to not to get any type of compensation from it, then why even push it on us at all? So that's like anything in the world. When people cry about the trans thing, the gay thing, stuff that's being pushed on us, yeah, the same cry.
Well, I want reparations from the trans then. I want reparations from the gays. Yeah.
Me too.
I want reparations. I want reparations from the blacks.
I want reparations from the straight.
Yeah. Well, what is your claim based off of with the straights? Because I got discrimination. Really?
Yeah, there's plenty of accounts of it. Hence why there's hate crimes based around discrimination against gays. Nice try. Go ahead and fight
the crime was against the man. Ain't no discrimination there.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
Yes, there is. If you can prove that you have been discriminated in any workplace because of your sexual orientation, you can hold them accountable for that, Royal. Thank you.
Okay, so how are you talking about with the straights then? That's sexual discrimination against
because you would have
the
to
workplace.
prove the intent of the person that hired you or not hired you or something outside of your orientation. And you would have to prove that the reason why they didn't hire you was based off of the orientation. Hence why they are very stand on the point of you have to hire somebody of another race, you have to hire a handicapped person or a mentally challenged person or a gay person. You cannot discriminate against either or of the following.
So you can't discriminate, period, in the public.
In the workplace.
But in the private, you can discriminate all you want.
We're not talking about the private, we're talking about the public.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I want reparations for the private discrimination.
That's fine. I'm not talking
for invading my home with your lifestyle. That's what I want. I want reparations for the invasion of my home. Now, what happens out in public, we can take that up somewhere else. You know.
Okay, so the invasion of a gay person's home. It's still straight stuff.
How?
It's still good both ways.
Ain't no straight person come and tell a gay person that they have what they doing in their bedroom.
That's a lie.
Really?
Really.
Who's telling who's telling gay people that they having sex in their bedroom?
Everybody. Nigga, I can tell you what a lot of people do in their bedroom. It's called a conversation.
Oh, okay. It's called a conversation.
Yeah, what?
Really?
Nigga, people done talked on the panel.
So
about
how many straight flags you see around here?
A lot. The American flag is a straight flag.
The what? What flag is a straight flag?
The American flag.
Bullshit. The American flag is the American flag. It ain't got shit to do with straight or gay.
Who does it represent?
Americans.
Okay, and what are the Americans?
People.
Okay, keep breaking it down.
It doesn't have a sexual orientation.
No. Keep breaking it down.
So American. So you don't consider yourself American. Hold on. I gotta get this out. You don't consider yourself American because you gay?
No, I don't dictate my life off of a flag.
You don't dictate your life off a flag. So how are you saying that Americans dictate their life off a flag?
Americans, no. I said that's what I would sue for. So there's other people like me out there that don't depend on a flag to represent them. So I don't rely on the American flag for people to know that I'm American. I don't rely on the gay flag for people to know that I'm gay.
Well, you might now, but that's the gay agenda.
That's the straight agenda.
How is it the straight agenda? When the American flag came with...
Everything that's been on TV thus before the Obama administration has been straight.
No, it's been people that didn't associate their public life with their sexual orientation. That's what you consider straight?
How was the sex scenes on TV?
How's a sex scene on TV? Act.
Okay,
a fake act at that. It's not even real.
Just like a gay scene.
So you're trying to say the reason why you feel discriminated against is because people that aren't gay make straight scenes on TV.
Yep, the same reason why you feel discriminated against.
No, that's not why I'm saying that I feel discriminated against.
Well, go ahead. Tell me why you feel
Well, I feel discriminated against as a straight person from homosexual people because they created laws to protect you but not protect straight people.
That's a lie. There's plenty of discrimination laws out there for people. Straight people.
Really? That pertain to their sexual orientation?
That pertains to them. I said discrimination.
No, I'm talking about pertaining to their sexual orientation. It ain't got nothing to say. Look, it ain't got nothing to say if somebody attack you because you're straight, that's considered a hate crime.
No. See, you're talking about a criminal thing and a civil thing. So
well, that's what we're talking about with laws.
Are we talking about criminal or civil?
It can be civil or criminal.
Listen, are we talking about criminal or civil? Because a gay establishment
let's talk about the criminal first, and then we'll talk about the civil next.
A gay establishment can discriminate against a straight person, and that straight person still has the same rights as a gay person going to a straight establishment and being discriminated against.
Yes. Now,
okay.
look.
Now, on the criminal side, there's still gay people that can stalk straight people, harass straight people, attack straight people, and they are still able to go to a courthouse and be represented and be like anybody else. Straight people. They've been doing it.
So that's discriminatory?
When the straight people kill the transgenders and say that they was confused or somebody tried to hide it or something like that, and they get off on the crime because they're protected.
How? I've never heard of a straight person killing a trans person and saying the reason why they killed them is because they confused, so let me off, and they get off scot-free. I never heard of that.
There's many cases of that.
Because, see, you can say there's many cases, but I can tell you there's none.
It's a Google search. Just like you can Google it. We all can Google that.
Well, until we Google it, then we'll just pretend that there's none. Or we'll pretend that there's a lot, right? I guess.
I can Google it for you. What do you want me to screenshot it and put in the back chat?
Okay, and it must, look. It must fit the parameters that you set.
It is.
Okay, so it's going to be a straight person saying that the reason why they killed this transgender person is because they confused, so the court just let him off scot-free.
Hold on. And who said confused? You're adding words in that I never said.
What did you say then?
I said a straight person basically using the excuse of somebody basically lying about who they was and this, that, and the third in a bedroom situation is why they snapped and did whatever they did. They utilized that as their excuse.
Because they were claiming that they were raped.
There was a Virginia Tech player, June 1st, 2022.
Because he's claiming that he was raped, right?
No, he claimed he was lied to, not raped.
Hold on. He was lied to.
Hold on.
He was lied to by a man pretending to be a woman, trying to get sex from him. And when he found out it was a man, he was raped. That's called rape.
Well, whatever you want to put it, William.
So hold on. A rape victim attacking their rapist is self-defense.
Nope. There's a black girl in jail for attacking her raper, and she's still in jail today.
Yeah, but did she attack him at the time it occurred?
Yes.
What? Who the hell? So hold on. She got raped by a man, and then she killed him during the rape.
Rape, hold on. Don't stop there. Rape, kidnapped, and prostitute.
Hold on. Rape, kidnapped, and prostituted. This sounds like it occurred in different. This sounds like it occurred. This sounds like it occurred in different settings. How you gonna be raped, kidnapped, and prostituted at the same time? I can understand kidnapped, raped at the same time, but
nigga, I seen that in real time where a person got raped, kidnapped, and prostituted. This white girl I went to school with.
Yeah, but then you can't just kill a motherfucker that you're working. You know, not working for. I know that sounds fucked up, but you can't kill him after the fact. That's what I'm saying. It's not considered self-defense. But if you laying down in the bed with what you thought is a woman and you trying to have sex with him, you doing everything sexual, and then you find out as a man, that's rape. And if I kill you in the process of finding out, that's self-defense.
However you would like to spin it, but once again,
okay.
So you have prior records of the person and you frolicking and playing, and this person has a thing in between their legs, which means 9 times out of 10, you guys already knew that they were a man, and then they once find out that you once killed the person because they outed you. It's not self-defense. They use the self-defense as the way to get out the court case.
How did they out you and both of y'all? There's nobody else there besides you two. How'd they out you?
You think people got friends, Loyal?
What do you mean? You got friends?
Like the trans person that he's sleeping with was talking to their friends and saying, well, such and such and me hook up and this, that, and the third. That's called outing somebody.
So they talking on the phone while they having sex?
No, are you slow?
Are you slow? This is what you're telling me. You bringing up these scenarios like it's supposed to correlate with what actually happened.
You missed what I said. I said they had a relationship.
Uh-huh.
Which means this is not a one-night stand.
All right, well then, yeah. That's not self-defense. That's not the same premise.
But that's the premise of the film.
And if you want to be technical about it, that's actually two gay people.
I'm not arguing that either.
Well, then how is it a straight person using a defense saying that
you missing what I'm saying.
Okay.
Us classifying them, me and you classifying them as two gay people, cool. But in the court's eyes, just like you said, a person feel like they were taken advantage of, rape, this, that, and the third. They don't see them as another gay man. They just see it as a straight man that was taken advantage of, unfortunately.
Well, we know.
I'm just saying. It don't think it's just with the trans men that turn into women. You got the women that then got killed. That's rubbing women. It's not a one-side situation, but I just use that as an example for these conversations. But yeah, I understand where you be coming from, but it depends on the scenario situation. Don't be in the chat trying to talk to the people at that damn busted up car.
I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to them. I'm typing to them. I'm talking to you. So
You need to try and amp that car up, my boy.
my man is telling me about the 1972 and why it's considered. I'm assuming that the 64 is more valuable because if they made 50,000 of the 72, I'm sure they make less of the 64, especially the Chevelle version.
Big Chappelle, what's good, Pop?
Yep, that's what I got. I got a Chevelle. I got a Chevelle version. I don't know if it's called Chevelle Sport Utility, but Zay, man, you totally off, bro. You're totally off, and you know it. There's no way you're gonna be able to prove that it was a straight person because you just now said he outed him. That means that it was two gay motherfuckers. So, regardless of what, murder is murder.
That's not the only case. Would you let me go to the next tab? I can go to the next tab, the next tab, the next tab.
Look, you can keep on pulling up these bogus cases, but murder is murder, all right? And I'm not saying it's justified, you know, if it's not justifiable.
Well, I don't think it's up. It wasn't up to us. It was up to the jury, or it was up to the judge.
Yeah.
It was up to us to make the decision.
So there's no discrimination there.
Nice try.
Gay people got more rights than civil rights. Because they got the civil rights and they got gay rights. So you tell me who's being cheated.
Do black people not have the same?
I don't know what black people got.
Of course. Points on the board.
I'm telling you exactly what I'm saying. That they got civil rights and they got gay rights. So who's being cheated here? Because civil rights just don't apply to black people. You know that, right? It applies to all races of people. It does. It applies to all races of people. A white person can claim that you violated their civil rights.
You know LGBT rights don't just apply for gay people, right?
Bullshit.
You do that there's trans people that still date the appropriate...
Who are LGBTQ. XY. However you say that shit. But look.
Did that go over your head?
Huh?
Yeah, you do know that there's trans people, as in if I was a trans homo woman, right, and I would still be dating women like Bruce Jenner is, he's still a straight man.
No, he's not. The nigga, the motherfucker got his shit cut off.
No, he did not.
Well then, what the hell? He's not. Then he's not trans. He's just a cross dresser.
Oh my God! Cross dressers don't get breast implants, Royal.
Bullshit.
So he got balls and boobs?
Yeah, that's not a trans.
WTS Madison, transsexual Madison.
He's more of a transable than he is a transgender. That motherfucker got the prosthetics put on him instead of having his leg taken off so he can have a prosthetic.
See, but to be fair, there is a difference between sexual orientation and gender identity. They're exclusive.
So which one is he? Since you made a point about him.
Well,
gender.
Yeah, his gender identity has nothing to do with his sexual orientation.
So he's not LGBT, whatever.
It doesn't.
He's a teen, nigga. He's a transsexual. He's transgender. They're both.
But he's dating women. Transsexual means that he has sex with the same race. Not the same race. The same sex. Except he changed his sex in order to compensate for it.
He's transgender.
Yeah, but he has all of his male counterparts.
He has titties. That but you get any part. So T.S. Madison only got boobs. He considers herself as transgender.
There's fat men with boobs. Do that mean they
I ain't arguing.
transgender?
I'm not arguing that.
Okay, so does that mean they're transgender?
If they go get any other reconstruction surgery,
Well,
yes.
all
Them
he
fat
got was
niggas
the
get the
boobs. Shit, he could have been gaining weight, and he just wanted to put some supersized nipples on them damn things. So he went ahead and got.
No. You're missing the point.
Uh-huh.
So the surgeries are based around feminization.
Yeah.
So if you're already a fat nigga with titties, cool. Then you might go get your waist snapped. You might go get your face done. You might get hair implants. You're still changing your gender look in the mirror, the aesthetic.
But you're changing the look. You're not changing the gender. So let's just call a spade a spade. The only way, and this is why they created all them fucking pronouns. The only way.
You never change your gender, my boy.
The only way that they can prove that sexual identity has some merit is to say that, transgenders are homosexuals because they choose to be the opposite sex, but they're not homosexual because they choose to be with the opposite sex of the sex that they changed to. That doesn't make any sense.
That's because it was never that. That's what you.
That is what it is. What the fuck is Jerry Gender doing? What is he doing then? What is he doing when he's still dating women, but he wanna have tits? And
the same way that you try to sleep it under cross dressers, like they date women still.
If you're a cross dresser and you date women, do that mean you're a transgender?
I didn't say that.
Okay, does it mean you're gay?
No.
Okay, so that means they're hetero, right? Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Stop trying to trick motherfuckers.
Do you understand?
Not you. I'm talking about them motherfuckers. Not you.
The L, G, and the B are the only ones that have to do with sex and sexual orientation. All the rest of the letters don't.
What does the Q stand for? Questionable?
Queer. That has to do with passion.
Well, that means questionable too. That means questionable as well. I mean, so come on now. So questionable, motherfucker. Lesbian, questionable. Lesbian. Bi means questionable too. It just means not bothered.
That's for all
or baffled. No, look. It means lesbian, baffled, questionable.
And most transsexuals are bisexual.
Oh, hold on, man. I gotta do a whole one now. Lost, baffled, questionable. What does the T stand for? The T must stand for technical.
Yeah, technically.
Yeah, technically. Yeah. And then what is the A? Asinine.
Absolutely.
No, ain't no absolutely. It's asinine.
Absolutely.
Lost, baffled, questionable, technically asinine. But they got other letters too and shit. But look, that should not be an excuse to say that, you're discriminated against. They just made all of this shit up. Just like they did in the military. You think that people actually came in the military just to come out of the closet? Hell no. They made that don't ask, don't tell shit up to shed light on these people. That's all it is.
No, that's not what they made it up for.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Because if ain't nobody telling, why are we even making rules for don't asking or telling? That don't make no sense.
That's right.
Because go ahead. If I don't want a motherfucker to talk about something, I'm not gonna say, well, don't talk about it. Come on, man. You know the motherfuckers did that shit to shed light on these people. If you act a little fruity, they're gonna be like, "Don't ask, don't tell." Fruit cup. You know that's how they did it. See? And then it also lended some type of security to the motherfuckers that they were talking about. Don't ask or don't tell him. Because now they feel protected because they have people looking out for them. Fake people looking out for them because they're using them to get a point across. That whole don't ask, don't tell shit was a prelude to what's going on right now. The military never pay for any cosmetic procedures unless it pertain to somebody getting injured. For instance, let's say you got blown up or some shit and you got half your face taken off. Yeah, they'll pay for plastic surgery. But you can't come in the military and get no boob job and get your junk removed. Now that's what they doing.
No. But if you do have full medical coverage once you retire, and you happen to get surgery care credit, you sure can.
Yeah, but that medical coverage don't cover cosmetic surgery.
It's not technically cosmetic, depending on what.
Well, now it ain't because the motherfuckers done changed the whole definition of what cosmetic surgery is.
Hold on.
Okay.
You gotta remember, people have been doing this way before now, Loyal. This ain't the first go around.
Yeah, but the military never. Okay, so what period in what period in military history that they support?
I've never said the military.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, Zay.
I said once they're retired with medical and what they can do with.
That's military medical. That's not no anywhere the fuck you want to go medical.
So when all right, nigga, I had military medical before.
Okay. As a dependent.
So once again,
and hold on.
Doctor,
go ahead.
Once you go to your doctor, and you have conversations with your doctor pertaining certain things that don't have to be directly about genitalia swapping and boob enhancement and this, that, and the third, you can convince them to write you procedures and go and get care credits to cover the rest of the payment.
Care
They've
credits?
Been doing it.
So hold on, check it out.
Been doing it. Hence why.
Hey, as a military member.
Hence why most of those ex-military members, and I'm talking about the higher up ones that retired, are the transgenders and transsexuals that we talk about. That are the big, broad, buff-looking ones, the big don't ask, don't tell looking ones.
I think you're making a broad accusation right there.
Right, wow.
Yes, that's a broad accusation. You know why? Because... Okay, well, go ahead. Go do all that shit. Go ahead.
I think it's easier for you. Download a gay app and go walk on the military base.
What? Download a gay app?
I'll tell you where all the.
Why would I download a gay app and go walk around the military base? What is that gonna do for me?
Well, because I just said most of the broadly trans that I know are all military. What'd you say, Kayla?
Why he care about gay shit so much? If you don't want to, I mean, why you
What are you talking about? I'm not caring about anything. He the one suggested get a gay app and go around the base. Stay in your lane, QB.
You seem to,
oh, my bad, not QB.
You seem to think that as a private,
stay in your lane, K-Dub.
You seem to think as a private citizen that homosexuality is attacking you. When nigga, how?
Hold on. We was joking about the reparations, but if you want to find out how it's attacking me, the motherfuckers are trying to teach my kids that it's okay to change their gender. That is an attack on me.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, they not.
It's an attack on my offspring, so it affects me. Just because you loosey-goosey like that don't mean that I have to follow that bullshit. You a loosey-goosey. You a loosey-goosey when it comes to that shit. You trying to act like, why are you afraid? No, I'm not afraid. I'm upset. It's a difference between anger and fear.
Children that didn't know about sexuality at all. I'm not loosey-goosey.
Well, why the fuck are they trying to teach them then? Why are they trying to teach them then? Why are they trying to teach them then? Why are they trying to teach them? Because I've never heard a heterosexual teacher tell somebody about two genders and how to read a queer book. I've never heard of that.
I'll let you finish. You done? why do they put heterosexual acts on TV? So it shouldn't be heterosexual or homosexual in front of children at all.
As an adult and as a
So
parent, you
it's not
should
one
regulate
thing
what your
one more
children's
than
watch in the
other.
first place. As an adult and as a parent, you should watch what your children watch in the first place.
Okay,
So this
why
doesn't
are we
have
concerned about
anything.
homosexuality
It doesn't have
affecting
anything to
our
do.
children? Why are we
Watching
worried about
TV
that
don't
if we
have
got
nothing to do with that.
homophobic?
Because I can regulate that.
Why are we
But I
worried
can't
about it if
regulate
we
some
have
deviant at a school teaching my kid about some shit behind my back. I can't regulate that. That's what I'm upset about.
Once again, so just like slavery and the rest of the things, what you do is regulate it when it comes home. Just like you said, slavery ain't real. How did you regulate that when it came home?
I'm not regulating slavery. Is that what you're talking about?
Hold on. Let me say something real quick. OG Green in the chat. Nigga, shut your weird ass up. Come on, son. I love you and will always protect you because you are my people, nigga. We are not the same people. You don't gotta protect me. And I won't ever fight for the homosexuality. Me neither, my nigga. We both won't at this point. We both won't. But I'm sure you fucking more niggas than me, so.
God damn. You be trying to cut motherfucker. Look, first off, that shit shouldn't have no place in public school. Now, what you watch on your TV is your business. That's in your private life. But it shouldn't have no place in public school.
They got private schools for a reason.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of people are learning. So if I'm gonna send my kid, if I'm gonna send my kid to a private school, because of your depravities, I want my fucking taxpayer money back. They're not willing to do that, so now I'm willing to fight. That's what it is.
That's fine, but make sure you fight your fight with the right people.
Yeah.
The government.
The deviants. The deviants. Not the government, the deviants, because I'm not delusional on who this is.
What I was saying was, you know how people used to say, anything in life that's free ain't good for you?
Well, it ain't free because I'm paying for it. I'm fucking paying for it every month. I pay taxes.
That's a choice. That's a choice.
No, it's not a choice. If I choose not to pay taxes, I'm going to lose my fucking house.
No, that's a choice.
No, that ain't a choice. It's a choice to keep your private life in your private. And that's what the fuck y'all forgot. Y'all forgot that it's private for a reason. Private life means privacy. Okay? I don't want to know your private life. I don't want my kids to know your private life.
Okay, so when your kids go to school, why do they know about Rosh Hashanah, Christmas, Hanukkah? Those are private celebrations.
Because we teach them that at home. Those are private religious holidays. Private religious holidays. So what you're saying is homosexuality is a religion, right?
It's a holiday.
It's a holiday? Really? Because holidays come from religions. So you're admitting.
Pride is a holiday. Gay pride, it came from Christianity, didn't it?
No, Christianity ain't supporting no gay. Hold on, bro. Really? Christianity, what part of Christianity support homosexuality? Go ahead, tell me. Matter of fact, it damns homosexuals.
David and Jonathan.
David and Jonathan. So tell me what you got out of David and Jonathan.
Where did they get damned at? Tell me that.
Did they say a man should not dress like a woman or take a man into his bed as a woman?
David and Jonathan get
and it's considered a sin, and the wages of sin is death. That's damnation. Come on, man.
All the main characters of the Bible sin and live long lives.
Yeah, but they repent too. That's what saves them from sin.
Okay, so what you mean by a gay?
Repentance. Repentance.
Let it go.
Repentance.
Just let it go.
All right. If a gay person repents, that means that they no longer want to perform gay acts. If they don't repent, that's why they damned.
But why would they repent? Most of all of them probably don't believe in just Christianity alone. They probably have other beliefs.
Well, then how did you say that Christianity support homosexuality then?
I just told you David and Jonathan. You didn't tell me how they did.
Ain't shit in there about no David and Jonathan that's homosexual. What are you talking about?
Can you chime in? You know, how in her Bible.
Go ahead. I know my Bible too. Now tell me what verse and what scripture you talking about. What book, what verse are you talking about?
I can't talk if you keep talking.
Right.
2 Samuel 1:26.
2 Samuel 1:26.
Make sure you turn that boy. Don't be asking for something that you ain't about to get text for.
Hmm?
I now which version is this? I think this is New International. I am distressed for thee, my brother Jonathan. Very pleased hast thou been unto me. Unto me.
We can't hear you, Humlin.
You might go on in and out, humble.
Yeah.
I can't. Okay.
What is it again? 2 Samuel what?
She going out and coming back in, she said.
Okay. But come on, man.
No. Just sit on tight.
Nah, we can discuss it until she gets her stuff together. Let's discuss this. Let's be realistic about this. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now you're saying that homosexuality is a religion because it comes from.
I never said that.
Okay.
I said it was brought up.
Well, look.
The conversation was brought up.
Yes. Okay. You compared it to Christmas. You compared it to Brahman, Ramadan, or whatever.
No. I said it's now recognized as a holiday, which is now considered
not by anybody that recognizes true holidays.
Everybody don't recognize Rosh Hashanah either.
Well, then that's the whole reasoning behind the holiday. You gotta have the religious practices.
That's the whole reason behind. Well, you do know they do have gay churches and gay Christian churches. You do know that, right?
That read what book they reading?
The regular Bible that you read.
Okay, so they're reading it as a what? Heterosexual, not as a homosexual.
It's a homosexual reading it, ain't it?
Yeah, but that's not what the words say though. You can put a girl and all that bullshit on it if you want. It's still not gonna change the fact that it's not talking about homosexuals.
The word never said the word homosexual in it.
No, it gave a description of what a homosexual act is.
No.
Yeah.
We perverted the description that it said, man not lie with woman. So
no, man not lie with another man as a woman.
As a woman? So
yes.
They don't have to be represented as a woman then. If it's still represented as a man.
What? No, if a man acting like a woman, that's gay. Okay, if a man is laying with another man, that's gay. That's laying with another man as a woman.
No, not as a woman. It's still represented as a man.
No, it's not.
So where did you get the extra detail from?
The extra detail came from the act itself.
Where does the Bible break it down at?
I just told you, lying with another man as a woman.
That's what the Bible says. You giving me your description. Break it down to what the Bible said.
Okay, let me break it down for you. A man posing.
Laying in a bed.
No, I'm going to break it down. A man posing as a female.
I just said a man that
lays with another man posing as himself.
I just said, once again,
okay.
2 men in the bed laid up and none of them posed as a woman. Try it again. Re-break it down for me.
That's a homosexual act. And they are posing as, one of them is posing as a woman. I don't worship the pharaohs, so I don't know what you're talking about.
One is not posing as a woman, so once again.
Yes, it is. You got pitchers and you got catchers. That's what the catcher is, a woman, all right?
Where did you break that down?
That's the woman. The catcher's the woman. You know who the pitcher is. Don't even try to play that game.
Once again, that's not in the Bible.
You're trying to water that shit. Yes, it is down in the Bible. You know what it is? You're right. You're not. It's not in the Bible verbatim. It's not in the Bible verbatim. It's in the Bible. It's in the Bible descriptively. Go ahead. Go ahead, Hamlin. What is it? 2 Samuel what, Hamlin?
You heard
2 Samuel chapter 1, verse 26.
26?
And I'm going to read. Oh, yes, 2 Samuel. There's 2 verses, but specifically, we're going to start with 2 Samuel, first chapter, 26th verse.
Okay, first
New
chapter.
International Version reads, I grieve for you, Jonathan, my brother. You were very dear to me. Your love for me was wonderful, more wonderful than that of a woman. Now, 1 Samuel, and we can go over these, but 1 Samuel, verse 18, I'm sorry, First Samuel chapter 18, verse 3 says that Jonathan and David made a covenant because he loved him as his own soul.
Ooh.
A covenant that is solemnly entered into an agreement of perpetual friendship.
Okay, so look.
He loved him as his own
can I interrupt you, humbly?
Or to be rendered as each loved the other as his own soul.
Okay, can I interrupt you, humbly? I didn't want you to finish because we need to dissect what you're talking about. First of all,
what I wanted to do was just read them in its entirety so that way people know what we are.
Yeah, but we can do that. All. We can do that and dissect at the same time. We're not done. But look, check it out. 2 Samuel chapter 1. Hold on. 2 Samuel chapter 1, verse 25 gives you the context of the conversation. Even 27 ends the context of the conversation. The context of the conversation is what, Humlin? Is it sex or is it war? Which one is it?
That's the thing. It's about war.
Okay, so there you go. We're talking about war. Now, in war...
However, wait a minute though. This is the thing. But they were specifically talking to each other, not the armies, not everyone else,
hey,
just specifically them.
You still can't change the context, homie. You still can't change the context. I don't care how many ways you say it, you can't change the context. And it gives you context at 25 and 27. It says, how the mighty have fallen in battle. Jonathan lies slain on your heights. And 27 says, how the mighty has fallen, the weapons of war have perished. In between that, it says, I grieve for you. Who is that saying I grieve for you? That's David. Jonathan, my brother. He is standing, look, he is standing over his dead friend. He is grieving. He's saying, Jonathan, my brother, you were dear to me. Your love for me was wonderful. More wonderful than that of a woman. Because you know why? Women do not go into battle. See? That's what I'm talking about. You don't want to hear that shit. You don't even want to hear that shit. Go ahead. Go which one?
Why did he specify at woman?
What do you mean?
His love.
There's a difference between the love of a man and the love of a woman. A man loves you like a man loves you like a brother. A woman loves you like a partner. Hold on. Bro, that's what he's talking about on a friendship level.
That's what I just asked you.
Yes.
What man in your life that's a friend that you love more than any woman in your life?
My brother.
No. As a friend.
I'm telling you, my brother.
Then that's your brother.
Yes. My brother.
Jonathan and David ain't brothers.
Look, you know the phrase bros over hoes? That's exactly what David's talking about, bros over hoes. So that I just broke the chapter down to you in what? Bros over hoes. I just broke it down to you in 3 words. Bros over hoes.
You didn't break it down.
Yeah. Exactly. That's not a download phrase. That's not a download phrase. You turn it into a download phrase because you download. That's what it is.
Download and open
yeah.
Is a gay man.
You download, man. You know that's lowballing. I guess that's a gay phrase too, right? Lowballing.
Openly gay. I'm download straight and openly gay.
Hey, you can still have an agenda and still be openly gay. Your agenda is down low. Down low, you want to discredit this part of the Bible and say it's talking about a man having sex with another man, and it's not.
And again, that's not what we're saying. Nobody never said nothing.
Well, then get your shit straight then. Get your shit straight. And look, there's another translation for this entire chapter that you guys don't even know of. Hey, when we have time, I'll break it down to you. I'll show you because I gotta show. You know what? I can't break it down to you. Let's go ahead. Let's do this shit. Let's do the damn thing.
I got 3 minutes left. Go ahead, lawyer.
Oh, you got 3 minutes left? Okay.
Yeah, my eyes are they about to close.
Did you know Man, it's only 8 o'clock here. Damn, it can't be no later than 11 there. But look, check it out, check it out, check it out. Did you know when you're reading the Bible, punctuation even has a meaning in the Bible? Do you know that?
Yes, yes,
Punctuation.
my oil.
Punctuation has a meaning. So what do you think a quotation means?
The same thing it means now that they're quoting
Nah,
someone.
nah. See,
Exact
in order to
words.
find out what a quotation means, you have to fucking look it up in etymology.
Uh-uh.
Yeah,
There we go.
yeah. You have to look it up in etymology.
Now, Are you looking up just the symbol itself, or the word that was added to the
The
symbol
word,
later on?
the word quotation. You're looking up quotation,
Because you do know when
which
they
comes
first
from.
started using it, it just was just the symbol. That word wasn't even attached to it.
Look, the symbol was put in there. The punctuation was put in there for a reason, and you need to find out what it is and find out what the reason. So first of all, you need to know what the etymology of the word quotation means.
Hey, Zay, we were
I
saying
swear,
that
man.
punctuations are American.
You
Are
guys
we
don't
okay
even
with that
recognize
they're
what you're
American
talking
for
about.
American dialect to
You say you want me to
understand
tell you about it, but then
terms?
you're gonna shut me off.
Okay, okay. You've been doing that the whole night.
See, that's the ignorant. That's the ignorance of it. That's the ignorance of it. You don't want to learn the
Look,
shit. You
loyal.
just wanna. You just
Look,
wanna
loyal.
dwell in your own
It's
understanding, don't you? Humbling.
Etymology.
Hallelujah, won't he do it?
you
Huh?
see all that?
Hallelujah, won't he do
That damn lawyer.
it? You want to dwell in your own ignorance. Go ahead there, humbling.
Go ahead and read the etymology for everyone.
All right, the word quotation originates from the word quote. The word quote, to mark or annotate a book, right? You think that's the end of it, but it actually comes from the word quote, KWO. You look at the word KWO and it'll tell you that it means who. Who.
Who said? Duh.
Right.
Whatever. So that needs to be included in the whole sentence, in the whole paragraph. That word who comes before how. The word how in itself doesn't mean like how did it happen. How comes from the word quote as well. And it means why. So you're talking about who and why. Almost like who, what, when, where. The word duh. Did you know the word duh also means comma or cut or smite? Hold on. It means comma, cut, and smite. The whole context of this sentence, this whole paragraph is talking about war. So when you're talking about smite, you're talking about what? Killing something.
Yes, and we are
All
aware
right?
of that.
So who and why, this is how it starts off. Who or why killed or smite. And that word mighty, the original word is might. Okay? The word might is a verb or a noun. It comes from a word called mag. All right? That word means great, and sometimes it also means to deceive.
Oh, Lord, you better put us to sleep with all this.
Well, that's how deciphering the Bible works. That's why y'all ain't ready for this. That's why I told you I can't talk to you about it. Because you got to do that for every word. And even that little mark at the end that they call, what do they call it? An exclamation point? That also has a word or meaning too as well. See, in order to decipher the true meaning of the Bible, you first have to know the context of what you're reading, and then you can discover the definition of each word.
My divinity degree,
Okay.
like Sister Betty did the other day. Let me go to the wall.
Go ahead. Go ahead. That's why black folks gonna forever be subservient. They'll never be the served. Because they don't even want to figure the shit out. But go ahead. Hallelujah, won't he do it? Go ahead with your bad self. Now look, you can do that to all these words and get a totally different meaning than what this shit is based off the context of battle, based off the context of war. Every word.
That's still a story within a story because they're referring to the characters of the war who had a very personal relationship that could be interpreted both ways. Now, anytime the reader is reading it, they're going to interpret it to fit their narrative.
Okay.
And if you are someone who does not identify that way, that is how you're going to interpret it to fit your narrative.
Okay.
But someone else will identify it differently. To be fair, the way that is written, the way it was written in the entire context, because they were talking about their individual intimacy, and that's their intimate relationship. Now, I didn't say sexual intimacy. I'm just saying their intimate relationship. It still can be perceived either way. To be fair, no one knows what the writer truly intended, but it can be perceived both ways.
Yes, you
There is no right
do.
or wrong.
Yes, you do. That's why you use etymology and you know context. The word
Etymology,
woman.
right,
Hold on. Look. Listen.
when it comes to biblical,
Do you know?
it has no connection. That's what the concordance is for. That's what the biblical
Boy, I'm
dictionary
so
is for.
slow.
Man, you guys, I swear, y'all ain't trying to learn shit. Y'all just trying to make fun of shit.
Loyal.
And I'm gonna let you know right now, that's not a homosexual statement.
Who told you? Who told you that etymology is how you break down the Bible?
Exactly. That's what they're going for.
A true Bible scholar.
Who?
Okay.
You're talking to one right now.
Lord, I know you lying.
You're talking to one right now.
But you didn't be
Hey,
using etymology.
hey, look. In the context of war and that word woman, what do you think that word woman means in the context of war?
Just what it said.
No, because see, hold on, because look, they say two different womans in they say one man and they say one men. Which one are they saying in this phrase right here? One man or one man? MEN or MAN? I'm just trying to prove a point.
It's the E, which means that
M-E
they're talking
mean-
about women, the collective.
Okay.
I know.
So I want.
Hold on. I'm understanding for the record. Now, I just said to OG Green this scene, right? He said, he think gay shit and everything over there, saying something about Africa, right? Now, I said, that's crazy, because y'all still support pedophiles like Africans, but good cause. He said, I support anybody who supports life. Watch your kids around these type of people now.
What? Do you understand the context of what he was saying though?
No.
Homosexuality doesn't support life. That's what he's saying.
I understand that, but I said pedophilia. So just because that supports life, are you okay with it? Go ahead and answer it for the record.
I'm okay with what?
Pedophiles. That supports life.
Where did he say pedophiles at?
I said, but yet y'all support pedophiles like Africans.
You're just making an accusation that you have no proof to back.
Can you not read?
Where you see that at? I don't see this man saying anything about pedophiles.
I said, but yet.
Who gives a fuck about what you said? It doesn't have no merit in what he's saying.
You missing what I'm saying.
Okay.
I said, but yet y'all, as in him, that's who I'm talking to in the chat. You see us conversing, me and him, correct?
So just because you said that's what he means.
And he said, I support anybody who supports life. So did he not say not pedophile?
So how does your mind think? Because that doesn't make any sense. You're saying just because he didn't exclude pedophiles that he supports pedophilia?
If a child can give birth, isn't that still supporting life?
Where did he say that?
I'm asking you a question.
You're just making shit up, and you want somebody to fall into your sadistic ass trap.
So you answer my question now.
Go
It's
ahead.
not a trap. It's a real question.
Because no logical person would say they support pedophilia, and that little girls having babies. Nobody would support that shit.
Humbling. Can we please remind people that there was a time where most people's great-great-grandparents is usually 20, 30 years apart?
In addition to, there is a verse in the Bible, which I will find while my eyes are still open, that does say to keep the children, or rather the children who have not, the little girls who have not known a man, to keep for yourself.
It says the little girls.
It does specifically say that.
It says the children.
To be fair,
it doesn't say the little girls.
Well, I did say children initially. And I couldn't remember.
But then you
if
changed it to
specified
little girls to
children.
suit your purpose in this conversation. That's hypocritical. You're a
But no, to
hypocrite.
be fair, I did say children initially.
Well, you didn't
But you
emphasize. You
rewind back.
emphasized little girls. Now, if a child, just because a child is,
So hold on. So
hold on,
she got
just because
she
a
gotta
child
emphasize-
is an adult doesn't mean it's not your child. It's not doesn't mean it's not a child. It's
hold
not
on.
children.
So
We're all children.
once again, so she got to emphasize on little girls, but he didn't have to emphasize that he wasn't excluding out pedophiles.
Right.
Hold on.
hold
Humlin, perfect. Look, hold on. Humlin purposely said little girls when it didn't say it at all. He didn't say shit about pedophiles, but you did. You see how hypocritical that is?
I initially said children, and I said, "Oh, it may say little girls." I was very.
It don't
specific
say
when I
little
said
girls
that.
because I've already
You-
heard.
you-
I've already heard
I
that
said children.
scripture
I said
and that
children
piece.
first. I said, no matter which way you try to reverse it, lawyer, I said children first.
Okay, I understand that, but you also said little girls after that. So that makes it even worse because you knew what you was doing. That makes it even worse because you knew what you was
No, I
doing.
said what it may say. I'm not sure.
Now you
I
playing.
did
Now
say
you
that.
playing dumb. Now you playing dumb like you ain't have a motive and agenda in that shit.
Initially, when I said it, lawyer, it's not going to work. I said it at the time. I said, I'm not sure. It may even say that. I don't know.
Okay,
But
you
it
small
did-
fries on this. Let's move on to what Zay was talking about because you know already bit the bullet.
I did.
Yes, you did.
But she said children. Children is still if a grown up is having sex with a child.
No, it's not
still a
saying
pedophile.
that. Are you a child, Zay?
No.
But are you someone's child?
Yes.
Are you considered someone's children?
No.
What? So how you gonna be a
No.
child and not be considered someone else's to be children?
So, no. I'm somebody's
Isn't
child. That's it.
isn't child singular and children plural?
I'm somebody's child. That's just it.
And if you have siblings, that means that you're the children of that person.
No, sir.
As an adult, yes, it is. How can
No,
you sit
sir.
up here and say that? You a
So,
child,
you-
and your brother and your brothers and sisters a child of the same parent. Put y'all together, y'all children of that
In
parent.
the court of law, if they say that you're having sex with a child, what are they talking about?
In a court of law, if you're having sex with a child, they usually put an age with that to distinguish.
No, if
Yes,
it's a
they
child,
do.
hold
Yes,
on,
they
if it's a
do.
child, what are
Yes, they
talking
do.
about?
They put an age with that to distinguish between the adult children and the adult child, or the young child.
So once again, when they say that adult man is having sex with a child, who are they talking about?
They don't leave it open for determination.
It's a child. Thank
No,
you.
they don't leave it open for a child. They don't leave it open for determination. They close it. If they in the court of law, they say this man is having sex with a child at the age of such and such. They do not say this adult is having sex with a child and just leave it like that because the child, the age of that child can be misinterpreted. They never just leave it open.
That's why I just specified. If they say that it's an adult having sex with a child, whether they say the child of 15, 14, 17, 16, 13, 12, 11, 10,
They specify because a child,
it's still a child.
look, a child 18 years old is still a child.
Once again.
Is it illegal for an adult to have sex with an 18-year-old child?
In some states, you can have.
That's
sex with
why
a
they
13-year-old.
specify the age. That's why they specify the age because it's not. And by you just saying child is being hypocritical because you know exactly what you're trying to prove, your point. That's the only reason why you said that. And you brought the fact that pedophilia up in the first place. The man said he support life. He didn't say shit about he support all people and all things that support life.
But I asked a question specifically based around pedophilia. I still have yet to get the answer.
Because ain't nobody gonna indulge you in no stupid shit like that, bro.
I bet they
Why would you even bring children into the conversation? The man say he support life. Now, if you say, do you support women's life over the
That's why.
child's life.
So that's why I asked him a question specifically.
Why would you
To get a
ask a
specific
man,
answer.
do he support pedophilia
Because I just said that he supported it.
from the conversation that you had with him?
I said it. Yeah,
Why would you
I
ask?
said it.
Why would you ask somebody if they support pedophilia from the conversation of that they support life? That doesn't make any sense.
I didn't. He said that.
Yes,
We
he's
support life. I
exactly, and
said.
you went
I
straight
said
to
that.
pedophilia.
No. The word pedophile was already brought up before he said the support life thing. Dickhead.
Oh, my bad. Who brought it up?
Read.
Who brought it up?
Read.
Who brought it up?
Nigga, I said it. We were talking about Africa.
Dickhead. You brought it up, dickhead.
We were talking about Africa.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, well, Africans support this, that, and the third. Do you support that? He said, well, I support everybody support pro-life. So I said, well, shit, well, what does that mean if we're talking about pedophilia?
Well, did the man know you was talking about pedophilia or pedophilia?
I said, nigga.
How y'all come up with y'all shit? That doesn't make no sense.
Would you like me to read it out to you? And then you tell me what we were talking about.
What? And yeah, what? You tell me, please.
Hold on, then you scroll up.
Cause I'm lost.
I know. That's what happens when you just chime in and don't know what the conversation
Well,
was
first
about.
of all, you was talking to me. I don't know how you got into it with Green.
First of all, that's why I said hold on, and then
I need to switch
in the comments.
Green's not in my chat. Isn't? Oh shit! I'm in the wrong chat.
He said, keep that gay shit and everything that which is a genocide because he was talking about the Africa thing. I said, but yet y'all support pedos like the Africans. Laugh out loud. Good call. He said, I support anything or anybody who supports life. That's what he said after that comment. So he didn't say, no, I don't. I just support anything. He didn't say that.
What? So he said, keep that gay shit out of his what?
Oh my God, boy, it's not. He was talking about Africa.
Oh, okay.
He was saying how the culture. He was saying that homosexuality is a white man culture, and he was saying like in Africa how they want it out of their culture. My first initial response was, "But if it's about a white man's culture, then why are you on the internet?" That's what I first initially said. And then when he said the African homosexuality thing, I said they also support pedophilia. And he said, "Well, I support anything that supports pro-life." That was it. And then you were like, "Well, what? How does that mean?" And I'm like, "Well, nigga, that's the initial after comment he wrote to what I said."
So you're saying that the man supports pedophilia because he didn't answer your question?
I did not say that.
Okay.
I basically said African because he was saying the African culture.
Yeah. So the African culture supports pedophilia?
And he said that he was comparing his culture, as in this culture here in America, to the African culture when it came to that. And I said, well, they support pedophilia too. So what about that?
Where you get that from? How they support pedophilia?
Oh my God. Anyway, this is the conversation between me and LG Green.
Okay.
At this point. You got to go up in the chat and just keep reading.
Okay.
That's what happens when you time it in.
I'm just curious because I don't understand how these conversations be coming about and how y'all accuse people of stuff. Maybe I'm just trying to make sure that, you know, I'm covering all my bases, so in case I get accused of some shit, I have a proper defense, because it seems like the accusations be flying without any proof and shit. But that's neither here nor there. Let's complete what we was talking about. Humbling started.
Hold on. If I'm talking about support of somebody, once again, like I said to OG Leo directly about him marrying a 15-year-old girl, but to still be an active pedophile.
Yeah.
OG Green openly supports OG Leo. I'm not saying he shouldn't or can't or wouldn't or any. I'm not saying none of that, but that still would be he supports a pedophile. So once again, that's why I said you would have to scroll up in the conversation to see what the conversation was even about.
So
that's what I was talking about.
So yeah, that what OG did is yeah, that's some off the wall shit.
Yeah, but that's why I wasn't going too far into
But
details like that.
let's be
I made
honest
it
though.
more so about the Africa thing.
But let's be honest though.
I didn't too much say him. I was talking more about Africa though.
But let's be honest though, Zay. What he did,
Mm-hmm.
what he did, right? In in that situation was fucked up. But in order for him to be a pedophile, he would have to have continued doing that, right?
Continue doing what?
I mean, what you accused him of being a pedophile.
Having sex with the person?
Yeah, she's no a minor. She's not a minor. So how is he a pedophile?
No. If you were having sex with them as a minor
At the age of 15.
and continue to have sex with them, just because they're an adult now don't mean that you once wasn't a pedophile.
Now, I think we need to look at this in a way that's going to be logical, because you do know that in that state where he was at, the age of consent, I think, is 13.
No. The age of consent here is 16.
Where's here? What are you talking about?
Me and OG is right in Philly. He's not too far away from where I'm at.
That's where he met his wife at?
Yes. Where the fuck you thought he met her at?
I thought he met her in Georgia or some shit like that.
No. See, here you go again, trying to end on the backstory.
But look, that you said the age of consent is what?
16.
Oh, 16. So, see y'all fucking. So is it cool for him to have a relationship with a 16-year-old?
It still would be not cool, but that's
so is that considered pedophilia?
Yep, to me, but not to the state
you.
he's in. But in a different state, it would be.
16
So
would?
in a different state where the consent would be 17 or 18, yes. You got to remember, it's
or 13, or 13. No.
That's what I'm saying.
But that's neither here nor there. I'm saying the man. All right, we don't know at what point. She could have been 15 in one day, or she could have been 15 in 365 days, 364 days.
As long as she was 15 and you fucked her, she was still a child.
Okay.
No matter what she was.
So if she
in one night, nigga,
okay, so if he would have waited till the next day, then he's cool.
I didn't say that. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying any of that. I'm asking you. I'm asking you the question.
I already said no. So why you keep asking the same question?
Because you're basing it off of these rules.
Who's based off of anything?
You did. You just corrected me and said it was 16.
You said it was 13. That's all.
I thought it was 13.
I said not in the state that he's in. That's why I corrected you.
Either way, it's fucked up. But I'm saying you can't call a man a pedophile if he's working within the realm of, of their rules, and you're quoting those rules.
Right. So you can still call a person that. That's just like a person on the offenders list that's still living a regular life and not living that lifestyle anymore.
Because I believe if you with somebody younger than you anyway, you robbing the cradle. So either way, if you 20 and you with somebody that's 22, and that's an advantage. Mentally, you have an advantage over that person. So we need to stop letting them make the rules and determine what our own rules are and stand by it.
That's what I'm trying to understand with your rules.
My rule is this. Like I said, if you're dating somebody that's younger than you, regardless if it's of age or not, you have an advantage over them mentally. And I don't think that's right. Sometimes people lie about their age. Sometimes people don't. If you know, then you should humbly bow out.
I'm just going off of what we heard on the recording.
I know.
From said individual.
I know, but that's when it turns into slander when we start saying shit that we really, we know is borderline. Because we don't really know what, transponded in there. We only know what he told us. Could be worse than what he told us. You know what I'm saying? Or it could be better than what he told us. Who knows? All we can do is hit him on what he say to us, but in actuality, we can't. But sounds good at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But let's get back to the Bible shit. Humlin said, she said there was more than one scripture. I wanted to find the other one. You know what I'm assuming when you finish this scripture in 2 Samuel, you're gonna get a totally different translation if you look up every word and the punctuation in etymology.
I'm a concordance, and we're not going to do that. Let me see.
I know you don't want to do that because you want it to already be done for you, and the concordance doesn't give you what the punctuation is.
I'm just saying, like I just literally don't have the energy to do it tonight. We can pick it up.
Well, you're not doing it. I'm doing it. So all I'm saying is that you really don't have the right idea on what they're talking about, especially the last part about wonderful.
It's very specific in what I said when I said it can be interpreted either way, depending on the narrative of the person that's reading it. And the other one was 1 Samuel 18:3. And I think that's probably the last thing I'll be saying tonight because I'm done. I'm really tired.
I know, but I'm gonna keep on gonna keep on dissecting it because there's a point I'm trying to make. In that sentence where it says your love for me was wonderful, comma, more wonderful than that of a woman. At the end,
he gonna keep trying to flip that no matter how. So
I'm not trying to flip it. I'm giving you.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Why you didn't break? When you said that don't lie with thy woman, why you didn't break woman down with that either?
Because you don't even know what the woman means.
You
and that's what I'm trying to tell you right now. You don't know what the woman means. That's what I'm trying to tell you right now.
That's why okay, well, tell us then, Lawyer.
Yeah, tell her.
I'm not going to dust off the concordance. Go ahead, Lawyer, and break it down so it can forever be broken. I ain't got in the bed yet. I'm thinking
you ain't got in the bed yet? Not yet. Go ahead.
Hurry up, Lawyer.
Get comfortable.
Don't waste the time now.
You shut up. All right?
Yeah. Go on now.
That word woman and that period at the end is a compound word. All right? That word period, that period comes from the word per. P-E-R. All right? That word P-E-R has another meaning besides the end of a sentence. It's that word means previous, before, to a great distance, and long ago. Okay? The word woman, when you look woman up in etymology, it says the plural of one man. Now, if you know anything about etymology, you know the difference between one man and one man. You know the difference between a man and men. All right? We're talking about when that word is translated, it translates into the word wife or man. It says see wife plus man, or it says see man.
Lie with thy woman.
Hold on, listen. Now, if we're going off of war, in those days, wars didn't pertain to women or your wife. It only pertained to men.
Okay, let's do this then. So
okay. Now look, that means that you gotta follow. You gotta follow the breadcrumbs. Let me finish because you said you didn't want to do it. Let me finish. So if woman is referring to man,
I don't have much time.
Well, let me finish. I'm about to finish right now.
I'm about to throw this in. I'm going to listen to you, but I want to throw this in while I have the energy to say it. So my question becomes with the woman. If bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh, and she should be called woman, That's in the beginning of the Bible, in the Hebrew context. So then my question becomes, taking etymology, that's Old English and everything else, when it's a Hebrew Bible. Now go ahead and finish what you were saying.
Well, then how
I
you
just
gonna
want-
get that if if it's translated to English? How you gonna get the true meaning, dumbass?
You see what OG Green said in the chat for you, loyal.
What do you say in the chat?
Send him that.
What do you say in the chat?
He
Good
said
enough.
he said you gotta shake that sugar out your tank, loyal. You don't realize what bro just did. Love Zay just got you to admit that you love men more than you love women.
Bullshit. Okay, so look, let me finish explaining this, and I'll address OG Green afterwards.
No,
So check.
he was just getting
Nah,
the
let me
context
finish
of-
this first. Always finish what you started first.
I'll be damned.
We're talking about war, so it's not so women and your wife don't pertain to war. It only pertains to men. But it's not even pertaining to men, it's pertaining to man. And if you go in etymology and you find out what a man is a featherless plantigrade bipedal mammal of the genus Homo. So you can't make me say I love anything when I know the exact definition of what woman means in that context, so I know exactly what it means. Now let's go back to OG Green. OG Green is illiterate because first of all he couldn't even understand the context of what I was saying. See?
No,
That's the context of what I'm saying is this.
No.
The context of what I'm saying is this. It's not talking about a woman, it's talking about a man. That's what that period is for.
No, you surely.
What did I say the period means? Did you even listen to what I said period means? That's what's wrong with y'all. Y'all always want to talk but don't know what the hell y'all talking about. When you look up period in etymology, what did I say it comes from? It comes from the word period. All right, and when you look up the word period and you find out exactly what it means in the context of war, it means to a great distance or long ago. So it's referring to the time before now. So if you're talking about war, it doesn't pertain to women. It only pertains to men, dumbass. That's what OG Green don't know what he talking about.
Loyal, no matter how you flip it, you understood OG Green. I would think he understood you.
What I understood is that OG Green is illiterate because if he understood what I was talking about, he would know I'm not talking about a woman or I'm not talking about a man. What did I say a man was? A featherless bipedal plantigrade of the genus Homo. That is an animal.
You knew that he wasn't talking about kids, though.
I didn't even know that he made a comment about me. I'm not even watching the chat. Now I'm watching the chat, and whenever OG Green addresses me, I address him. But ain't no sugar in my tank, homeboy. You might want to check the mirror.
See what happened when you drop your ass out there?
Now, you know what happens when I jump my ass out there? I know exactly what I'm jumping out there up against. And I'm not jumping out there up against a scholar. I'm jumping out there up against a fucking internet fucking, I guess, whatever you want to call himself, OG. And you Zay, look, Zay. If you didn't have an agenda, why would you play the sides? Why would you play the sides now?
No agenda here.
Oh, okay. No agenda here.
Notice OG
See,
Green
your agenda right now is to get me and OG Green against each other, and OG Green's agenda is to get back at you, not knowing that he's actually making himself. Before he even found out the translation of woman in that context, he didn't even wait for it.
Well, you notice he never.
That's ignorance.
You notice he never denied my claim from earlier that you jumped in and act like you knew what he was talking about, but he surely addressed you.
I didn't act like I knew what he was talking about. I act like I didn't know what he was talking about. I was trying to find out your mind frame. How did you get pedophilia out of that conversation? I'm just wondering. That's what I was wondering about.
You never saw that he jumped in there and said, well, Zay is wrong. You never saw him say, Zay not right, Zay, how could you? But he surely addressed you.
Well, I haven't been reading the chat. You have.
Well, I sure have.
So I'm sure. Look. Before he addressed me, he did say your name. But then before that, he said, that's gay as fuck. There's no man ever born. I love more than woman born. What? Loves a done got another one. I don't even know what he means in that. That's what I mean by ignorance. That's gay as fuck. There's no man ever born. I love more than woman born. What the hell is he talking about? So I can see the incoherentness of this cat. But I'm still not gonna call him a pedophile supporter, because guess what? I'm not a liar. So he can say whatever he want to say to me, but I can clearly see that he is ignorant when it comes to deciphering the Bible.
How?
Because he's drawing his conclusion off of something you said, not what I said.
But you drew your conclusion too.
How is he? My conclusion is totally different from you. I'm telling you that word woman and that period at the end don't mean a female. That's what I'm saying.
I never said nothing about none of that.
But guess what? But guess what? He is. He thinks it means female.
Yeah, but you just said you, me. I ain't say nothing about the he, not me. I ain't say nothing about that.
Okay, what I'm saying, he don't understand the definition between the translation for woman period. He don't understand that.
I think you just ran him off, William.
I didn't run him off. That man ran himself off.
You might have been the last straw that broke the camel back. See, the pedo thing didn't scare him off. When you came in there with that sweet shit, that nigga said, "Oh no, no."
See, because it should never be a conversation about something that is not referring to the actual context of the conversation. What you were talking about is totally different from what he was talking about. What humbleness.
Me and him were talking about the same thing. That's why he never disagreed.
So y'all was talking about pedophilia.
Yes, he disagreed with you, not me.
How is he disagreeing with me when he's talking about some delusional ass conversation we had about sugar in my tank? What the hell is that all about?
I don't know.
And look, and when you look at if you look at what he wrote before, it says that's gay as fuck. There's no man ever born. What does he mean by that?
Whatever you was reading, he was talking whatever you was reading gay. Notice he never addressed.
I never said anything about a man being born. I never said anything about I love more than woman born.
You just got to see. That's what happens when you jump out there. That nigga just.
No, that's what happens when you have an incoherent conversation about something you know what the fuck you talking about. And that also happens when you playing the dozens, like what you're doing.
I'm cheaper by the dozen.
And look, his conversation was this when he wrote in capital letters, like he's screaming. Love Zay just got you to admit that you love men more than women. How? How?
Well, I mean, I tried to tell you that.
This is stupid. Look, this is stupid.
And start helping his case out. Let me help his case out.
How was I helping his case out? I was actually helping yours. So you wouldn't be accused of fucking accusing somebody of something they didn't say.
See, one thing about Zay, when I they got received. They don't ever say something they don't know. Why you think he never clarified that? He clarified your part.
So you're saying Africans support pedophilia?
Well, we don't need to worry about what happened between me and OG.
Well, that's what the whole conversation was about, Zay.
Yeah, but that was between me and OG Green, and you jumped.
No, that was between me and you. I was asking you. You're saying that Africans support pedophilia.
Nope. That was a conversation.
And look, you never said yes or no. Do you believe that? So I left it at that.
I believe it.
For one, OG Green, your boyfriend, not mine. I ain't got to worry about that shit. So let's move on.
Well, you know, he like many of people. He just said that he
and he liking you right now, and I feel like y'all got some kind of love spat going on. So let me go ahead and get back to what I was talking about.
He liked you too when you jumped out the window for him, and then he saw that you liked him a little more than he liked you. So.
See, that's what happens when you're delusional from the start. You just think anything, and you make it make sense in your mind. So let's get back to what I was saying. I was talking about the translation of the Bible. Before and after that 26th verse, they're talking about the totally different context than sex. So I don't know how y'all came up with sex in the middle of that.
How do you know that? Were you there?
The context of the 25th and the 27th. Why would they talk about war before they make that conversation? Hold on. Why would they make the conversation about sex before they make the conversation or after they make the conversation about war.
You ever heard the song "Love and War"?
This we ain't talking about a song. We talking about the verse in the Bible,
Right.
man.
Right.
You just reaching now. You're reaching
Hold
now.
on.
You're reaching now.
I'm asking questions, William. How's that reaching?
Y'all reaching.
Can you just clarify the answers to my questions that I'm asking? So I'm asking.
So I ever heard the story about love, the song about love and war. Yeah, go ahead.
It's Tamar Braxton, but
So who
so
gives a
people
fuck?
can't make love out at war. Is that what you're telling me?
So do you know that Jonathan in this verse is
Jonathan
dead?
said he loved that nigga more
Did
than
you
David.
know that he's dead? He's
David
dead.
said he loved what did David say, loyal?
Jonathan is dead. All
The
right,
whole Bible of necromancy. Go ahead, y'all.
bro.
Thank you.
The context of 25, 26, and 27, if anybody out there with common sense can understand this, is talking about war. Jonathan got killed. David was grieving that his best friend had died, and then he's referring to it in the,
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay,
now,
I know what you're talking about.
he's referring to it. He's referring to him in the past tense. Now, what I'm saying is, if you look deeper into etymology in those words, you'll find out it's not talking about David or Jonathan at all.
Can you please read the verses again for us?
The only way I'm gonna read it is if I read it after it's been translated. That's the only way I read it. Yeah, that's the only way it's supposed to make sense, dumbass. Come on now.
But can you please read it how it's written in the book?
That's a damn shame. You want me to read it how it's written in the book? Here we go. We're fighting a war, and Jonathan, you just died. Bro, you are my brother. And guess what? You died. All weapons of war, we don't have no use for them no more. That's a translation right there.
I didn't ask for your translation, but can you read the verse?
That's the translation.
You don't need the translation.
Okay. I'll look. You know what? I'll indulge you. How the mighty have fallen in battle. Jonathan lies slain on his heights.
Yeah.
I grieve for you, Jonathan, my brother. Jonathan, my brother. You were very dear to me. Your love for me was wonderful. More wonderful than that of a woman. How the mighty have fallen. The weapons of war have perished. Why are you making these whooping sounds in the background? Because it proves nothing you just said.
You try to emphasize on brother as if the term down low brother ain't
Hey,
so carry on.
It didn't say shit about no down low brother. It didn't say shit about down low brother. It says Jonathan, my brother.
Right, and they weren't related.
And if we're talking about exactly what it says, then you can only get from that he's grieving for his brother. Because it says my brother. Huh?
I didn't get that.
Well, you didn't get it because you don't know the translation anyway. So you might as well lean on your own understanding, which is not understanding at all. So go ahead.
That's fine. Because you ain't understanding either. That's why you did the etymology.
I'm trying to tell you how to find the true meaning in it. But if you ain't trying to learn it, but for people out there that truly want to learn how to decipher the Bible, pick up your etymology dictionary and decipher everything, even punctuations.
Who told you that?
Anybody that studies language knows that.
Who told
Anybody. Talk to a college English professor and ask him, do punctuations have meaning? Yes, they do. And in order to understand the context of a sentence, go ahead.
Are they going to tell you to decipher the Bible with etymology?
Is the Bible a context? Is it written? Is it written in a language?
I asked a straightforward question.
And I'm gonna tell you yes.
Okay. I'll take the answer. But I don't think that they'll tell you that.
Because you never talked to one of them.
Talk to one of who?
You ever talk to somebody in seminary? You ever talk to any missionaries?
Humblin.
Man, Humlin don't know. Come on now. This the same woman that picked out a She picked out a damn verse that included the word woman in it and was like, "That's gay." Get the hell out of here.
No. She didn't. This includes the.
Get the hell out of here. What if it was saying a snake? Would it have been bestiality?
It said, "I love you more than any woman."
No, it says more wonderful than that of a woman. It doesn't say I love
That's
you.
even better than that other woman. There you go. That's even better.
Get the hell out of here. It says your love for me. It says your love for me was wonderful, comma. You know what that comma stands for? No, you don't. So I ain't gonna even explain it to you.
You took a breath.
See?
I think it was a.
No, it doesn't mean taking a breath. In layman, it does. In layman, and just basic understanding, it does.
Cool. So anyway, carry on.
But the true understanding don't mean that.
Give me the true understanding, Lord. Break it down.
You know how to spell, right?
Can you please break it down?
Okay. You know that comma means, it also means to beat, strike, and smite. Comes from the word. It comes from the word cop. K-O-P.
You said you're gonna be more than any woman. How read it again with the
Yeah.
comma?
You
And
can't
he said beat,
look.
like beating his
Look.
cheeks or something?
Look. You can't read the words until you decipher them. The word wonderful. The word wonderful has a meaning too.
All right, but it means I'm trying to break it down now. Beat.
Yeah, let's
More
break it
than
down.
one woman.
Let's break it down.
Wonderful. So it sounds like
Wonderful is two words. It's a compound word, huh?
All right, was it wonderful? Go ahead.
Nah, what'd you say before that?
You said beat.
Beat, strike, or smite.
Right. So those can also be converted to sexual terms. Too,
Smite
right?
does not convert. Smite does not convert to sex.
You never heard somebody say they smited?
Man, smite means to kill something. All right,
You never heard somebody say that in the playroom?
bro, go on with that shit, man. I swear.
What a minute.
You do have an agenda. You do have an agenda.
Yeah.
You do have an agenda, nigga. Just let it be known.
That just mean I killed the shit in the bedroom.
Man, get the fuck out of here.
Nigga, I'm not lying. Niggas use these terms.
I don't care what niggas use.
I'm saying it in the defense of both of y'all.
You guys are using ebonics. You guys are using ebonics to make sense of a word that you have no idea what it meant in the first place.
You didn't know neither. That's why you have to go.
I told you what it meant. Smite means kill. I didn't look it up. I knew it because I've read it already. Now look, let's get back to wonderful. Let's get back to wonderful.
I ain't looked up neither.
All right. I'm gonna tell you, wonderful. Wonderful has a couple meanings: marvelous thing, miracle, object of astonishment. Okay, and it has an unknown origin. But right off the bat, we're gonna look. Listen, we're not talking about sex. Why you keep on bringing up sex? We're talking about battle. We're talking about war. That's the context.
That's what you saying that the context is, but remember,
What?
lean not to your own understanding.
Oh my goodness, man. Bro, do you know how to find the context of a sentence?
Yeah, I'm breaking it down with you.
No, you're not breaking it down with me because first of all, you got to identify what context even means. When you find the context of a sentence, look, check this out. If I say the cat ran from the dog, what's the context of the sentence?
Loyal, if I said the dog barked at the frog, what's the context of the sentence?
That a notification? That's the context, to notify. So what's the context of the cat running from the dog?
The notification.
Fear. No, it's not. It's fear. Because the cat is...
notifying.
How is that notifying, man? I'm giving you the answer to the quiz. All you got to do is mark it down, bro.
Ain't fear part of the nervous
You will
system?
fail just because you want to be different, motherfucker.
That's right. Just like you said.
Nah. So, what was I right when I said notification?
No.
So what was it then? Tell me what the context is. If a dog is barking at a frog, what is it doing?
It was happy.
Huh?
It was happy.
It was happy.
Mm-hmm. Like, no.
So-
anyways, back to the conversation.
Okay.
can't keep up with
I swear, man, you will make up anything just to make your point go through, dog. But you know what?
No,
I appreciate you.
I'm only walking down the alley because that's what you be doing.
No, I ain't walking down
Everything
the
you do
alley.
right,
I'm being
like
straightforward.
you.
I'm
So
standing in the
you
middle of
walking
the
into
street,
the
nigga.
dog.
Okay, look.
The dog was barking at the frog because they were trying to notify the frog.
Didn't I just say notification? Yes.
It's because it was happy.
Now, why would the cat be? Why would the cat? What was that say? If I say the cat was running from the dog?
What you said was vague, that he was wrong when he said the same thing you said.
Okay, so if I tell you this, the cat was running from the dog. What's the context of that sentence?
It could be anything.
No, it can't, man.
We don't really know why he's running from the dog. Are they playing?
Oh, he's sure not gonna cuddle with him. Is he gonna cuddle with him, or he's gonna get his ass attacked if he get caught? Man, you know the premise behind the cats and the dog, man. Come on, man. I'm just talking to you like you're an idiot now. So let's get back to this shit.
The cat was running out of fear.
Yes, that's what I said. The context was fear. He said no, notification.
I get what you're saying.
Okay.
Notification though, he notified that damn dog was running after him, so he got the fuck on.
Really? Who is he notifying? He's running from the cat. So who's he notifying?
So the cat didn't notice that the dog was running after him? Or the cat was just standing there letting the dog run up on him?
Hey, Rashad, notice and notify is two different things, brother.
That's good, but he still noticed that damn dog was
running
after him, so he noticed. It's
bro,
notified, right?
Look, hold on, listen. Notify is like saying, hey. Okay, but let me just act dumb for a second. Notify is like saying, hey, something's there. Okay, that's like an alert. Okay, so notice. Hold on, listen. Notice is like this. I see you watching me. I see him watching me. I notice him.
We know that. That's what we're saying.
You see how there's two different contexts?
The cat could be notifying anybody in the vicinity that's watching.
So the cat's crying the whole time he's running from the dog. Hey! Come on, man. Let's not be dumb. But look, let's get back to this wonderful.
How are we supposed to know?
Hey, look. Because I gave you the context because I'm the one gave you the example. Damn. You failed the test, nigga. You failed the test.
The cat was running from the dog.
Hey, look.
The cat was
okay, look. The word wonderful means, all right, in this context, we're talking about battle. So he's not talking about a marvelous thing. He's not talking about a object of astonishment. He's talking about
be anything now.
Hold on, listen to what I'm saying. He's talking about the battle as if it was something that was done beyond his control. So if something's done beyond your control, what does that refer to?
That could be anything, Lord.
Okay, when we're talking about religion, what does it refer to?
Anything.
No, when we're talking about religion, you only got okay. Out of the three, let me give you A, B, and C. A is marvelous thing, B is objective of astonishment, and C is miracle. Which one is he talking about pertaining to religion?
D.
Huh?
None of the above.
Come on, man. See, this is what I'm talking about right here. You are fucking crazy. He's talking about a miracle, motherfucker. So the word wonder is part of the word wonderful. So the first part, wonder, is talking about a miracle. All right. The second part, full, is talking about full, like F-U-L-L. Okay. That's what it is. So if you're speaking in the context, you're talking about full of miracles. Full of miracles. So look, full of miracles. So when you're talking about this part right here where it says wonderful, comma, full of miracles and death. That's what you're talking about. Wonderful, comma, full of miracles and death.
Sounds just like ejaculation.
What? What?
See, you can make it into anything.
What? You seriously got a problem, man. You seriously got a problem.
They never went into context
Oh,
with the background
shit.
of the battle book.
Oh shit! See, this is why nobody ever understood the Bible. This is why. Now I see why. Because even though I'm showing you the exact way to do this shit, you're still going everywhere around it to make it mean sex.
But that's your interpretations of you thinking that you know the Bible so well. But if you wouldn't sit down with a pastor who disagrees with
They
you,
even give you the context at the beginning and at the end of the fucking verse. They're talking about battle in the first verse. And in the third verse, they're talking about people falling in battle and war. War have perished.
But battle and war can be many things. It don't have to just be what we make it up today.
So I guess it can mean sex, right?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here, man. You do got a problem, dog. You got sex on the mind. That's what you got. Always in the mind, man.
Perversion. Pro-life. That's what I'm promoting right now.
So you're admitting that you are perverse.
That's what you call it. That's why I said it.
You just now said that's what you're talking about. Perversion.
Because that's what you called it. That's why I said
perversion. No. That's what you said came out of your mouth, not me.
Because that's what you call it. Perversion, don't you?
No, I said perish.
No, I'm not talking about today. I'm saying in general. You say perversion, perverted, perversion. You said that plenty of times before. That's why I just said it like that. I'm not talking about right now.
So what does pro-life have to do with perversions?
Nigga, I wasn't talking about that in the same sentence.
You just now told me pro-life, perversions.
No, I said the perversion part where you said, oh, you don't understand the Bible. I said perversion. That didn't have to be nothing with the pro-life part.
So that's what you're saying that because that's why you don't understand the Bible because of your perversions?
No, not my perversions. Your perversions. I don't understand it in your context.
Well, I'm not getting a perverse meaning. I'm not getting a perverse meaning from any of this. You are, not me. I'm not saying he's having a homosexual act. I'm saying that somebody died in a war. That's the context. Now we got to find the meaning.
That's the context that you're getting out of it. That's great.
No, the context is battle and the meaning is something else. That's how you read the Bible, precept on top of precept.
I'm not disagreeing with how you view the Bible, bro.
Okay, well then
we all view the Bible differently.
Well then stop trying to tell me that I'm my meaning is perverse. What does that mean?
I never said that you meant it in a perverse way. I said that you used the term perversion. That's why I said it in a funny way. It's the perversion.
Well, the context, I believe the context of me using perversion was because of your motives.
No. It has nothing to do with
and your agenda.
Using the word.
Your agenda and your motives is probably why I said perverse.
Oh, great. Hopefully that is why you said it, but I don't think it was directed at me in the time.
Hey, but see, you're around people. You're around a person, myself, and as an example, that don't allow other people's perversions or their motives motivate me. I don't allow that. That's why I've been sticking.
I agree with that.
But that's why I've been sticking with this. That's what I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to stick with this.
Yeah, but that's your motive. That's what you're sticking with.
Because it has nothing to do with sex. So your motive is sex?
I never said your motives had anything to do with sex. I never said nothing about your motives.
But yours is.
No, I just was asking questions.
Well, then I'm giving you an answer. Why can't you listen to the answer and build off of that?
I clearly listened to the answer. You the one that had an issue with like, why does it have sex? I asked the question.
Well, you brought your perverse Bible scholar in here, Humlin, and she found you a sex verse that really wasn't a sex verse, and I'm just trying to tell you exactly what it means. That way, there won't be no confusion in the future.
That's what it means to you.
So, are you saying that etymology has nothing to do with writing?
I never said that. That's what you're saying. When did I say that?
Okay, well then I'm telling you that in etymology, that's what this means.
And that's fine. I never disagree with you.
All right, then we're on the same page. Can we continue?
I don't etymology to debunk and break down the Bible at all.
You should. You
I
should.
shouldn't.
You can use
I shouldn't.
etymology for legalese too.
That's your motive, not mine.
You can use it for everything that's in the written form. If a
That's
person
fine.
is writing,
I never said that you couldn't.
if a
I never
writer,
said that you couldn't.
if a person is a skilled writer, they can put all kind of decoded phrases and words in sentence that you wouldn't understand in the conscious that your subconscious understands. This is called subtle manipulation.
When the Bible was constructed, which one of them was using etymology?
All of them.
Where do you have proof of that at?
That's how you get translations.
No. That's not what I'm asking you. I asked you where
You
did you get proof if that's what they use.
You can't make a translation without etymology.
The translations came after. Let's not forget that.
No, it
But
didn't.
once again,
No, it didn't.
Yes,
Even in
yes,
Hebrew, they had a reference.
once you forgot what I just asked.
Oh,
so
my
when the
God.
Bible came about,
Yeah.
which one of them did they use etymology, and where did you see that at?
All of them. Etymology is the true definition of all words.
I'm asking, where did you read that at? Where did you see that at? Or is that just what you think?
No, that's not what I
That they use
think.
it?
That is the foundation of all writing.
That's not what I'm asking you.
Let's use
I'm
common
asking-
sense here. Let's use common sense.
No.
So
I
you
can't
don't want to use common sense.
sense.
What do you want to use? Ignorance?
No, I can't use common sense to think that somebody used something to write something. That's what I'm asking. Did you read
What?
something that said that that's what the people use
So
to
you
write
mean to
it?
telling me that you don't use words to write sentences? You
No,
don't.
no, no. When
You
I
don't
write-
use
when I-
definition to
hold on.
find out.
When I write sentences, I don't use an etymology book. I don't use etymology. I just write the sentence. Like when I'm right here writing a sentence on YouTube, I'm not opening up etymology and breaking down every word.
I know because you're writing in what they call the layman.
Okay, and once again, so how do we know that they weren't writing in the layman?
Because they write in pretext.
So once again, where did they say that they used etymology?
So did you know that pretext only applies to something that's written in order?
I'm still asking, Loyal, where is the article that you read that said that these people...
The Bible's
use
written in
etymology?
order. That's why they have verses and numbers.
Still asking the question.
And I'm giving you the answer, but you still can't understand it.
You could easily just say there's not an article or nothing that you read. You can tell me what you're saying. I understand
Okay,
how you feel
okay,
and think. I'm asking
okay.
you a specific
So when you
question.
go to
Is there an
college,
article,
so you've been to college, right? Didn't you get a degree?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm giving you an answer. I'm giving you an answer. You went to college and got a degree. If it was okay, I'm giving you the answer. Okay, I'm giving you the answer. If the degree was higher than an associate's or bachelor, and it was going to like a master's and a doctorate, you would have to give a dissertation or some shit like that, right? You would have to write actual text. So when you're writing that text, you got to have the proper definition of the words, even though they might have multiple meanings. So when you're writing that, you got to make sure you're not using words that mean something else or have a different context.
We're talking about modern day college.
And that applies to all writings. That even applies to old writings like Shakespeare.
I'm just asking. So where did they say that in the article? Did you read an article or not? So yes or no.
No, I didn't read no article. I didn't need an article to read that. Have you ever written anything besides texting and chats?
I just asked a personal question.
And I'm asking you a personal question too. Have you ever written anything besides chats and text?
Yes.
Okay, so you know if you write something in chat and text, it's totally differently written when it has to be put in the plain English, right?
Correct.
Okay, so do you know that there's another English that is also the English writing, but it's called legalese?
Correct.
Okay, do you know also that there's another English besides that that's called medical jargon?
Correct.
Now, and then let's roll back to where the English that we use in the chat and on text, is that considered legalese, medical jargon, or ebonics?
Ebonics.
And is Ebonics a true language? Yes or no?
It's recognized.
It's not a true language. It's not a true language. It's not a true language.
Has now been
It's not recognized as a true language. It's only recognized by people other than scholars.
So just because you're not a scholar don't mean it can't be recognized?
It can't be recognized.
It just said that it was recognized by
Anytime you write in Ebonics, it's always in quotations. You know why?
Do they not decipher Ebonics in the court?
Anytime is written in the courts, it's not translated in Ebonics. It's translated in legalese. And anytime it's spoken, it's written in quotes. You know why?
That's what I'm saying. Aren't they still deciphering the Ebonics?
No, they're not deciphering it. They're looking at you like you're ignorant. That's what they're doing. And that's why they put it in quotations, because they don't want to be associated with it. It's only your quote.
So once again, if you say, what's a good one? If you say, I just murked Tommy, and they use that same message in court,
They're going to give you the translation of it in legalese. And they're going to leave the quote. They're gonna leave the quote right by your name because you the one spoke that shit.
But see, you gotta always go above and beyond when I just asked a simple thing, and you said no, but then you came back and said yes. Like, which one is it?
What do you mean? I never said. The question that you answered me, I only gave you one answer.
You said no.
You said if I use. You said if I use Merc in a statement in court, are they gonna translate it?
The initial question was, do they translate Ebonics in law? You said no. And I said, well,
they don't. They write it. They write it. They write it in legalese.
It's still a translation.
No, the writing is the translations. They don't give a damn about your meaning. That's why they put it in quotes, because they know it's an ignorant that's speaking it. They don't write Merc. They write murder.
That's the translation for it.
No, that's not the translation for it.
Murder.
Murder is the translation for murder, or the definition for murder is to kill somebody.
And Ebonics, it would be what?
To kill somebody.
No, murder.
No, it wouldn't, man. You asking me what the translation for murder is?
Hold on. If somebody just said, I just murked his ass, that's what they saying.
You just killed him. That's what it means. That's what it means. It doesn't mean murk. Murk is a word that you made up to take the place of murder, to take the place of the definition of you just killing somebody.
I said that a million times. Man.
No, you didn't. You trying to tell me the definition of murder is murk.
God never said that.
Yes, you did.
No. That was actually, what was the word I used? Ebonic way of saying.
What do you mean? I never said
murder.
You just said that it was recognized by.
Let's go back to the tape. Let's go back to the tape.
Everybody.
Anytime you write in Ebonics, is always in quotations. You know why?
Do they not decipher Ebonics in the courtroom?
Anytime is written in the courts, it's not translated in Ebonics. It's translated in legalese. And anytime it's spoken, it's written in quotes. You know why?
That's what I'm saying. Aren't they still deciphering the Ebonics?
No, they're not deciphering it. They're looking at you like you're ignorant. That's what they're doing. And that's why they put it in quotations, because they don't want to be associated with it. It's only your quote.
So once again, if you say, what's a good one? If you say, I just murked Tommy, and they use that same message in court,
they're going to give you the translation of it in legalese. And they're going to leave the quote, they're going to leave the quote right by your name, because you the one spoke that shit.
But you gotta always go above and beyond when I just asked a simple thing, and then you said no, but then you came back and said yes. Like, which one is it?
What do you mean? I never said. The question that you answered me, I only gave you one answer.
And you said no, and I was
You
like,
said if I use,
I said, oh,
and look, even the playback got you trying to be slick and shit.
what? The
Shut your
playback
slick
said exactly
ass.
what I
Shut your
said.
slick ass up, nigga. Try to be slick.
I
Got you
said.
trying to
The
be
playback
slick and
said
shit.
playback said exactly what I said. Where you heard the word definition of.
God damn, nigga. The playback got your ass trying to be slick. Look,
Yeah,
but
the
look.
playback got you trying to be sure from here and press pause, but damn, I still ain't hear him say it yet.
No, I didn't want to. I
Thank
didn't want to
you.
talk. I didn't want the echo and shit.
We're done. Go ahead.
So you ready to move on? Let's move on, all right?
But
So check out
I'm
one.
gonna just say this, and I'm gonna move on.
Uh huh.
You really gave the translation of murder when you said murder though. It's the same thing. It just
I said
Oh
that.
no, that's not the
Yeah,
translation of murder,
I
brother.
know, Zay.
That's
Thank
not
you.
the trans.
Come on, go
Merc
ahead,
is
move
not the
on. Move
translation
on,
of
Loyal.
murder.
I
Move on, Loyal.
I'm just giving you the translation of what murder and kill would have been in actually
Ebonic street terms.
Get the hell.
Ebonics,
So
bro.
you
Thank
guys
you.
know
I'm just
when you
keeping it real.
translate a word. Hold on.
Because,
When you translate a
What does
word, you actually
they,
define the word.
Ebonic?
hold on.
All right.
They
So
said in
how
the
is
playback.
merc
This is
gonna be
so
the
weird when
translation of
you
murder?
guys don't know what that
Right.
word means. They know what that word means, bro. I'm
Yep.
telling
Thank
you,
you,
bro.
bro.
Man,
They
look, you
do know
guys
what
aren't
that
making
word
any
means,
sense.
bro.
Listen.
Listen.
When you translate a word, that means you define it.
Hold on.
Good Lord.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Lloyd, and I totally agree with you. But I believe that these police actually know what that word means,
Man,
bro.
it doesn't matter what they know what the
With
word
that,
means.
there's a thing called Ebonic
You talking about in the
Dictionary.
court of law? That was the whole conversation.
Merch and
Right.
watch what pops up. A
Zay,
What
shut
did
dictionary.
you
that
just
shit up.
translate that word to? When we
Huh?
said murk, what did you translate it
Murder,
to?
kill.
No, you don't
So
translate it into murder. When you translate the word merc, it can mean many things because it's not the actual word murder.
no,
Ebonic,
listen, lawyer.
loyal.
If you translate
Ebonic.
the word murder, what are you gonna get?
Lawyer, just listen to me, because
I forgot
I
that.
want y'all to
Man,
continue, because I like this. But when you just translated murk, or if it was in the court system, what would they translate it to? Kill or murder, right?
That's what
see,
he
you
said.
got you guys don't even know what I'm talking about.
Oh,
So
that's what
I
he
need
said
to
in the
show you
playback.
guys. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about.
Listen, I no, you ain't got to show me. I know they will not use that word. They won't even use ebonics in court.
You
I
know
get
that.
that. I
Bro,
get that. But if that word, listen, if that word was on the paper, that okay, that another person said that yeah, they murked his ass, or Tommy got murked, or what they said. They gonna still say that same thing, but they know what murk means. They just gonna add murder right there. That's
Um,
translating it, bro.
you can look at the last case with that Rudolph
bro, check it out.
guy. Hold on, Loyal, hold on. You can look at the last case with the Rudolph guy that just got off, right? And the girl was on the stand, and the state's attorney said, "Well, what did you mean when you said, I forgot her brother's name that went there, but she said, make sure you do him in." She said, "Because we believe that means to kill him or have harm done to him." And she's like, "No, that's what y'all think it means. That's what y'all think it means. So why would they say that in court?"
Oh shit, wrong one. Check it out.
And that's a decent court case.
Like I say, I agree with
Look
both
at what
y'all.
you
I
guys
agree
look
with
what you
both
guys are
y'all.
talking about. Look
I'm
at
not
what you guys are
disagreeing with
talking
y'all.
about. This is what I'm saying when I'm telling you guys that y'all really need to pay attention to what shit means. Is this the word y'all talking about
Bro.
right here? Merc.
No, because this ain't the Ebonics dictionary, Loyal.
I don't give a
And
damn
we
what
were
it
talking.
is. The
No.
Ebonics
We were talking.
dictionary doesn't even exist. That shit was created
Loyal.
to pacify a
Loyal.
bunch of dumb
Loyal.
motherfuckers. Come on, man.
That was this. That was this.
No, it wasn't.
All this was crazy.
Look. This is what merc
All this
means,
stuff was
man.
crazy.
Look at what merc means.
No.
Gloom,
Again, we were
darkness. Look,
talking about Ebonics, Loyal.
look, man, look. You talking about
Every time.
darkness,
Move
murk.
the goalpost,
Look,
Loyal. Move the
they even
goalpost.
got it spelled in different ways right here, man. I'm not moving the goalpost.
Yes, you are.
This is actuality. You just don't want to hear it.
No, matter of fact, here, I'll pull it up for you.
Hey,
Murkness.
Lord, hey. Hey, hold on real quick, Jay. Hey, loyal. No, I don't think no other type of people, except for what we would call niggas, use the word murder. It's known in the hood, known in the ghettos, known in these trap areas as a term murder. So when you pull that up, it makes sense to me. Not necessarily etymology, but putting things together, using our items to put things together, that makes sense to me. Because no other person besides niggas or black people really use that term murder to kill somebody. And typically, you use it to kill your own person. So when I see black darkness, that makes sense to me. I don't know about no etymology scholar, but reading that doesn't seem too off from the point of the whole situation about black people and niggas.
Then it means darkness?
Black.
Dark.
It does say black right here.
Yeah.
But before it says...
Dark. That could be spell casting and shit like that.
So look, my point was this right here.
Mm-hmm.
Does it say anything in here about murder?
Don't worry, I got you.
But look,
I think they're
but look, here we go right here with the word murder. Look, here we go right here with the word murder.
He just told you, loyal, that dark shit, bro.
I understand that, man. But I'm not disagreeing with him. But look.
Urban Dictionary.
Oh my goodness, man.
Remember, because we said Ebonics,
So look,
murder or otherwise.
Hey, if you look in the Urban Dictionary and it gives you the root of a word, where do you think it's going to go back to? The root of the word is going to go back to what? Etymology.
First of all, that's not that you're arguing that it wasn't Ebonics.
Bro, the Urban Dictionary, what year was the Urban Dictionary created?
Hold on.
It wasn't it in 2000?
Hold on. You always do that. You always try to talk through what the fuck is going on. Nigga, you were arguing that the word wasn't Ebonics. Then you went and pulled it up on some other thing that had nothing to do with Ebonics to try to prove your point. But we were talking about Ebonics.
Even Ebonics is wrong. Even the Urban Dictionary is wrong.
Ebonics is wrong though. I don't think that's their fight, loyal. I think I don't want to speak for them. Right. I think their fight is it will still be used in court, whether it's in quotation or whatever, even though it's not a legal term or a legal definition or concept, it will still be used if somebody is testifying, cross-examination, it would still be used and people would relate to it as murder.
No, they will relate to the meaning of murder, and they would ask you, and you're saying, yeah, I murked him, and then it would say, what do you mean by murk? And then they would ask you to explain what murk means, because murk in the English dictionary doesn't mean to kill somebody, and they're not going. And look, and they're not going. Look, and they're not going by no damn Urban Dictionary in the law room. They're not going by it in the medical rooms either.
Check this out. What if you as a defendant go present in court, say, okay, listen, I know I said this, so dismiss this from the record if it doesn't mean anything, if it doesn't mean the right thing. That won't fly though. I don't think you guys. You
can't dismiss what somebody says in court.
Say it again?
You can't dismiss what somebody says in court.
I know you can't. So if that's the case, that whoever hears that testimony or whoever hears that will make their rendering. If they were due to make the rendering in court, they will use that, whether it means murder or not.
No, they wouldn't, bro.
Whoever it is.
Come on, Cam, you smart, bro. You know exactly.
So it will be dismissed. It will be dismissed.
No, it wouldn't.
Use it, and they won't use it. Then it's inadmissible, right?
No, it wouldn't, bro. Because Cam,
yeah,
you know that they have context in court as well. When you're a defendant, the context of your role is to defend yourself. Is to prove your innocence. When you're the prosecutor, the context of your role in the courtroom is to persecute someone. Now, when you're go ahead.
No, I'll agree with you. Keep going. I'll stop you later. Go ahead.
Now, so when you're saying a word and they don't know exactly what the context of it is or what it's referring to, they ask you, do you understand, or to explain. And that's how they can translate what you're saying. But after you make your explanation, they're going to put the proper word and definition behind it. That's why they put your phrase in quotes. to isolate.
Okay. I what you're saying is basically Ebonics or anything from the Urban Dictionary cannot withstand the court of law. It cannot be presented in a court of law. So they will change it after understanding, after agreement. They will change it to be the term used in the court of law. That's what you're saying?
Exactly. They're gonna use the proper reference.
Okay, Zay, and Ann, are you fighting with that?
Of course.
No.
I ain't even hear what
We're not fighting.
He is fighting with that.
Basically, what Phil's saying, and I'll let you critique. Let me talk a little bit. Basically, what Lloyd was saying is, although references to the Urban Dictionary term may be used in court, that term cannot stand in court because it doesn't jive. Here we go with the Ebonics term. Right? It doesn't jive. Excuse me, Lloyd, quote unquote. It doesn't jive with the court of law. So it can be used, translated, but as it stands, Ebonics can't be used in court as law because it's not law. It's not a recognized language. I don't think they're fighting. I don't think they're fighting with you on that, Loyal. Go ahead.
Well, then if they're not fighting with me on that, then I'm not fighting with them on that ignorance.
Loyal keeps trying to switch up what his initial talking point was by saying, because notice his original question.
Bro, I was talking about the damn Bible.
Hold on. There's medical jargon, there's legalese, there's Ebonics, and then he talked about text message, this, that, and the third. So then when we were talking about Ebonics in particularly, that's why I utilized the term merc, because it's an Ebonics term.
Because you didn't want to handle this smoke on the Bible shit. You wanted to change it up.
You brought that up.
You wanted to change it up. You think this means woman.
Let me say this. What you just said, Cam, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, we know that merc cannot be used actually in the court of law. Like, they won't use that actually word. But if it's actually written on the paper that somebody wrote a paperwork, they gonna translate it to murder or kill. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's all.
They're not gonna translate it to murder.
They use the jargon.
They're gonna give you the proper. They're gonna give you the proper word.
And they give you the proper.
Man, I don't give a fuck. I ain't agreeing with this dumbass shit.
Hey, check this out.
Hey, Rashad, you knew you want Rashad. Why you doing that to me, man?
Come on. Listen, Loyal. Hey, when I'm coming to find out, I'm known as a lurker. I've been in alerts for a minute. When I come to find out, Loyal, what you loyal to, my friend, what you are loyal to is complete righteousness, my friend.
Hey, I can dig that.
I know you can. So I get aggravated. Earlier, I got aggravated with you, Loyal, because I let you get to me. You know what I'm saying? Because I know you know what we're talking about. You in your position cannot say it. I know you said you were new born again Christian, but not really. But you love that Bible, Loyal.
You know what I love though?
What?
I love righteousness, because righteousness brings honor. Honor brings courage. Courage brings commitment. I'm all about honor, courage, and commitment. Ask Carly Cupcake what that means.
I did. But again, at some point, Loyal man, you gotta I'm not gonna tell you what to do, and it's gonna be another tangent. I don't mean it for it to be like that. But it gets to a point, Loyal, you disassociate yourself with anything agreeable.
Hell yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know where that comes from. It might be, your background. That's cool, because you cool for it. But that's what I get from you. So earlier when I got upset, I wanted to tell you about the race in the military. That was a bomb I did. That was a hot shot.
Mm-hmm.
Where I'm coming from is my grandfather joined the military, World War I, sent off to France, and I had never seen him again. I come to find out doing my research that there was a whole regiment of black or African American, whatever you want to choose, men that was sent with honors to France to fight the liberation in Libya, but was stripped of all titles and was fighting ghosts. So when I say it's a systematic, I'm not saying the military admirable is racist. My fight with that was the whole system in its inception, from how the corporation came here, was based on give you racists back, and are on supremacist mindsets and supremacist context, right? But in that heat of a conversation, the race term was thrown out. But I can care less if somebody thinks that they're better than me. What I care about is knowing that lineages has been cut off due to a supreme mindset. You might not agree with me, but I hope you understand what I'm saying.
So when you say a supreme mindset, so you're talking about a superior mindset?
Yes.
So, okay. I can't believe that, bro. I can't believe that.
Well, explain manifest destiny to me.
Hmm? Manifest destiny.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying supreme or superior mindset has something to do with manifest destiny?
No, I'm saying that supreme mindset gave a pathway of writing the manifestation, or speaking about manifest destiny, using that as a way of overthrowing nations. And that, in my mind, is supremacy. Whether you call it white or whatever. If I say white, I was talking about paper white. Or if you want to be technical for a race of people, I'll be talking about the Swiss Caucasoids. But that mindset, the colonial mindset, first manifest destiny, then colonialism, or vice versa, how you want to say it. But that's where I'm coming from. Not a white skin. You know what I'm saying? Because some people say the black Europeans were the most racist. No, I'm not talking about skin. I'm talking about the mindset of supremacy.
So do you believe that supreme came from the word superior?
No, I do not believe that.
Okay, so how having a supreme mind make you have control over anybody?
If you feel you are God or like God, it's easy for you to have a supreme mindset. And if we're talking about God in duality, it could take a form of an evil mindset. And that will be justifying manifest destiny, all those things that we'll be talking about in context.
So the manifest destiny thing, first of all, when I look at the manifest destiny stuff, I try to understand that, for one, it's not religious. Okay?
Yeah.
Two, it was a contract amongst an organization. It didn't include anybody in America. So in order for a contract to affect you, it has to include you, right? Has to be the
absolutely.
Yes, it does.
If the people are in America or is America, they're not being included in the contract.
Yeah, so it doesn't involve them.
Say it again?
It doesn't involve them.
That how you're speaking to me is a supreme mindset, my friend. Because
So
we're dismissing the claim.
We're talking about contract law here.
Say it again?
We're talking about contract law here.
Okay.
That's what the manifest destiny was. Contract law. That's why I'm saying it's a contract. A contract is between the contractor and the contractee. It doesn't have anything to do with outsiders.
Who are you considering outsiders? If I am in the position of a black man in America, seeing these things happen, and it's not including me, what am I to take of that?
If it's not including you, it has nothing to do with you. Move on.
Yeah.
If I'm in my land, though, if I say I'm in my land, right, and they're doing contract about this land, that does not include me and move on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Zay, y'all hear this right now?
Cam, do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. I completely understand.
No, you don't. No, you don't, because you don't even realize that the contract doesn't have anything to do with the land. It has something to do with the people of the land. And if the people of the land aren't involved in the contract, it doesn't pertain to them. It only pertains to the person that's carrying out the contract and who he associates with. So if I give you a contract, hold on, Green. Can I give you a? Let me give you an example. Can I give you an example?
Yeah, sure.
So let's say I got a contract with you, Green, that you are going to make a certain product for me. And you say, well, okay, I'm going to make this product. And then you go behind your back and you get Rashad to make it for you. And then Rashad makes the product defective and you bring it and say, here, man, this is what we got. And I say, nah, this is a breach of contract. You say, no, it's not, because I'm not the one that made it. What am I supposed to make of that shit? Am I supposed to say you can't be held accountable because you got Rashad to make it, but the contract was between me and you? See, this is what people don't understand. Manifest Destiny was between churches, which were businesses, and they were all jockeying for positions to come over here and sell and make shit and get product. So when they came over here, they were in competition with other people that didn't have contracts. And those other people were the other foreigners. So when they came here, they were giving rights to kill those foreigners and anybody that associated with them. So let's say the foreigners were over here and they were making deals with the natives of this land. You think the natives of the land gonna walk away from the conversation when you say we don't got a contract with you? Hell nah. They gonna say we working with this one and we gonna protect this one. So guess what? Now you just now included yourself in the contract. And you know what kind of contract it was? It was gonna manifest your destiny. That means it was a kill contract.
It was a shit show contract.
So in other words, you can't blame them motherfuckers for coming over here doing what they did.
Now, shout out to everybody in the chat. The niggas that's been listening to this so-called enlightening shit.
So this is very enlightening.
Hey, if y'all want in on this conversation, the name of this motherfucking these streams will be called Stomp Loyal, goddamn. If you feel like you can defeat Loyal, Stomp the Loyal, goddamn.
Right, bro. This nigga Zay been battling this thing for the longest.
Yeah, we just came up with a new one, y'all. Stomp the Loyal. Any nigga out there in the chat feel like they want to tune it, y'all can click the link, man. Trust me, we live.
Nah, but Cam is doing a good job, though.
I'll be listening to you. I don't give you all my time for no reason, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because you ask these questions and it makes sense to you and it'll make sense to people like you, my nigga. White supremacist, my friend. You know what I mean? So,
Hey, if you consider me supreme, I'm cool with that.
No, I don't consider you supreme. That's the mindset, whether you know it or not. Like me, I'm a narcissist by default.
Yeah, so you consider my mindset supreme. Okay, I feel you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I take honors.
Yeah, he likes the conversation, Lord.
Yeah.
For us, it's at our detriment. You get what I'm saying? Because like, damn, Lord, we know you know what we're talking about, but you never gonna let us happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, thank you, Cal. Thank you. That's the only thing I be saying about Lord. Lord, you know what I'm talking about, bro. Even if I didn't say it right, you know what I'm talking about, but you still gonna be an asshole.
You gotta say it, but you gotta say it right though. You gotta say it right. So it's coming, my friend.
It's coming? Well, it ain't came yet. We'll cross that bridge when it comes. Because I ain't never seen nobody yet that can talk me into that bullshit y'all believe, because that's straight bullshit. Well, he brought up Manifest Destiny like that was going to shock me or shake me or something. All that did was reinforce my thought process.
Wait, what's the conversation?
Well, the original conversation was about the meaning of certain words. Because we broke away from the Bible part. Because they don't want to talk about that shit no more. Because I was just wearing their ass out with that.
Here we go. All right.
So,
where we at right now, Lloyd?
yeah, you too, Rashad. Right now we're at the meaning of words and why they should be translated.
Like what?
For instance, when I started talking about the words in the Bible, right? Because for some reason we started talking about why there's a verse in the Bible that talks about David and Jonathan, sharing some emotions that makes them homosexual. So I explained to them.
Say that one more time. Hold on, I missed that last little part you said.
We're talking about the verse in the Bible between David and Jonathan and why that made them homosexual. And I explained to them that first,
The Bible made them homosexual?
the verse in the Bible, 2 Samuel verse 1.
The 2 Samuel verse 1 made David and
Jonathan.
Jonathan.
Yeah. So 2 Samuel chapter 1, my bad, verse 20, 25, 26, and 27.
I'm familiar with it.
Yeah. So when they read it off, they only read 26, and I told them that you got to read the verse before it and after it to understand the context. Really, just the verse before it.
Yeah, because they took off their clothes and they laid. He said they laid with each other.
Where that at?
Where
that at?
You kept cutting her butt off, but you want to break it down as she read it. That's why y'all get off.
Where did she read?
You said that. Wait. So you said that David.
I'm showing you right. I'm gonna show you right now.
Relationship is not in the Bible. Is not in there.
Here it goes right here.
Uh-huh.
You see it?
Hold on.
Yeah. So she read 26, which is, I grieve for you, Jonathan, my brother. You were very dear to me. Your love for me was wonderful, more wonderful than that of a woman. And they said that means that they have a gay relationship together.
Well, there's more context to that relationship.
I know. But that's why you got to read ahead.
Some of the parts.
That's why you got to read That's why you got to read verse 25. It says, "How the mighty have fallen in battle." So they're talking about a war. Jonathan lies slain. Right. So Jonathan was killed. Right. That's why that whole conversation that David made in 26 was spoken like that.
What about the like certain references before that?
What references? Show me.
All right.
Because David laments for Saul and Jonathan. What are you talking about?
Didn't David kill something? Y'all talking about King David?
Yeah.
Did he kill somebody goddamn husband before he was watching the wife?
But that was after. That was way after. That was Bathsheba.
Mm-hmm.
They let you know what type of nigga he was. This nigga send your ass to war.
That's all right. There's a lot of people that got sent to war because they chose it. You're a soldier. What else is there for a soldier to do?
Okay, so this is 1 Samuel 18, 1 through 4.
All right, 18. 1 Samuel 18.
1 through 4.
Okay.
And it said after David had finished talking with Saul, Jonathan became one in spirit with David, and he loved him as himself. From that day, hold on, now listen. Now the whole thing about this is it's breaking down, you know what I'm saying, kind of the reason why Saul wanted to keep them away from each other and eventually wanted to kill David, because he looked at David like a son, and then his son ended up being with his other son, so he wanted to kill both of them. You know what I mean? All right, so here.
You said it was My bad.
Hold on. This 1 Samuel 18, 1 through 4.
Oh, okay.
Then it said, then it said, from that day Saul kept David with him and did not let him return to his father's house. And Jonathan made a covenant with David because he loved him as himself. Jonathan took off the robe he was wearing and gave it to David, along with his tunic, even his sword, his bow, and his belt.
Okay. Oh, that's the part you were saying that says he was gay, right?
That was inferring their homosexual relationship.
Okay.
For one another. Then it goes on to explain how he loved him more than he loved the woman and so forth and things like that. You know.
Okay, so look, it says I pulled it up too. So 18 says after David had finished talking to Saul, Jonathan became one in spirit with David. All right, so now we got to find out the context of that. What was David talking to Saul? I'm assuming it's chapter 17, right? Shit.
Yeah, I got you. I'm listening.
I'm trying to go back. So chapter 17, and it has to be 52 or 58. 58. It says 17, verse 58. Says, whose son are you, young man? Saul asked him. David said, I am the son of your servant Jesse of Bethlehem. Now let's move forward to 18, right? 18, number 1. After David had finished talking with Saul, Jonathan became one in spirit with David. Now, why would he become one in spirit with David? You know why? Because Jonathan, in this context, in this story, was from Bethlehem. Okay? Now, that's the layman interpretation of it. And you see how you get a different context when you read ahead of it. But the actual context of it, the name Jonathan doesn't have a definition. The only definition it has is a name, a surname. David as well. But the word spirit and became one in spirit with. Those words right there have what? They have a different meaning. Until you find out what those words meaning are, and the context of those is relationship. That's the context of them. So if you look up the word became in etymology, in the context of relationship, you will find out that word doesn't mean like because, like again. You know what I'm saying? In layman's definition, it means again. But in the context of a relationship, it doesn't mean that. And I want to show you why. Type in the word because. Right? And you find out the word because is a compound word. By and cause. Right? So you got to find out by and cause. The word by means near, in, by, during in layman's. But the true context of it is, can you guys see this on my screen? Am high. All right, the word am high, and it even has a root ant. All right, in front of. Look, it means in front of, or before, or it can mean in, depending on what the context is. But since the context is relations or relationship, it means something else. It means like a relationship either before or after something. All right, so now we found out the word by, right? Now let's go here to cause. Now, the cause word doesn't have any other meaning besides that. So the reason of motive for a decision, ground of actions are motive. So around motive is what we're talking about. You guys see what I'm saying? So cause is like saying motive. If I say because, it's like almost saying this is the reason. This is my motive.
I mean to cut you off. What is good? So how did that explain what Saul and Jonathan and David was doing?
So if you're gonna read this in true syntax context, you're gonna read it like this: Jonathan around motive. This right here, one, doesn't mean the number one. Okay? This doesn't mean the number one. You got to look that number one up too. Or that one.
What you mean? What don't mean the number one?
You know how it says became one in spirit? Became is around, huh?
So what do it mean?
Became is around motive. One means something else. The word one in etymology, hold on.
No. in Hebrew.
Bro, how do you think they translated it from Hebrew?
No, I'm saying you finna give me the etymology of the word one. What is it
Yes.
in Hebrew? As
That
these people were speaking it though.
yes, in Hebrew, it one
Uh-huh.
means ono or uno. Okay?
Okay. Which still means one, right?
Yeah, it can mean one.
Or
It can mean ace.
eight.
Ace, A C E.
Uno can mean ace.
Yeah.
Like, in what context would that would ace make sense in that conversation?
Well, the only context we're following is relationship. So you can look up
But
the
you know what I'm
word.
saying? No, within the conversation that Saul and that Jonathan and David were having, what how would that pertain to their conversation? Make it make sense towards their conversation. See, I see you literally going word by word, but
Exactly.
it still have to make sense within the context of their conversation that they have. I
But
understand that the word bad means not good or something, you know what I'm saying, or boring. But if somebody was to watch me having a conversation with Rashard, and I'm saying, man, them shoes you got on bad, man, they bad. And they breaking down the etymology and they saying, man, Bobby, I don't understand how Rashard sit there and just let Bobby tell him his shoes is bad. They would have to go deeper within the context of what bad means within our particular culture and what it means within the context of that conversation. It literally has nothing to do with the etymology of the particular word.
yes, it is, bro. Because look, in order to find,
No. Okay, you telling me yes it is, but you didn't. You ran past the example I gave. Bad when you speaking in a denotative language, just like other words denotatively don't mean what they mean connotatively. Would you agree?
no, I wouldn't agree.
Why would you? Okay, so
Because
if
first
I'm
off,
saying,
because first off, I gotta learn the context of it.
That's what I'm telling you. In the context of it will be whatever is culturally agreed upon, like Ebonics or whatever. Just like when you speak Spanish, or
Now,
Spanish is a language that anybody can speak. But when you go to actual Mexico, they speak Ebonics within their certain Spanish dialect, given the particular region that they live in. And it's the same thing with us. We use words different depending on the city you live in.
yeah, but you already have a fixed context, bro.
Yes, and the context is based upon the culture of the city.
No, it's based on what's written.
No, it's based
Oh
on
shit.
how I define the words. The word Joe means
See?
something in the word Joe means something in the literal definition, meaning the denotative language. In the definition, it denotes a specific thing. But
The
in
word.
connotative language, in connotative language, meaning slang, linguistics, or whatever definition I want to add pertaining to my culture, like in Chicago, we say, "What up, Joe?" That don't mean the definition of Joe in the motherfucking dictionary. That's a greeting.
Bro, that
You
is
have to know
that is that is spoken words, not written words. In written words, the context is all.
In the written word, it will be the same thing, because if you're speaking from, if I'm writing from the context of two Chicago people having a conversation, it'll be, "What's up, Joe? What's happening with it, Sean?"
That's still spoken. That's not written.
You just didn't hear me again. If I was writing
Okay.
from the context of two Chicago people having a conversation,
Okay.
I would write it how they would talk it. Meaning one Chicago person says to the other, "What up, Joe?" And the other one replied, "What happening, shawty?" Now you can look up the word short
Okay.
and think that he calling the other dude short, and Joe like
Bro.
he calling the other dude by the little name Joe, but that's not what it means.
Hey, but look, when you just not said that, the context of that sentence is not him speaking to her and her speaking back to him.
What?
Yes, the context of that conversation is the reason why he's speaking to her. Is he trying to just be polite, or is he trying to be romantic? That's the context. Now, if he's saying "What's up, shorty," because he's trying to get a, huh?
No. See, this is why you don't even understand. This is why you gotta understand. Shorty, when you call somebody shorty in Chicago, it don't have to necessarily pertain to a woman. See how?
That's why I said, is he trying to be polite or is he trying to be romantic? You need to point out what the context is.
Wait. But you should know. Go do the etymology. Why do you need to know defined by my specific culture when you can go?
Because in the Bible, bro, look.
Because you have to know my specific culture.
Because the context is written out in the Bible.
The context is not written out for specific culture. Even if I write the context
Oh.
out, you will have to know the specific culture.
So what culture are we reading about in the Bible?
Hebrew.
Okay. Now, so we don't have to worry about which culture we getting into. Now we got to worry about is the context. The context of this sentence right here. After David had finished, I know, after David had finished talking with Saul, Jonathan became one in spirit with him. They're talking about a relationship, a common ground, something that they have in common. Okay, so every word that's
what they got in common.
No, it ain't saying shit about love.
Well, that's the context.
Hey, do we have anything in common, Bobby?
A few things.
Yeah. So what's the most obvious one just by looking at us? What's the most obvious one?
We both black.
Exactly. Bam. So it's easy to see. What I'm saying is that there is nothing sexual about this in the context of Jonathan and Saul or David. He's saying, look.
Wait.
Okay.
Let me ask you this then.
Yeah.
Is it sexual when they say in what is this? 1 Samuel 20. And Jonathan gave his weapon unto his lad.
1 Samuel 20.
Said unto him, go carry them to the city. And
Yeah.
as soon as the lad was gone, David arose out of a place towards the south and fell on his face to the ground and bowed down 3 times. And they kissed one another and wept one with another until David exceeded. Go in peace, for as much we have sworn both of us in the name of Hashem, saying, Hashem shall be between me and thee, and between my seed and thy seed forever. Now listen, it says it's important. Components of these verses include the word kissing, right? Now, when you look at verse 30 in Samuel 18, it says Saul's anger was kindled against Jonathan.
So hold on, you talking about 20 or 18? Because I'm trying to follow along with you.
I'm talking about Samuel 20, verse 40, I think.
Samuel 20.
Yeah. And now
verse 40.
Yeah. 40 to 42, I believe. And that's in reference to Samuel 30. 1 Samuel 18, verse 30, where Saul's anger was kindled against Jonathan. And he said unto him, thou son of perverse rebellion, do not I know that thou hast chosen the son of Jesse to thine own shame? Now in the Bible, we know when they talk about somebody going into thine shame, we know what the fuck that is. Now, and unto the shame of thy mother's nakedness.
Hey, somebody said that they can't hear you. They can't hear us.
They can't probably hear Bobby.
It says your mic is out, Bobby.
But
look,
they said my mic off.
Yeah.
They probably can't. They say what they hear?
They ain't heard nothing for 10 minutes. They just been hearing us.
My fault, y'all. I've been muted on the Zoom. Y'all can probably hear me now.
Yeah.
Tell them to put a 1 if they can hear me now.
Let me see if I can hear you. Hold on.
Yeah, if y'all can hear me now, man, much love and respect for sticking around. You know what I'm saying? We in the
field. I
field.
can hear you on there.
Hey, but this is good. But look.
Told y'all ass to get up here.
So hold on, man.
Now, y'all can hit the link.
I got something for you.
Now listen. Even though we up here now, y'all know if y'all want to hit the link, y'all can hit the link. Yeah, It's been good. Y'all, how the hell it's been 10 minutes and ain't nobody said nothing? Roxanne?
Right.
God damn
10
it.
minutes. So I just said
Right.
loyal.
She put a 1 in
David
there.
and Jonathan kiss each other in 1 Samuel 20, verse 41.
Let me do this again.
1 Samuel 20, verse what?
Okay, 1 Samuel 20, verse 40.
Verse 40.
I'm going to walk you down this again.
Okay.
And it says, Jonathan gave his weapons unto his lad. Meaning his assistant, let's say.
Yeah, I got you.
And said, carry them to
Go
the
to
city.
fire.
Right? And as soon as the lad was gone, here come David, like sneaking up out from a place out of the south. And David fell unto his face to the ground, bowed 3 times to his lover, I'm saying, and they kissed one another and wept with one another until David exceeded. Now, that's in context of, Saul's anger against their 2 so-called friendship and the rebellion that those 2 were taking to, you know what I'm saying, succeed the throne from Saul. Now, if you go back to 1 Samuel 18, verse 30, it says, Saul's anger was kindled against Jonathan, and he said unto him, Thou son of a perverse rebellion, do not I know that thou hast chosen the son of Jesse, who is David, to thine own shame? And like I say, in the Bible, when they say you get some shame in the Bible, meaning your motherfucking privacy. People like this and unto the shame of thy mother's nakedness. Now, when they say unto the shame of thy mother's nakedness, like that's referring to him being naked, because thy mother's nakedness is like the child, you know what I'm saying? The child from the mother's, like your mother is literally the only one supposed to see you naked like that, basically, you know what I mean? Because she take care of the baby. I don't even think in they culture, the father was even doing that type of shit. Bro, you know what I mean? So explain that.
Okay, so first of all, let's jump into this nakedness stuff that you were just talking about. Now, in the Bible, when it says nakedness, you're saying that it refers to the body of the person that you're talking about. Their nakedness, like if you're saying loyal nakedness, is referring.
No, wait. No, I didn't say that.
That's why I'm asking you.
I did not say that.
That's why I'm asking
you. This specific verse. I'm talking in the context of this specific verse.
Okay, so let's first dissect 40, right? And then we'll move on to 18 because you went backwards. Gotcha. Okay, so verse 40.
There you go.
It says, Then Jonathan gave his weapon to the boy. But before we even get to that part, let's find out the context in the earlier chapters. Because do you realize in the earlier verses, for instance, 37, right? It says, when the boy came to the place where Jonathan's arrow had fallen, Jonathan called out to God after him, Isn't the arrow beyond you? And then 38, then he shouted, Hurry, go quickly, don't stop. The boy picked up the arrow and returned to his master. All right. So this entire context of 40 refers to 37, 38. I didn't read it 39. The boy knew nothing about all this. Only Jonathan and David knew. What did they know? Okay? What did they know that led them into 40? That when Jonathan gave his weapon to the boy and said, carry them back to town. What did they know, David and Jonathan, from that little interaction with Jonathan and his boy? You know what you got to do to find that out? You got to go back further.
You explaining it to me.
Yeah, so you got to go back further. So it says this right here. In 30, Saul's anger flared up at Jonathan. And he said to him, That's son.
What I'm referencing all of that too. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. You son of a perverse and rebellious woman.
There you go.
Don't I know? Hold on. That doesn't even they don't even refer. That's talking about he's insulting the man, saying his mom's a bitch.
Insulting Jonathan.
Yes, he's saying the man's mom is a bitch. Don't I know that
Because he gave a perverse son. Go ahead.
Hold on, bro. He's saying.
Go ahead. That's how
That's
I'm
like
interpreting
saying
it.
son of a bitch. That's like saying son of a bitch.
Keep reading.
That's why it says son of.
Just keep reading.
A perverse. I'm reading it. Son of a perverse and rebellious woman. Don't I know that you have sided with the son of Jesse to your own shame and to the shame of the mother who bore you? So where in that you get homosexual? The son of a perverse mother is like saying son of a bitch. You son of a bitch.
Now,
he's telling this.
Wait.
And that's not even the true meaning of it.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Mm-hmm. Now listen to me. Now, we all know that with each iteration of this book of the Bible, this is why they keep changing and changing and changing the words in order to get away and fit certain narratives when they kind of see how it can lead into certain trains of thought.
What word?
Now, hold on, wait a minute. Now, the verse you just read, which I'm not gonna dispute is from a Bible, differs so vastly from the verse I read, which is from a Bible, which says, which says, thou son. Now listen, if the shit say thou son, I'm reading from an older Bible than you, Loyal.
No, thou means
said
you.
Your shit said the, my nigga.
No, thou means
shit
you,
say
bro.
Thou.
Let me show you.
It don't matter what it means. Your shit is modern. My shit is from a time older than that.
This is what you don't understand. Thou
it don't matter what
means you.
No. Fuck, hey, Loyal, listen. Is my book old? Is what I'm reading older than that shit? You reading a more modern, updated version, correct?
This is the New International Version. That's the only reason why I'm reading it, because that's the one I'm
it's a
Which
modern,
one are you reading?
Updated version.
Which one are you reading?
Loyal. Is it a modern, updated version?
Which
yes
one are you reading? I can switch to the one you was reading.
God damn, Loyal. Is it a modern, updated version?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you, which version are you reading?
International, my nigga.
Which one? Which one are you reading?
What the fuck do New International
Are you
mean,
reading
Loyal?
the King James?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll move to the King James. Let me move.
Why the fuck would you go to a New International Bible?
Because that's the one Humlin was reading earlier.
Okay.
Okay, that's the only reason why I moved to that. Now I'm in the New King James Version. Let's go.
Okay. Now, King James. Get a King James. Get an old King James Bible.
Bro, I only got what's online, just like you got.
I got you. I'm just talking shit. I'm saying you could, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so let me go back. All right? And I ain't worried about what you saying, Zay. You don't know what the hell you talking about anyway. Okay, so look, 39, but the lad did not know. Only Jonathan and David knew of the matter, right? So then we went back up to what, 30? Saul's anger was aroused against Jonathan. And he said to him, you son of a perverse, rebellious woman. Can you see that's what I'm reading? It's the King James Version. You son of a perverse and rebellious woman. Do I not know that you have chosen the son of Jesse to your own shame and to the shame of your mother's namesake? Now, who do you think he's talking about when he says, do I not know that you have chosen the son of Jesse? Because you know the son of Jesse is who? Jonathan. So if he's telling somebody that you chose this dude who was the son of Jesse, who is he talking to? Who is he talking to? He's talking to David, bro. I ain't worried about what Zay talking about because he don't even know it himself. He's talking to David. He's telling David.
Okay, wait. Go ahead, keep going.
He's telling David, you chose him over me because he was the son of Jesse from Bethlehem. Like, that's what y'all got in common. No, so you chose him over me.
Because of the shame. Listen, the shame. Listen. When you go back to Samuel 19, what is that? Verse, Where is this
You
at?
keep
Hold
on pulling them
hold
up,
on.
dog. Keep on pulling
Hold
them
on,
up.
hold on.
Samuel 19.
Samuel 19 verse. Damn, I just had it. Hold
Now check it
on.
out.
I
Number
think it's
2.
24.
Oh, okay. I thought
Samuel
you told.
19 verse 24, and it said
Then
he
David.
stripped off his clothes also,
Huh?
and
You sure it was 19 or you sure it was 20? Is it Samuel 20?
Samuel,
Verse 24.
yeah.
Because that says, then David hid in the field.
1924. What else do it say?
It's not 1 Samuel 19. It said, you said 1 Samuel 20, verse 24.
1 Samuel 19 verse 24.
Okay, let me go back and get that. Verse 24. Here we go. And he stripped off, and he also stripped off his clothes, and what? Prophesied before Samuel in like manner, and lay down naked all that day and all that night. Before they say, I know, before they say, is Saul also among the prophets?
Keep going.
Well, I got to go to the next page now.
And David fled from Naoth Ramah and came and said before Jonathan, what have I done? What is mine iniquity, and what is my sin before thy father, that he seeketh my life? And he said unto him, God forbid, thou shalt not die. Behold, my father will do nothing either great or small, but that he will shew it me. And why should my father hide this thing from me? It is not so. And David swore him over and said, thy father certainly knoweth that I have found grace in thine eyes. And he saith, let not Jonathan know this, lest he be grieved. But truly as the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, there is but a step between me and death.
You're right. So check it out. Now, to find the context of why he was talking about Jonathan's father wanted to kill him, you got to go back to 1 Samuel 19.
Relationship.
No, you got to go back to 1 Samuel 19, verse 1. Now Saul spoke to Jonathan, his son. Now, Saul is Jonathan's son. And to all of his servants, that they should kill David. Jonathan was plotting to kill David. But Jonathan, Saul's son, delighted greatly in David. Now you see why Saul was like, you chose Jonathan over me, but Jonathan was plotting to kill your ass. That's why he said that. But the true context of this right here is deception. And in order
he sold Saul over, but Jonathan was plotting to kill him.
Yes.
With who?
He was plotting to kill David.
Okay.
Yes.
Why?
Because Jonathan wanted to take David's place. So Jonathan told David, saying,
Saul wanted to kill David for that.
No, Jonathan wanted to kill David. Saul is Jonathan's son.
Jonathan did not want to kill David. No,
bro,
Jonathan is Saul's son.
Did you go back to verse 1?
Bro, Jonathan is Saul's son.
No, Saul is Jonathan's son.
No, if that's how you're looking at this, you already.
Bro, now Saul spoke to Jonathan, his son. Yeah, you're right. Jonathan is Saul's son.
All right. Okay.
So look. So now Saul spoke to Jonathan, his son, and to all his servants that they should kill David. So Saul was planning to kill David, and Jonathan, his son, was like, no, because he delighted in David. And the only reason,
because that's his boyfriend, Lord.
No, that was his fucking boyfriend.
No, it's not, bro. Do you know what the relationship of Saul and David was? And what
that's what we're trying to figure out.
Saul was one of David's commanders, bro. So what does that make Saul's son?
Yeah, that's what we got out the Bible. That's what they might say that he was.
We can only go by what the story's saying. Y'all making it up. The story is what tells it.
I'm making up the story. I'm saying what they. I'm literally going by what that. Why did they kiss?
Bro,
He skimmed past that.
Why did they kiss?
That's what they do today. What happened? When you go to France and you meet
Fuck
somebody,
all of that. Them
what's the
niggas ain't
greeting?
friends.
What's the greeting, bro?
Nah,
What's the
nigga,
greeting?
No,
Don't they kiss you on the
They
cheeks?
ain't kiss each other on the
Yeah,
cheeks.
yeah. Don't they kiss
Why did
each
they
other on the
kiss?
cheeks? Yes.
Listen, I'm gonna tell
Nigga.
you this though. Wait, and I'm
Yeah.
gonna say this.
Say it.
France is a culture, just like Hebrew is a
It's
culture.
also a country.
Wait. Hebrew is a culture.
Yes.
Nigga, I done heard nigga in the Bible. Saul had David cutting off niggas' dick skins, bringing them back. I never heard kissing though. I never heard kissing as a culture within Hebrews.
Bro, so what is the significance?
No.
What's the significance behind that?
No, you just
What's the
gave me
significance
French
behind
culture.
that?
So now, what?
What's the significance behind that? What you just said?
I'm asking you.
Well, I'm telling you. That's a greeting.
But you gave me French culture. That's a greeting in France.
Because I wanted to give you a
culture.
modern example so you can relate to the old example.
That's not a greeting in French culture.
Again. That's what they do in the Arabic countries. They kiss each other on the cheeks.
I never seen no Arabic men greet
Bro,
each
I
other
can pull
like
up
that.
videos
That's
right
not.
now that motherfuckers just greeting each other, kissing each other.
Oh my God. Are they Hebrews or are they Islamic?
Bro.
Again.
What?
You don't want to deal with it. Is they Hebrew Arabs or Islamic Arabs?
Or cartel. Kicking each other on the cheek.
Now,
They're Arabic.
Do them niggas,
They're
them
Arabic.
niggas got them robes on and them heads.
They're Arabic.
10 times out of then they mean they Muslims 10 times out of 10.
And they do the same shit.
How?
What you mean
With
how?
Muslim culture
Look
and
at
Hebrew
my
culture is
screen.
completely different.
Look at my screen. Arabic greeting kissing. Look at this.
Are those Hebrews?
Yes.
Or are those Muslims?
They're Hebrews.
Are those so they practice Hebrew culture? Them folks ain't Muslims.
Bro, why you trying to play semantics?
I'm asking you again.
When you know
do
that
they
these
practice
motherfuckers
Hebrew
do this
culture
shit.
or are they Muslim culture?
When you know that these people do this shit.
Is this Hebrew culture or Muslim culture?
Hebrew culture and Muslim culture.
These look like a bunch of Muslims, bro.
Bro, that's what these motherfuckers do over there.
These Muslims.
Just like this.
Look at
You
the
see
right.
this?
That's Muslim.
You see this?
This Muslims.
That says Arab.
Show me
Same
type
shit.
in.
Same
no,
shit.
type in Hebrews kissing. And then we'll just leave it at that. I'll believe you after that. Just show me Hebrews kissing, bro.
There you go.
That's a man and a woman, bro.
No, that's not. That's two men, bro. That's a Jew.
That's a Jewish nigga. Arab and a Jew, nigga.
Yes.
That's an Arab and a
two different religions. Look,
oh my God.
Two different.
Oh, hey, lawyer, you bodied right now, my nigga.
Okay.
You doing bad right now.
You said
lawyer.
show it to me,
Lawyer,
but now you gonna back out. You said show it to you. Here goes another one.
Lawyer, this is horrible.
Yeah.
I expect better from you, lawyer. You gotta do, lawyer. You do way better.
I'm telling you, bro. This is what they do. Look at what I wrote in the search engine.
Lawyer, you know that ain't it, my nigga.
Hey, do you see what I wrote in the search engine?
That is not it, lawyer.
Hebrew greeting kissing.
Lawyer, do you see when you first wrote Arabic, how many pictures popped up? And when you just changed it to Hebrew, you can barely... That's Arabic, which is a bunch of Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you went to Hebrew, it's cartoons and women kissing men. It's women kissing men.
It's men kissing men.
It's
also,
women. Where you see a man
them
kissing a
a
man
wall.
at?
Them
It's an
kissing
Arab.
a wall.
That's a Muslim.
Bro.
Where you see a man kissing a man at? Show it to me.
Right there.
Where? That's a fucking Muslim and a Jew.
So what are you talking about? I thought that's what we were talking about.
That's not two Hebrews.
Bro, I typed in Hebrew. I didn't type in Jew.
Not two Hebrews.
They both are Hebrews.
No, they...
Yes, they both speak the Hebrew language. What are you talking about?
This nigga crazy. Do they practice the Hebrew
Oh
culture?
my... What's the Hebrew culture, bro? You talking about Judaism?
No.
Well, what's the Hebrew?
I'm talking about
What's the Hebrew
I'm
religion?
talking about the shit that Saul and David them was doing in the Bible.
That's exactly what they were doing right there, bro.
That ain't what they
Let's
doing
get
right
back to
there.
it.
The shit that Ben Amin them be doing.
Look, back to what
Is
I
they
was.
doing that?
What's
don't
beat
run,
I mean?
nigga.
What's beat I
Now you
mean?
go. Now you want to say back to that? Nah, nigga, ain't no back.
What you want to dwell? Look. Let's go ahead and look
Ain't
at
no
it. Go
back
ahead.
to
What
nigga,
else can we get out of this?
Now you want to say back to this? This nigga lawyer. Look, how many nigga? This men and women.
Bro, the same shit. These are the same people, bro.
Men and women, right or wrong? No, it's not.
These are the same people.
Them Muslims. Those are Muslims that you showing now.
Muslims and
bro, this doesn't say anything about Muslims. Look, this says Arabics.
Those are Muslims.
Saudi Arabia.
Those are Muslims.
Do they speak the same language as do they speak the Hebrew language? Yes, they do. What's the language?
Arabic.
They speak Arabic.
Oh my
they speak
goodness.
Arabic. Hebrews speak Amharic. They speak Arabic. Hebrews speak Amharic. It's even it's a completely different written script too.
Okay. Why does it say in etymology that it's an Aramaic Semitic?
Right, Aramaic is not Arabic, nigga.
Bro, what the fuck?
Aramaic is not Arabic.
Really? What is it then?
Arabian language.
Look what I typed in.
No.
Look what I typed in. Hebrew.
Aramaic is a derivative of. Aramaic is a derivative of all of those
Arabic
languages.
Arabic. Look, I'm gonna highlight Aramaic, right? Copy it and put it in etymology, and let's see what comes up.
It's an Aramaic.
What is this?
Arabian language come from Aramaic.
Hey, look.
What is that?
Ain't this Assyrian Empire? Isn't that the Arabic Empire?
Is it?
Yes.
Is it anciently? Is it modern day? The Arabic Empire?
Is it the Persian kingdom? The Arabic kingdom?
Is it modern day? This ancient, my nigga. We talking modern day. You can't do that, Lloyd.
So where were they located in modern day? In modern day. Hey, in ancient times, where were they met?
Right now, motherfucking Israelis are located in the Palestine, but that's not what it is. That's not what it was ancient. That's what it is modern day. We know that. Modern day places and ancient places have zero relevancy with the people who might have been there then and the people who there now.
Look,
and you know that.
Arabic, right? Arabic. What does it say? The Arabic language, a Semitic tongue, right? The language of the Arabs.
I just said that.
Yes.
Arabic come from. I just said Arabic come from Aramaic.
But what does Semitic mean?
It's not the same as Amharic.
Bro, what does Semitic mean?
It's not the same as Amharic.
What does Semitic mean?
Okay, let me ask you this: is Spanish a derivative?
I'm not saying it.
Do Spanish come from Latin?
Look, Semitic, denoted the major language group to include what?
Does Spanish come from Latin?
Hebrew.
Does Spanish come from Latin, loyal?
Arabic.
Does Spanish come from Latin?
Huh?
Yes or no? Do Spanish come from Latin?
Spanish come from Hebrew.
Spanish come. What languages come from Latin?
All of the Spanish and the Latin comes from Hebrew.
What language come from Latin? Are there any languages that specifically come out of Latin?
Look, Latin doesn't produce a language if it comes from another language.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
How do that make sense?
Because, bro, both Spanish.
That's like saying you can't produce a baby if you come from another baby, which is your mother, who was a baby at one point.
But look, both Spanish and Latin are Semitic languages, which are Hebrew languages, are Arabic languages, are Aramaic languages, or Assyrian languages. That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm not making this shit up. They said this. This is where we get.
Guess what, though, loyal? Guess what, loyal? It still don't prove the fact that
All right, let's get back to it then. Let's get back to
warrior.
Let's get back to it.
I know I won that one. Salute to me, man.
Yeah.
Y'all got it.
Self-proclaimed is not real. Nah, I ain't gonna even say it. Go ahead.
Oh, wait, that means if you want it out of my mind too, then yeah.
I'm gonna say it again. You know what? I'm just gonna say it. Self-proclaimed doesn't mean proclaim fame. Okay, you can claim it whatever you want, but you can't self-proclaim it. So look, now Saul spoke. Now Saul spoke to Jonathan, his son. You was right about that. I was wrong about that. Saul is Jonathan's son. But look, Saul wanted to kill David. Jonathan didn't. But if you keep on going, right, and you find out the reason why Saul and David got along is because of his father that was from Bethlehem, who were they talking about? They were talking about Saul.
Saul went to kill him.
Now look, if Saul was talking shit to Jonathan, saying that your bitch of a mother, right, you are being claimed because of your bitch of a mother, ain't he talking about his wife?
That don't have nothing to do with Jonathan.
Yes, it does, bro, because look, Jonathan warned David that his father was trying to kill him.
Basically, he was comparing his son to his bitch's mother as in that's the role he played in that lifestyle.
Whatever, man. You can make up whatever you want. I see the agenda. And the agenda is this. The agenda is this. Everything you think about has something to do with sex. So you pull it into this. And it has nothing to do with this. Even that's not even the true translation of this shit. That's the bad part about it.
You don't even have the true translation of it.
The true translation of the shit in etymology, each one of these words means something. And the punctuation.
It's assumption.
Yes.
I looked online and said, where was
and
etymology used in the
I've translated a shitload of this shit.
I bet.
Yes. Straight up. I've translated a shitload of it.
Self-proclaimed.
It ain't self-proclaimed. And look, the meaning and the fucking context match, and the definitions from etymology match. That's why when I write this motherfucking book, yeah, it's not gonna be accepted by those. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be accepted by them.
Whoever them and those are.
Mm-hmm. You don't need to know what those are. You'll find out.
It's a bunch of pronouns. It's probably David and Jonathan.
See, I start from the beginning of the Bible. I don't skip around. We skipped around from Saul, or 1 Samuel 19, 1 Samuel 20, 1 Samuel 18. See, that shit right there.
Nobody skipped around. Y'all went through the whole thing.
No, we didn't. We didn't go through the whole thing. You guys lost interest in between. We didn't skip through the whole. We skipped through the whole thing. Look, if I move back, look where we went. We went 20, 18, 20, 18, 17. We went 19, back to 20 again. Here go 19, back to 20. Bro, you start at the beginning and you work it all the way to the end.
That's fine. And everybody came to the same conclusion but you, so.
Well, I don't know what conclusion you came to, and it really doesn't matter because it's a deprived conclusion anyway. I don't want to sully my interpretation with yours.
That's good. I wouldn't want you to.
You sully, man. That's what you are.
That's fine.
You sully, bro. You might as well just go ahead and complete the job.
Yep. You
gonna complete
Belly,
the job?
Belly, and all that.
You gonna complete the job? Hey, so what does sully mean in Ebonics?
I don't know. You tell me.
You know, you don't mean shit in Ebonics. Ebonics don't go that far. But look, I do think that we should work on the same books. But in other books, it's going to still have the same thing. In order to find the context, that's why you start at the beginning. The reason why they want you to read pretext on top of pretext, and then they ain't even explaining that right, is because they want you to skip around because they don't want you to learn the true context of the writing. Before I can understand what 20 verse 1 means, right, I got to go back to 19 verse 1. No, I got to go back to 19 verse 24. Before I can move on to the next part right here at verse 1 and 20, I got to first learn what 24 means. And see, we're reading it in the untranslated version. We're reading it in layman. We're reading, and he also stripped off his clothes and prophesied before Samuel in like manner, and lay down naked all that day and all that night before they say, is Saul also among the prophets? I bet you don't understand what that part means, huh? In layman terms, either. They're trying to say, is he dead yet? Because instead of killing David, Jonathan conspired to kill his own father. That's in layman terms.
It's a strong love story.
But if you want, see, because look, Saul was the general of David, which makes his son what? The commander for the general. Well, when the commander is being chosen over the general, hell yeah, you're gonna have strife. So Saul was trying to kill that motherfucker because he was like, hey, you chose a less rank over me. Y'all trying to turn it into something sexual. It ain't got shit to do with that.
Mm-hmm.
So look, what do you think the quotation and the question mark means?
Tell us, inform us.
All right, let's go.
Damn, you ain't know it off the top?
Huh?
You ain't know it off the top? You expected us to just go ahead and throw it in.
You're not supposed to go off of your own interpretation. You're supposed to go off of the written interpretation.
I didn't say your own.
This is the translation.
I thought you knew what the meaning was.
All right, so you know that huh?
I thought you knew what the meaning was before you asked the question.
I do know what the meaning was. Question mark is a compound word. So first you got to find out what question, which actually comes from the word query. Query comes from the word quo. And quo is the word that we're looking for, which means who, right? Or why, or how. Now, so if we're trying to find out the context of that, we try to find out the context is murder. See? The context is murder of that statement right there. Is Saul among the prophets? Meaning that they killed him. They want to know, is he dead yet? Right? So it's murder. So when we look at what the word is, we're talking about how he was murdered or why he was murdered. Okay? So the first word is how or why. Then we go back and we look up the word Mark. Now, Mark comes from the word Marcus, among the top 10 names. But we know it's not actually the definition. The definition or the word that it comes from is the noun word Mark. Oh, shit. Well, let me see it. What up with that, man? Here it goes, Mark. Now, Mark comes from the word merg, which means boundary or border. Okay, so if we're saying question means how and why, and then mark means border or boundary, so now we need to get into what or who or why the border was there. So when we look at this word, this right here, question mark comes before the what? Quotations. The quotation comes from the word quote, which is also quote. So we're talking about the same thing, how or why. So why the border, why? Or why the boundary, why? Or why is there a boundary and why? So now we're saying David in a boundaried why. So Samuel and David, boundaries why. Now, if you guys are reading into that, like it's saying they don't have no boundaries. Now, you can say, yeah, they don't have no boundaries. That means that maybe they are doing something a little weird. But y'all ain't even trying to look into that. Y'all not even trying to look into that.
I bet that thing we've been had closed decades on. You the one still trying to figure out whether they doing something weird or not. Yeah, that's
Well,
you
they're
just
not
getting
doing
figured
nothing
out.
weird because we ain't even deciphered and, are, and where. And then other quotation we already know means boundary, or it means why or where. So we
That's
haven't
fine.
did where or
I ain't.
are or and. That's how
Mhm.
you get the true translation of shit, man.
All right, we still listen to this shit. I'm learning. It's a good one. By the way, Bobby, you listening right now? If, when you do run that playback back, run it back from the beginning. That
I
way.
bet that.
You about to do a playback?
No, I was telling him when he do play it because I got a premiere playing. I'll tell him to play it from the beginning.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead. You did.
I want to show you guys something real quick. Yeah, buddy. So you know how kill it's a verb or it could be a noun, and in two different places it could be a noun. Now look,
Mm-hmm.
the verb is to strike, hit, beat, or knock, to deprive of life, put to death, right? The noun
Uh-huh.
is the same thing, to stroke a blow from the verb kill, meaning to act of killing. Now, why is the second one right here different from the first one and the verb? The second one right here, let me see if I can show it. Okay, you guys see it. It means stream or creek, right? A channel, a riverbed, an inlet. Kill means these things. So you know why? You see why it's so important to find out the context before you start defining the words? Because if I'm talking about eliminating somebody, we already know it means the verb and number one. But if we're talking about finding the kill spot, right? Most people think that, oh, he's an assassin. He's trying to find the kill spot, which is a headshot or whatever. But in actuality, I could be talking about a stream, a creek, a riverbed, an inlet. You see what I'm saying? Or a bay or a gulf. So the Gulf of Mexico is the Mexico kill, or the kill of Mexico. That's what I'm saying. That's why you can't just jump to conclusions. Now that word kill right here, it says that they should kill David. Now they're talking about a plot. They plotting on David. Now are they talking about murdering him? If that's the case, they're talking about a plot. Now the plot could be, a scheme or a plan, or it actually can be a landmass. So they should kill David. What if they talking about this kill right here? A stream, a creek, a channel, a riverbed, or an inlet, or a bay or a gulf. What if they talking about that?
So replace the word with those words in the sentence and see if it makes sense.
Yeah. You talking about riverbed, inlet, a channel?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can put. Well, in order to do that, this word kill has to become channel, and this word should not a should. This is why this is not freaking popular, because people don't want to go through and find it, do the extra work. Should would mean seal
That's what
or shell.
That's what I was trying to tell you. You do know that whole etymology book was established way after any of the Bibles, any religious text, this, that, and the third. So even in that time, for those people that were getting it, the first people that was getting the Bible, they wouldn't have had this breakdown either.
There's no
Everybody
way.
was just
because the King James Bible was written in English. So etymology had to exist
before the King James.
I know, but etymology had to exist before the King James translation. So the thing about
The thought of etymology, yeah, maybe, but the book itself, no.
No.
There's a date for it.
Okay, words only come from etymology, bro. So look, that word should, right, comes from the word shall. In Old English, all right, it means I owe or he owes. So if it's saying should means I owe or he owes, and this right here means a fucking bay, a gulf, or what you call that? A channel. So he owes a channel to David. Or a gulf to David. Or a riverbed to David. He owes a river to David. You see how I did that?
Uh-huh.
And what about they? People think that they means other people. But they could mean that or he, depending on what the context is. But the pi of the word is two. If you've never seen the word spelled like this, asterisk, T-O, and then a dash. Two preparatory means till. Till means what? Death, end of life. Just like the comma and the period can mean that. So till comes from the word to, which comes from the word day, or in reverse. Day comes from the word to, which comes from the word, which means death or day. So it's they're talking about killing.
I just asked the AI. Was etymology used to create the Bible? It says no. Etymology was not used to create the Bible. The Bible is a collection of religious texts that were written by various authors over a span of many centuries. It is composed of different books, including the Old Testament Hebrew Bible and the New Testament. The authors of the Bible drew from their cultural, historical, and religious backgrounds to write the text. They used their knowledge and understanding of the world around them, as well as their religious beliefs and experiences, to convey their messages. Etymology, on the other hand, is the study of the origins and history of words, including their meanings and how they have evolved over time. It involves analyzing linguistic roots and connections between different words. While etymology can be helpful in understanding the context and nuances of certain words or phrases in the Bible, it is not used as a deliberate method to create the Bible itself.
So you asked ChatGPT, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did etymology create the Bible?
No, was etymology used to create the Bible?
Come on, man. Etymology was used to create words.
I just read what ChatGPT said.
Yeah, but you asked him, was etymology used to write the Bible?
No. I asked, was etymology used to create the Bible, which means would they go to the etymology book and pick words?
That's just like, you should have asked them, does words create the Bible? And see what he says.
It says it says the Bible drew from cultural, historical, religious backgrounds and to write the text. They use knowledge and understanding of the world around them as well as beliefs, which I'm guessing would be words.
Etymology is the process of creating words. Why would you ask? Why would you ask ChatGPT? Go ahead.
It didn't have anything to do with the influence of the Bible, though. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Not that after they used it to start breaking down the Bible, but the influence of the Bible, etymology wasn't around.
Okay, the word now, is it in the Bible?
I would hope so.
Yeah, it's in the Bible. I'm highlighting it right now. The word now is in the Bible.
How are you spelling it? N-O-W now?
N-O-W. Now look.
Well, if you look
the word?
Hold on. If you look in the coordinates for now, nothing pops up.
Okay, look. The word now is in the Bible, right? but the word now doesn't consist the entire Bible. You see what I'm saying? So the word now did not create the Bible. If it did, then it would be the whole Bible would be just nothing but a bunch of nouns. Now, 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 now. So if you asking if you ask ChatGPT, did etymology create the Bible? Etymology created the words. If you're gonna say that etymology create the Bible, no, because it's not even in the Bible. First of all. So, and if it was, the whole Bible wouldn't consist of etymology, 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 etymology. It wouldn't consist of that. So when you're asking ChatGPT, you got to be precise. You can't just say that etymology create the Bible, because there's no way etymology in itself, which is the process of creating words, created a book.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying when the Bible, remember, you referenced the New Testament, which took 12 authors, that they utilized the etymology book to come up with the Bible.
Bro,
that's what I said. I was pretty precise.
You asked ChatGPT, did etymology create the Bible? Yes or no?
Etymology, no. I asked, was etymology used to create the Bible?
That's the same thing. You just put used.
So once again, when the 12
it wasn't used.
Once the 12, actually 13 scholars sat around to make the King James Bible with King James, was etymology the book? That's a mess.
No. Etymology was used to create the words that created the Bible. So if you're going to say...
All right, so I just typed in, did etymology create the words in the Bible? Is that what you're right?
Did etymology create the words that created the Bible?
Yeah. Is that what you're right?
Yeah, and you know what? I'm going to get ChatGPT too, because I think that's a biased-ass thing. Show us what you're writing, what you're doing anyway.
I'm on my computer, so you have to look it up on your phone.
Why?
I can screenshot it for you. As a matter of fact, here, I'll just have my camera.
Aren't you on your computer on Discord?
No,
there
on my
we go,
phone.
there we go.
No. See, look, that way you know what I'm reading. I'm not lying to you.
All right, go ahead.
It says, well, I'm not going to be able to scroll it with you, but it says, no, etymology did not create the words in the Bible. Etymology is the study of origins and history of words, tracing the development and changes over time. I'm going to keep this and read it. Changes over time. The words in the Bible were not created through etymology, but rather through the languages and cultures in which the texts were written. You need me to keep going?
Where are you reading that?
You don't see that?
It says, no, etymology did not create the Bible, create the words in the Bible.
And keep reading.
Etymology is the study of the origin and the history of the words. Tracing their development and changes over time. So, look, check this out. So the etymology, hold on. I know, I read it.
I thought you said where was I reading?
Yeah, but look, what you should have wrote this too right here. If etymology didn't create the words in the Bible, that it traces the words and the origin, where did the words come from?
It says the Bible was written in various ancient languages, primarily Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek. The authors of the biblical text used the vocabulary and linguistics of conversation of their respective languages to express the ideas and beliefs. The words in the Bible reflect the linguistic heritage and usage of those languages during the time period in which the texts were composed.
All right, let's check this out. Where are words interpreted and have origin from? Don't they come from a dictionary?
No, before the dictionary was composed, people already had words.
Yeah, but they had to have meaning or definitions of these words.
Well, that's when the collective of people start to come together, and then they start to make sure. But I understand what you're saying. I might say car, but what you identify as a car might be a different thing. So it would take for us to come together to identify that together.
And that's what etymology did.
Yeah, so I'm not going against what you're saying.
Okay, so look at the screen. Can you see my screen?
Hold on.
Okay, so in order to find out how the word was spoken to be translated from Hebrew to English, you needed to find what? How they sounded, right? If etymology said the word sounded this way, but it means the same thing, is that a definition?
But that's not how they translate it in the Bible based off the sound.
Hold on, listen. But if etymology said the word sounded a certain way, right? But it meant something else, are they giving you the definition?
No, it says etymologies are not definitions.
I know what it says. I just read it. That's why I highlighted it. But I'm saying, if it tells you how it sounds and it gives you the meaning, is that a definition?
If it gives you a meaning, the meaning is a definition by default.
Okay, there we have it. So this right here is what? That's null and void. Especially when you're calling it etymology dictionary. Now look, I also wanted to tell you this.
This is what our words meant and how they sounded 60. That just means that a word could have meant something at in one area.
Hold on. Isn't that a definition though?
What?
If I explain what our words mean, ain't that a definition? Okay.
No, because that's not the modern definition of the word then. That's what it meant for you at that time.
It's telling you the modern definition and the older definition.
Right. So
yes.
It can, no, I didn't say wrong. I said right.
To anybody out there that's watching, this is how you use.
Are not definitions. They are explanations of what our words meant, what they meant, which means that changed. It don't mean
what they meant
anymore, and how
means a definition.
What?
If I say a word means this,
no.
Am I giving you the definition?
No. You're saying it wrong.
Oh, okay.
Meaning and what it.
I'm glad you said that.
What it meant versus meaning. So meaning would be more now.
Hey, look.
Meant means it's not the same anymore.
Hey, look.
That's why it can't be a definition because that doesn't.
See, I hate being right because it's a shame. Now, this is the word meant. This is what they saying. That word meant, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look where it comes from. Mean. Okay?
You said meaning, which still comes from mean too, just like meant.
Exactly.
All words brought off of mean.
Okay, so look, exactly, it does, man. That's what I'm talking about.
But meaning and meant are two different definitions.
Why would he refer? Hold on, man. Look, you know meaning. You know meaning is two words put into one, right?
No, there's a past, present.
Oh my goodness, bro.
Reference to the word.
Hey, dog. The word dog has past, present, and future meaning.
So if I say, all right, blue once meant when you cooled down something with your lips, but now blue means the color.
No, it also means the first one too as well.
No, I said if I just said, I'm not saying what it is now.
Yeah, but common sense is going to tell me it also means cooling down something when you blow on it.
Okay, so here, I'll put it in better context. If something once meant something, and now it means this now, what does that mean?
That doesn't even make sense.
How doesn't it? I just used the same context that I used with the blue word, without using the word blue.
What'd you say?
So if something once meant something, and now it means something else, what does that explain? What does that mean?
That means that it has multiple meanings.
All right, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
So look, meant comes from the word mean. When you say meaning, watch this. Meaning is actually two words. It comes from the word mean as well. You got mean and ing, and ing, whatever. You know how I know that? ing has its own meaning as well.
So once again, mean, present tense. It is the base form of the verb and is used to express the present or ongoing actions, indicating something. For example, what does the word mean? Meant, past tense, past. It is the past tense form of the verb to mean. It is used to express.
Well, what does mean?
If intended signified in the past, for example, I meant to call you yesterday, not I mean to call you yesterday.
Look, what does the word mean? What's its definition?
Read it. You got it up, right?
Yeah, I'm showing it to you right now. This is what it says right here. This is the layman's term. Intend, have in mind. That's the layman term. What is the word ing?
Quotations.
Huh?
And remember, etymology just told you what is not the definition. You got to go to the dictionary for that, my boy.
Bro, this is the dictionary. This is the definition. Intend, have in mind. That's what means. That's the definition.
Here, I'll pull it up for you, William.
Oh my goodness, bro. Why would they call it? Hold on. Why would they call it etymology? Then this is for layman people. This is for layman people that can't understand. Why would they call it a dictionary after etymology? Because it comes from different sources. The Etymological Dictionary of Modern English, Klein's, a comprehensive etymological dictionary of the English language, Oxford Dictionary, Oxford English Dictionary, 2nd edition, Barnhart's Dictionary of Etymology. They keep on throwing this dictionary in there. You know why? Because these are definitions. Come on now. Let's not do that to each other.
I'm going to read the definition for you. You just read it off of your screen and see if we both on the same screen. Is that what you want to do?
Go ahead. And don't forget, you got the verb, you got the adjective, you got the noun, one and two.
I know that. You're the one that didn't read others. You only read one part.
No, I was showing you the layman definition. Intend, have in mind. That's the layman portion of it. If you want to go into it, it says the root of it is men. If you go to men, it says to think, to project, to remain small, isolated. There you have it.
Yeah.
That's it. And look, with every... Were you trying to say something?
No, but did you want me to read off what my screen says?
Yeah, what screen is that?
Oxford. It says third person present means past tense, means past, and then it says to intend to convey, indicate, to refer to.
What'd you say it means? What'd you say? Intend what? Didn't I say intend?
Intend to convey, indicate, or to refer to something.
Ain't that the first word in etymology? It says what? Intend.
I ain't say it wasn't. I said, did you want me to read it off my screen?
Okay, so we're on the same page then. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
So etymology is definitions. They don't want you to know etymology or utilize etymology in your readings because they don't really want you to understand the underlying meaning of the word or any word. They want you to only understand the layman version of it. Now, if you stick with this, you're going to get the layman definition of mean. But if you go into the root, you'll find out that the word mean comes from the word man or men. Alright? Remember I was showing y'all what man actually means? And what men means is to think, to project, to remain small, and isolated. That's the whole definition of men. They just broke it up into segments. So the whole thing that most people think that I try to come off like a know-it-all. But it's hard to talk to people that constantly tell you that no, 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 and then don't even do the work to see what I'm talking about. I'm doing the work for people. I'm going through and I'm translating shit for people. And if you don't like my translation, as long as you use the same decoder ring, you can decipher whatever you want. And I'm telling you, the decoder ring is etymology. That's what the decoder ring. When you go to court and they give you that freaking that paperwork that looks all weird and shit, like write up, like if they give you the right to appeal, right? And you don't know what an appeal consists of. Well, if you go to etymology, you'll find out exactly what an appeal consists of. And then you can also find out what every word on that paper means. Like understand don't mean that you comprehend. Because it's a compound word. Under and stand. See, under and stand. You find out what each one of these words mean. It doesn't mean you comprehend. It can mean beneath, depending on what the context is. If the context is understand, like, do you understand that I'm hurting you? Now you know that the context will be pain or will be suffering. So now you would look and say, well, what definition of under means suffering? Does it mean beneath, among, before, in the presence of? Well, it could mean in the presence of. So if I'm the one that's if I'm the one that's threatening you, that means you're in my presence. So under means in the presence of. Now let's look at stand. We still in the context of threats of harm, right? We look at stand. Does it mean pause, a pause, delay, state of rest, or inaction? Or if we go to the root word, which is a verb. Oh shit, got an error. Error, here we go, the verb. Right? It can mean occupying a place. Right? If that doesn't work, you can go to the root of the word stand, which is STA. To stand, to sit down, make or be firm. So hold on. I'm in the present and you're threatening me, which makes me what? Make or be firm. So now we can go back and we can tie those two words together. In the presence of, make or be firm. And it gives you a general understanding of what understanding is. When a person says understand, they want you to freeze in their presence. They want you to be still in their presence. So if I'm threatening you, saying I'm gonna kill your ass, I want you to freeze and be still like a scared animal in my presence. That's how I figure out the context of words. And you can do that with everything. Everything. So it don't just mean you're under somebody. I know that's what people like to stand, like you're standing under people. That's what the damn
What the hell Bobby is? Why the hell I hear Bobby?
Bobby on
My
there?
bad, y'all. Yeah, I hear him when he talk.
Bobby
My
on
bad,
there?
y'all. Oh, he playing 2K. Yeah, I hear.
Yeah, I hear him in the
My
background.
bad. Yeah, my bad, y'all. I knew I heard him. I was wondering where they came from. My bad, y'all.
That nigga crazy. He is screaming at somebody on that game. Now I understand playing with Bobby. I wouldn't feel comfortable. You see what I'm saying? So I would understand that. But look, when you go into the courtroom and you start talking to these people and they say you understand, that doesn't mean they're standing over you. You got to ask them what the context of that word. What do you mean? And then they explain what do they mean. Do you comprehend? And if you don't comprehend, you say, no, I do not comprehend. Now they have to change their approach. Same thing with doctors. When you go in there and the doctor tells you a diagnosis, what do they ask you after they tell you? Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, you got to ask them, what do you mean by that? Because
That's just like if somebody come up to you and be like, hey, them shoes nice. But if you really go look up the etymology of nice, I think it means foolish or some shit like that.
we can do that right here.
Yeah, look it up. It means something. It means something that ain't really mean goddamn nice, I can tell you that.
It could mean, in layman terms, it could mean foolish, ignorant, frivolous, senseless.
See?
But look, if you go further,
nice.
If they saying
that boy nice, yeah, they mean foolish, bro.
Yeah, but what if they trying to be? What if they trying to be nice, or what if they trying to? What if they
trying to be nice, but really don't even know really what these words mean?
I know, but what if they trying to convey emotions? That's what I meant. What if they're trying to convey an emotion? Like if I'm trying to be friendly with you, right? And I say, man, them shoes is nice. And I'm trying to be friendly with you. I don't mean that you foolish. I could be saying, because look at the root word, N-E. I could be saying they don't look good. Are those shoes? Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
So we got to find out the context. That's why it says in the Bible to test the spirit. Testing the spirit is asking questions. For instance, when somebody says that they're going to come over, you need to ask them when, what time, why, and then let them explain. Oh, I'm coming over tomorrow, 2:00, to hang out, man. He could be saying I'm coming over, like I'm about to pull up on your ass, and I'm gonna do some harm to your ass. So if you find out the context, then you can find out. I'm sorry, man. I'm reading Bobby's chat. When you told me about Bobby, I went to his chat. It says the words don't come from sound. This is King Samo. The words don't come from sound. They added words in. I think it's called translation. Do etymology on the word Mary, the word gay, the word nice. Bro, you don't even want to find out some of that shit that you said. Now, if you just giving me words to translate, right? Just like Ant just did with the word nice. And we don't know the context of it. For instance, Mary. Bam, here we go. If we go with Mary, it starts off saying proper female, proper name of the old English, Maria. Marie, name of the mother of Jesus, right? From the Latin Maria. And if we keep on going, it says name of the sister of Moses, Exodus, 16. A word of unknown origin said to mean literally rebellion. Now, if we just going off the word for the name, then we would just say, yeah, it's a word, it's a popular name, and it was also in the Bible the name of Jesus' mother, and then also the sister of Moses. But if we're finding out that it also means rebellion, where in the Bible did Mary rebel against anything? She didn't even rebel when they was killing her son, so-called, right? So this word rebellion is in replace of all that other stuff depending on the context of the statement made with this word Mary. Now let's look at the word gay. Alright? If we looking at the word from the layman's terms, full of joy. merry.
Full of joy, happy,
Yep.
shit like that. Yeah.
Lighthearted and shit,
That's why
right?
they even named the Egyptian god after that. Happy.
But when you look closer, right? Look what it says down here. The meaning: stately and beautiful, splendid and slowly dressed, or showly dressed.
Like Lucifer.
So this is where they tie the word gay with homosexuality right here. Splendid, stately and beautiful, or showily dressed. You know how they say gay people are flamboyant? So, and then it goes on more. In the 14th century, of things sumptuous, showy, rich, ornate, shining, glittering, gleaming, bright, vivid. Late 14th centuries of persons dress up, decked out in finery. Also, late 14th century in the Old English in Yorkshire and Scotland, formerly it could mean moderately rather than considerable. So gay could mean moderately rather considerable. You see how they give it all these definitions? The only way you could pick the right definition, and just because they say they change the time or they say previously used or some shit like that, doesn't mean that these definitions don't still apply. It just depends on the context of the way you're using the word gay. If I say, man, that motherfucker's gay as hell, he was laughing all over the place, you know that I mean what? The layman terms: full of joy, merry, lighthearted, carefree. That's what I'm talking about. But to the layman, they think I'm saying the motherfucker's homosexual. You see? We need to test the spirit. We need to actually find out the context of the word. And once we do that, then we can find out the proper definition. Now, if I'm saying, man, that motherfucker dressed like a gay guy, now I know that it means this meaning right here: showy, sumptuous, rich, ornate, shining, glittery, gleaming, bright, vivid. You see what I'm saying? Or if I say, man, I ain't gay, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gay. Is that enough to go off of to find the context? No. So it can mean moderately rather considerable. So I'm not even considering what you're talking about. Or I'm considering what you're talking about. So that's how I was taught to use etymology. And then when I found out what the pretext means, let's see if I can find it again. Yep, here we go. Pretext: that which is assumed as a cloak or means of concealment. That's the layman terms. But if we find out that it has two words in the one, pre and tech, now we have to go into what pre means. Pre, because there's multiple ones, right? This one right here means what? Forward, meaning forward and by extension. This one right here means to lead, pass over. You know, this one right here, to try, risk. This one right here means to strike, right? So if we're talking about pretext in the form of the pretext of the Bible, well, then we need to find out which pretext are we talking about. And you get that only from the context of the sentence. For instance, right here in 1 Samuel 19, verse 2, it says, so Jonathan told David, saying, my father Saul seeks to kill you. We know that the pretext of this is murder or to harm somebody. So when we're looking at the definition in etymology, number 4 actually is the one we're talking about. To strike, an extended sense of the root per one, meaning forward and by extension, in front of, before, first, chief, towards, near, against. You see, this is how you find out the pretext. That's why studying the Bible isn't something you're going to do overnight. It takes time. That's why you should never try and just move all around the Bible, even though these preachers want you to do that. Because I'm telling you, the Bible isn't about spirituality. It's not about religion. The Bible is about context. When they're talking about murder and they're talking about killing somebody, and you find out that the word you means thou, kill means a river, to means the, seek means, I can't remember what seek means. Alright? Because I know there's another meaning to it. Seeks means to go in search of. That's the layman of it. All right, Pyru right here. It is construction. This is constructed to be from Pyru.
Huh? That's crazy because I did not know river mean that, bro.
What? Kill?
Yeah, what you just said.
Yeah, river.
About the river.
Yeah, river, yeah. Gulf. It means kill. So look, the pi root of seek, right? And that word is right here in etymology. In the Bible, where it says that his father seeks to kill you. And you know how in Spanish, right? Spanish is Hebrew, which is Latin is Hebrew, right? Which is Ladino, the Hebrew language. So when you speak in Spanish, some of the words are spelled backwards, or some of those sentences are said backwards, meaning in the reverse sense. Like somebody told me once before how you say hello. I don't know how to speak Spanish, but I'm just going off what they said. Como digamos is like saying how are you doing. But in actuality, if you've written the words out, como digamos, it means doing how are you, or doing you are how. It's like saying it backwards. So I was like, what do you mean, man? He was like, yeah, most Spanish words are written backwards. Because the Spanish language, before it was written in English, was actually written in Hebrew, which was actually, let me show you what it is. It's actually Paleo-Hebrew. Now, when you're looking at Paleo-Hebrew, I don't know if you guys can see this. All right? See how they got this word right here, yod? That looks like a Z. And a Y. And this right here, the circle with an X in it, tet, means T. So when they're spelling out words, some of this is going to be backwards. Especially if you're spelling duh, like T-H. Where's the E at? So TH, see how they got the TH and it already consists of the word duh? T-H-E, T-E-T-H-E-T. So that's duh right there. Now, if you look it up in etymology, check this out. TH has its own meaning. See? The, that, TH. Did you see that? I don't know if you can see
it. Looking at it. Yeah, I see it. I see it.
See the, and it says from the P or the pa form. See that. Click on that. Guess what pops up for you to see? TH. Now Hebrew, to spell the in Hebrew is tet and het. T-E-T-H-E-T. And if you look at the letters that it represent, TH, bro. You see why see how they translated the word the into the Hebrew word, or translated the Hebrew word tet, het into in the English word? That's why they did that. So when you read the Bible and you see in the word the, this is actually how it was spelled before. But it wasn't even spelt like this. It wasn't spelled T-E-T-H-E-T. It was spelled a circle with a cross and two squares stacked on top of each other. That's the. This right here is the. These two words. Now let's say if you want to say, what if you want to say, or hey, or like hi, which is like H-Y, if you don't have an I, you know what I'm saying? You would spell it het yod. Het yod, which is H-Y, right? It even looks like it's a H-Y, the first letter, H and Y of both words. Now, let's see what it says in etymology. It doesn't say anything. So they have to find a new word for it. Hi. Now look. Hi. The word that they're saying it mostly came from was what? Hey. The word hey is almost like het yod. H-E-T-Y-O-D. H-E-Y. You see what I'm saying? That's how they translated this shit. Now they could have found a new word for H-E-T-Y-O-U, which is hey. They could have found T or E-T-Y or T-O, which is two. Let's see what it says for two. 2-O, teal. The word teal, right? That's it for teal. But if you look at the Hebrew, T-E, you don't get it. So that couldn't have been a translation for it. That's why they went to the word the or hi or H-I instead of H-E-Y. So from H-I you get H-E-Y. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have the I and the J in Hebrew. So when you're trying to translate these words, you can find it through the process of elimination when you're looking at the Hebrew, Paleo-Hebrew text. And I used to study this a long time ago because I was trying to translate the Bible in Hebrew. But then I realized that the Bible was already translated from Hebrew into English. And the way they did that is through etymology. And I talked to missionaries and somebody that was going to seminary, and they told me the same thing. When we go to seminary, we learn the definitions of words through etymology, so we can better translate the Bible to our flock. And I was like, so why don't you guys read the Bible verbatim from front to back? He was like, because each message, right, is specifically designed for each member of the flock. So actually going to church is not how you're supposed to study the Bible, because it's an individual translation based on each individual by finding the context of your meaning. So if they read from the context of the Bible, you would get a totally different conversation. That's why they don't do that. That's why they don't do that shit. Because look, if you found out you can interpret the Bible for yourself and find the context for yourself, why would you go to church? And why would you pay them motherfuckers every Sunday to teach you? You wouldn't. You know? Not unless you're a devout follower and you a die-hard Christian, and the only way you can be taught is by another man. Well, so that's my little spiel. I also want to tell people that when you read in the Bible, seek not your own understanding. They're telling you, don't go off of what you think it is. Go off of what the meaning is. Meaning, go off of what the translation is and shit. So, when you're in court, you know that they're using biblical terms in court. Right? So, if they tell you, what's your name? Are you such and such? And you ask them, that's not my Christian Appalachian name. Now they're going to ask you, what is your Christian Appalachian name? And you need to spell out exactly what it is. Meaning, if your Christian Appalachian name is Loyal, right? Meaning the first name that your parents gave you is spelled like this. Capital Loyal. It's not spelled Loyal because that could be spelled like this. Which is not you. Or it could be spelled like this. Which is not you. Or it could be spelled, you guys get the message. So when you're writing up an affidavit,
the straw man, the capital letters and all that. Yeah, I get it. If it ain't spelled actually how you spelled it, like right there in the beginning, not all that extra shit, yeah. I get what you're saying, man.
Yeah, that's your Christian Appalachian name. Capital letter first, lowercase all other names. So look, you can get represented by yourself properly if you identify who you are legally. Now, I'm not saying it's going to drop the charges. All that is identify your ability to represent yourself. You see what I'm saying? And you have the right to object as your own representation. You don't have the right to object if somebody else is representing you. That's called contempt. And believe it or not, contempt is payable with the bailiff right there in court. And the price for contempt is $10 whole, either in ones or in a $10 bill or in 2 5s or a 5 and 5 ones. You guys, you get me? Now, I said it in 3 denominations, right? I said $10 in a $10 bill, 10 ones, or 2 5s. Now, why do you think they do shit in 3s? Because after the 3rd time you offer to pay in those denominations, the 4th one is going to get you to pay it, or is going to allow you to pay it so you can proceed in court. But nobody knows this. And you know who I learned this from? And come to find out it was true? Because if you read it in, Rob's Rules of Court Proceedings or in legal proceedings, Rob's Rules is what all courts are going by right now. So if you read that, let me see if I can find Rob's Rules for y'all. Robert's Rules. Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules of Order awfully simply refers to as Robert's Rules or Rob's Rules. It is a manual of preliminary procedures by U.S. Army officer Henry Martin Roberts. The object of Rules of Order is to assist an assembly to accomplish the work for which it was designed. Hence a courtroom or an association or a magistrate. Where there is no law, there is the best least of rules. So when you go to court, you're not dealing in law, you're dealing in facts and accusations. And the person that wins in law is the one that can prove facts against accusations. So when the prosecutor comes and says that we accuse you of a crime, you have the right to remain silent so you don't further accuse yourself. And you give them the burden of proof, meaning that they have to prove that you're guilty. That's why most cases that involve little to no evidence get thrown off because of what they call reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt doesn't mean that it's law. Reasonable doubt means that you didn't prove your accusation good enough, and the doubt relies in you, the persecutor, not the defendant. So that's what these lawyers are supposed to be doing on our behalf, but they fucking us over because they don't go in there under the assumption of reasonable doubt. they go in there under the assumption of negotiation, pleading. So they get more credibility for a plea because a plea is like a tie, and tie goes to the what? Tie goes to the runner. And who's the runner? The defendant. I hope that makes sense. So if you got a prosecutor that wants to, if you got a defense attorney that wants to plead you out before they even hear your defense, they're not working for you. They're working with the courts. There's only a few lawyers that actually are working for us. And they're not doing a great job because they're always looking for the win. And a plea is a deal which is a win. It's a win-win. It's a win for your lawyer and it's a win for the prosecution because neither one of them lost. It's a tie. And they look at it like this. Tie goes to the runner. And on the defense side, the defense is the runner. On the prosecution side, the prosecution is a runner. So they win either way. You're the only one that's losing. So before you go into court with a lawyer, test the spirit. Ask that motherfucker, is he there to represent you? And if he is, he's not going to ask you to plea. He's going to show you what defenses he has on your behalf. And if he doesn't have those defenses before you go into court, then you are set up. You are a set and up. All right? You better get ready for the volley because they about to toss your ass into the pokey. Damn, I forgot what I was gonna look at. But yeah, you guys, look up Rob's rules. Robert's Rules of Order. This pertains to every organization, every corporation. They have to apply by these rules. All right? Robert's Manual was first published in 1876. Does that sound familiar? As an adaptation of the rules and practices of the United States Congress to the needs of non-legislative societies. What do you think are non-legislative?
1886, you said, right? Or
yeah, 1876.
Yep. Sounds kind of familiar.
Check
around
this shit.
Time frame.
Yep, it does. It's establishment of all that shit, Congress. So look, Robert's Rules is the most widely used manual of preliminary procedures in the United States. You know how I found out about this? When I was in the military, I joined what they call Second Class Association. It's just a little group of people that are all the same rank. And the association acts as a union for those people in the military. So if you have a problem with your chain of command, you go to the Second Class Association because that's the rank you are. They got a First Class Association. They don't have a Third Class, which is an E4. So they have an E5, an E6, and an E7 association. If you're having problems with your upper chain of command, Robert's Rule states that the highest ranking member, which is the person that may rank the first, becomes your representative and represents you as your fiduciary against the chain of command. And they have to respect him. They can't pull rank on him. What he is doing what they call equal clause. That's not going to mean something to anybody because a guy told me that, say that's not recognized in Robert's Rules. It's only recognized in passing because when you get equal clause, that means you both take off your rank. So if you wanted to equal clause somebody, let's say a cop, you tell them equal clause, and if they know what you talk about, which they do, that means if they take you up on your offer, they need to take off their badge, take off their rank and their weapon, and fight you head up, man to man. Equal clause. Yeah. But nobody call that shit. Everybody is too busy parlaying. See? When you parlay, you fall up on the mercy of the court. When you run into a cop out in the street and he asks you for your license, registration, and proof of insurance, and you don't ask him why, you just parlayed. Now he can do whatever he want to do with your ass. The first thing you need to do is ask him, officer, why'd you pull me over? Even if you do know you did something wrong. And he must explain. Now you're on equal footing because now you just made a peace officer explain to a non-peace officer, which is a civilian, why he pulled him over or why you come into my house Why are you on my property? Why are you talking to me? You know? You guys need to learn procedures. And this book right here will tell you procedures on how to handle yourself in what? Preliminary procedures. Preliminary procedures is what you deal with when you're dealing with cops and when you're dealing with lawyers and when you're dealing with judges and magistrates. You're not dealing in law. That's why people make a mistake. A judge will call you in contempt of court if you say, the law states this, the law states that. They're not dealing in law. They're dealing in what? Accusations and facts. If you kill somebody, they don't care if it's in self-defense. Prove it. They don't care what the law says about self-defense. They don't care about the Second Amendment. What they want to know is, can you prove why you killed this person? Show us what you consider a threat and why you consider what you did self-defense. And that's what your defense attorney is supposed to be doing. If he come in there and say, Your Honor, Corey versus Texas states that we're not talking about law. We're talking about the accusation of murder. If you hear, and that's why a lot of people lose these cases, because they include law. They shouldn't include law. What they should include is the facts. If this motherfucker ran in your house and you stood your ground and you shot him and he ran and you shot him again, you didn't do it in self-defense. The first time you shot him, that was in self-defense. But when he ran, you shot him in the back, that was murder. Now, your next defense should be what? Murder in what? The first degree or the second degree? If it was in the heat of the moment, you can say I was trained to double tap. And as I shot him the first time, the force of the round spun him around, hence shoot him in the back. You see what I'm saying? That's what a defense attorney is supposed to do. Because you're not being judged off the law, you're being judged off the facts and the merit of those facts. You're trying to make a reasonable, prudent person believe that you did something that you claim you did. And guess who the reasonable, prudent person is? The jury. They're sitting there because they were chosen for their beliefs, not because of the law. They were chosen because they believe what you believe. And if you got a good defense attorney, he will assist in choosing the damn jury. But these motherfuckers don't. A defense attorney doesn't have anything to do with your case until you go into court. He don't choose the jury. That's how you know it's going to be a hung trial. Because when you get there, the jury's been chose without your lawyer. If you got a good lawyer, he's going to participate in the choosing of those jurors. And that says that he's not going to pick a juror that's biased to your actions. If you go in Texas, most of the jurors that they pick are going to be people that are gun-toting, law-abiding citizens that believe in standing your ground. So you have a better chance of killing the motherfucker that breaks into your house and being accused of self-defense or murder. Because now people in that state believe in carrying guns and also believe in protecting their property. But what the prosecutor likes to do, they like to choose the jury themselves, and they like to choose biased jurors, meaning that people are against gun violence, people are against the Second Amendment, and people that don't care about saving each other's property. Mostly people that live in apartments. So if you got a defense attorney and you going to jail or you going to court for self-defense and your judge and the judge appoints you a lawyer, guess what? Your chances of losing that shit has jumped up from 50-50 to 90-10. And I'm not telling people that to scare them. I'm telling them because it's a fact. So if you want to represent yourself, that means you need to pick the jurors, because in jury selection, there's also what they call a conscientious objector. And people need to know that. And the reason why I know that is because I was called a conscientious objector. If you guys haven't noticed, the military is actually based off of Robert's Rules of Order, which actually creates what we call the what? The judicial system today. The courtrooms that you're going into are based off of Robert's Rules of Order, which are based off of military rules of law. And if somebody calls you a conscientious objector, that means that you are what they call you're what they call a maverick, or you are what they call a maverick, or it's somebody that can't be for either side, meaning that your honor and your commitment controls your behavior, meaning that if somebody you take the side of tells a lie, you don't stay on their side just because. You follow the truth. So when you're a conscientious objector, if somebody says that you're a liar, they have to prove it. And that's in all stages, private and public. And if they don't prove it, you have the right to do what? Defend yourself. Yep. I've gotten into many fights in the military with other shipmates, with other military members, and since they knew I was a conscientious objector, they just needed to know the side of the story to find out whether or not I could be innocent. And I was persecuted a couple times because if I'm gonna start fighting you, I'm going all the way. So, yeah, sometimes it became a bloody mess. But this is the thing. A conscientious objector is not going to disagree with the truth and not going to go along with the lie. So now you got to prove that I'm a liar. And if you can't prove that I'm a liar, now I combat you. That's what standing on your square means. Why you think a boxing ring is square? This is the shit they teach you when you start to become an adept and not a novice. When you become an adept, they start telling you the secrets of their orders. And this is one of them. Robert's Rules of Orders. It's a short read. It's not that long. And you can learn a lot about negotiating yourself in the preliminary system or in preliminary procedures. That means that when the cop pulls you over, they tell you it's a traffic stop, but it's not. It's a preliminary procedure. What they're doing is they're trying to establish fault. And they'll do that by any means necessary. Lying, cheating, stealing. And that's why you got to know the rules. You got to know your rights. So they can't steal from you. Because they're trying to steal your ability to defend yourself. And they lying to do it. And that's not against the law. It's never been against the law for cops to lie to you. Or to lie about you. They try to make it seem like it is. But when you got somebody that has a clear advantage and they come in contact with you who's at the disadvantage, they know there's going to be some fraudulent behavior involved. So they want you to be able to prove that it was fraudulent, because the only thing that matters in court is a fact and proof of that fact. So when we start looking at these words, these definitions and etymology and all that shit, this is powerful information. This is power. Knowledge is power, man. People can't pull the wool over your eyes when you know what the wool is. So when somebody says, I'm pulling the wool over your eyes, first off, you need to know what they mean by pull. Here we go. Pull as a verb. To move or try to move forcibly by pulling. They're not going to do that. They don't want to force you to do nothing. They want you to comply. They want you to acquiesce. So guess what they do? Had been replaced with draw. Now why is it replaced with draw? Because draw comes from the word what? Drag. They're going to drag it out of you. To draw a graphno. How do you say that word? Let me see. I'm fucking up.
Grapnel along the bottom.
Yeah, a graphnel. To draw a graphnel along the bottom of a river, like a damn dredge or an anchor or a lake. So that's what they're doing. They're dragging you. They're going to drag you with words that you don't understand. And the reason why you don't understand them is because you don't want to look them up. A dragnet. And that's some bullshit. They had a movie back in the day called a show called Dragnet. You didn't think the motherfuckers knew what they was talking about. Everybody just thought, oh, that was a cool theme, Dragnet. But nah, the motherfuckers was dragging you because of what? They was drawing the truth out of your ass. They was pulling it out. Dragnet. That's a damn shame. I learned something new today. But yeah, man. So if they're gonna pull the wool over your eyes, they're gonna drag it out of you, right? Or they're gonna draw it out. Okay? Now we're gonna say the wool. Let's see what wool means. Bam. The word wool. Wool, fine, soft hair, which forms the coat of some animals. See? It also means what? Someone, American English, died in the wool. Opposite of dying in a piece. It's figurative from the beginning, most startling. Here we go. From the beginning. See? Hence the figurative sense. From the beginning. Most thoroughly. So when they say they're going to drag the wool, they're going to thoroughly drag your ass. They're going to begin the dragging. Because you know in Latin, in Spanish words, you say it forward, but it actually is spelled backwards. Let me see if I can find that, what it said in my archives. Here we go. Como digamos.
Commodus.
Nah, that's not it. Had to go to the... All right, so I was wrong. It wasn't como digamos. I think it was como está. All right, so how would you say... Let me see. First off, let's do Spanish to English. All right, not English to Spanish. Bear with me, guys. I'm trying to make sense of this. All right. Okay. Hold on. How, man? That's crazy. See? So how are you is saying como está, right? Now, what is está? Come on, man. All right, como está? How are you? Now, I'm trying to find out. So, como is how, and está is you are, I think. Oh, it's not. It ain't even you are. Está means are. So, como by itself means how. Está means are. So how are is what it says. It's not even a complete. It ain't even a complete phrase. It's crazy how the word is written. But when it comes to this word pull the wool or pull wool, you see what I'm talking about. It's not going to even say it the whole way. So the Hebrew language, if you're really interested in it and you want to learn it, you have a better way of learning it, learning Spanish and shit. Yep. Check it out. So Ladino. All right. Judeo-Spanish or Judeo-Spanish or Judeo-Spanish, also known as Ladino, is a Romance language derived from Old Spanish. Now, this is how it used to be spelled. This is how it used to be spelled. This is the cursive, and this is, I guess, the modern. Right? That doesn't look like English. Now, why did they translate this to English? You know why? Because of this. Because of Paleo Hebrew. This is how they translated the Hebrew language or the Spanish language to English. First, they had to find out how these words made the sound, or how these hieroglyphs made the sound, take the sound and transform it into a letter. Yod, how is that Y? It's because the beginning of it has a Y sound. Tet, right, has a T sound. Het has a H sound. Zion or Zayin has a Z. You see, and so on and so forth. That's how they were able to do it. The same thing, because believe it or not, this is the genuine Spanish language, guys. This is the genuine Spanish language. The alphabet. So with this alphabet, they don't even have to write in English alphabet to say their words, which is actually what? Judeo-Spanish. Which I didn't want to go there with it. Which is Ladino. Right? Originally spoken in Spain, and then after the Edict of Expulsion, the Edict of Expulsion was when they casted the damn Judeans out of what? Spain, Castile, and Aragon. Spread through the Ottoman Empire as well as France, Italy and the Netherlands, Morocco, and England. Earlier we was talking about who were the Jews. What land supports the Moroccans? I mean, what people does the land of Morocco support? You can do this on the Moroccos. Officially, the Kingdom of Morocco is a country of what? Maghreb, region of northwestern Africa. Morocco. Now, if you do this shit in etymology, right? Says kind of fine, flexible leather, right? Now, you get the same thing. Country in northwest what? Africa. Ain't that the same thing what they said right here? For the Wikipedia definition? So where do you think Wikipedia got it from? They got it from etymology. From Italy and Berber. Marrakesh. Properly the name of the city of Marrakesh. From Arabic, right? Extreme west. The extreme west what? And this is how the Moors tie America into the Moroccan Empire. Because it says in etymology that it was the extreme west. The extreme west of what? Because I'm going to tell you right now, on the map that we call the Mercator, or it's not DOR, it's TAR. Right? Check it out. If you're looking at this map, the extreme west would be over here. But in actuality, this is how the West is, this is how it's set up. There's no real distinction of East and West. There's only two distinctions. North, which is the center of this right here, that some people call Mount Meru. It's not actually Mount Meru. Alright? But what it is, it's the center. Right? And the reason why they try to say it's Mount Meru, because they try to say it actually is Mountain Maroon or Maroon Mountain. But that's not what this is. This is not the north. This actually represents the negative. And everything beyond it is the positive. That's why all compasses point to the north. Which is a compass is a positive device. If you look at a compass, it's magnetized based on the positive. All right, so when you're looking at the compass, where's the hand? The north hand is the part that's magnetized. This is not. All right, this is a neutral. All right, and you wonder how they get a neutral on to be connected to a positive. Well, when you make a side positive, it automatically creates a neutral on the opposite end. And this Mercator map right here, the center of Maroon Mountain is actually a negative. It's a negative because everything outside of it is a positive, it's a plus. This is not a big ass magnet. This is almost like a big ass, what do you call it? Not a magnet. I gotta find it. Shit. I used to know all this crap. All right. It says, what is the opposite of magnet? All right. Deterrent. That's what it is. It's a deterrent. Ah, shit. All right. So an opposite of a magnet is a deterrent. The reason why it's the opposite of a deterrent is the opposite of a magnet, because a magnet is a turret. If that makes sense. You know how most people say there's a Toronto field, right? All right, when you say a turret, right? Or a turret, a TO, you're saying it's the female version of a turret. A turret is a TERREN. It's a male version of the magnet. So what they're saying by making it a deterrent, they're saying it's the female version of the positive, which is the negative. If that makes sense. So the military has actually done a lot of study of this shit. They call it the deterrent theory. And I'm going to read some of it to you guys. And And you guys can tell me to shut up if you want because I'm just babbling right now. I done lost track. But I think this is interesting. So a deterrent theory refers to the scholarship and practices of how threats or limited force by one party can convince another party to refrain from initiating some other course of action. So it's a deterrent. So the opposite of a deterrent is a turret, a torrent, which is weird. Yeah, what is opposite of the? And you guys, you could do this. You could do this type of studying on your own. I just go through and I just look up all this stuff all the time. You know, it's really interesting to me that they got so many meanings of words, and the meanings actually tell the story of what each thing that these words are describing is. Right? So I'm trying to find where it says the opposite of a deterrent is. And there's a lot of, oh shit, I should be showing you guys this. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So I just typed in what is the opposite of deterrent, right? And I'm going through and I'm trying to find out if there's some similarities. All right. Relative words or phrases, deter, deterrence. So I can find a couple of similarities up in here. Let's start back up at the top right here. So the opposite of a deterrent is incentive. Also, where is it at? Because I knew I saw simulation. And this is where a lot of these guys get their their topics from. Where is it at? Here it goes, stimulus. And I know there's simulation in here. Here we go, simulation. So the opposite of deterrent is simulation. Now look, I've heard people talk about the simulation that we're in that comes from the torrid field, right? And they tell us that the torrid field actually is a simulation. Right? They tell us that it's an actual simulation. Now, why would they say that? Well, just by looking at what the opposite of a deterrent is, you find that opposite of a thing that prevents or is intended to prevent someone from doing something. A stimulation. There's other ones too. Acceleration, aggression, enlargement, license. There's that word stimulation again. And you know what I think I was saying? I was saying a simulation. But it's not in a simulation. It's crazy. So let's go back to this. Now, let's get out of that. The Mercator twice. Let's get out of that. The Moroccos. So check it out. The Moroccos, right? Let's see where that originated. We was talking about that, and we was talking about the Hebrews and the Moroccoons and the Maroons, right? So this entire premise that the Moors and the Moroccans are in America was brought about because of that statement that they said that it was from the extreme west. But it could have meant the extreme west. Oh yeah, I never showed you guys that damn picture that I needed to show you. Where it be? Oh yeah, let me show you here. Now, I think this is the screen image. Nah, it's not gonna let me do it. So check it out. Here we go. Now, this is a Mercator map, and it's set up exactly, and I just put these images in here to show how to map in the compass would work. I also made other diagrams where I was showing that the center of the North Pole, which they call the Maroon, or Mount Meru, or mountain, the Maroon Mountain, actually consists of not one but four actual continents that make up this deterrent that's in the center. And here's how I described it. Of course, you can't see it with all this damn shit, with these arrows and shit. But those arrows represent south, right? Each arrow represents the direction of south. So if there's only two definite directions, north and south, west doesn't even.
If I'm not mistaken, you mean like what you mean like south? That's like out of bounds area. North R mean like the center, if I'm not mistaken. So I get what you're saying with, you know what I'm saying, with the arrows meaning like pointing to the south, like all these arrows pointing southbound, like going out of bounds, towards out towards, not the actual land that, that you talk about. I get exactly what you're saying. My bad though.
Nah, you cool. You remember that? Remember when what's his name did that right triangle? Remember was it Rob Notches?
Yep, I remember.
Remember he drew that shit on the ball and he said you can't do it on the flat earth?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, that's what this is. You can't draw 8 triangles, put them together and make them be on a ball, but you can on a flat earth. Check it out. This is what I'm talking about right here. So this is the triangle right here. So the triangle, you would take that bitch and put it like this. Let me start lining it up.
You didn't notice how the rings around. Like,
yeah.
If you look at Brazil got another continent that is actually goddamn down below it. And if you look on other maps, they don't show that continent. Basically, it's showing the out of bound ring that you showing them arrows to. That actually one of the continents that. Well, I ain't gonna say continent. That ice wall that you see down there below Brazil. Brazil actually touched that motherfucker. I'm talking about actually touched that bitch. Don't you know it's like almost another Bering Strait down there that way?
See, this is the shit that, what's the name? This is what he was supposed to be showing us. Right? Rob, but he ain't gonna show this because believe it or not, this is the sacred sign. Why you think they built the Pentagon like this? Hold on, I think that's it. Delete it. Yeah, they built the Pentagon like this, bro, because they knew that this was like a sacred thing. That's it right there. So these right here represent. Well, you can pull. I can pull them closer.
Almost create like an umbrella or a tree of life.
Yep.
The flower, the life, what they say, the flower of life or the tree of life or the lotus flower or however. I see where you're going with it. I see. Sure. Regardless, I see where you're going.
All right. So hold on. Let me get the. All right. Yeah, this is not the Pentagon. It's something else. I forgot what they call it. It does look like an umbrella, huh? But there's a certain name that they give this.
Hexagon?
Nah, it's crap. I thought for sure they made a hat one inside of this fucking thing right here. Not that one. That's a Pentagon.
Copper?
What is it?
No, I'm thinking about a bottle. A little black bottle. That's a black bottle.
But it's seven. It's 7 triangles, right? And that's what these these grids right here. See how those lines come down to a point in the center of this shit right here?
Hey, I stopped the stream just in case y'all want to say what y'all want to say. Nah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I switched over to the Premiere Tuesday. Check on the that's what should be playing on my YouTube right now. The beginning of the Premiere.
Damn, I didn't even realize it was 7 hours, man. Oh shit.
Yeah, man, it's 2:30, boy. We got it in today.
I know, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all did. Y'all, I appreciate y'all. Y'all did exactly what I asked y'all to do. Gave niggas some of that good content, man.
Well, shit, I'm always up for this. I've been streaming the whole time too, man.
I know.
Good lord, dog. I didn't even realize we had been doing this stuff for 7 hours.
It's good content. Yeah, y'all do this shit all the time, man. Y'all be saying y'all. It's good content, man. Y'all excellent.
Oh man, look, I want to say thanks, bro. Thanks for inviting me. Appreciate you for letting me up. And and for the guys on my side that attended, I appreciate y'all too.
Nobody invited you. You just show up. You got keys. Let them know you got keys.
For sure, man. I'm gonna put them keys to work. Yeah, man. Anytime y'all want to do this, man.
People on loyal side, man. Yeah, shit. Fuck around, do it tomorrow, man.
For sure.
Sound like a plan, man. We can get more into the prayer service and stuff too.
Oh hell yeah.
Kind of give us a breakdown on how this shit looking in the Bible and all that.
And yeah, we can do some reviews of that video I was talking about too, bro, if you want.
Definitely.
All right, thanks again, bro. Hey, Rashad, Zay, everybody that's in the Discord, K-Dub, I wish you guys a happy night or a good night, and y'all stay safe. Everybody on my end, y'all stay safe too. Salutes.